Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to the fourth and final day of Amaze. I'm here with coffee and croissants and Kaho. Wow, what a day was it yesterday, yeah? We had so many talks, panels, amazing speakers, and of course the awards. Congratulations to all award winners, but also all nominees and everyone who submitted. You all rock, basically. So, yay! So, today I have Kaho with me for coffee and croissants. Welcome, Kaho.
Hello,
How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well, thanks. How are
Yeah,
you?
a little bit tired, but yeah, I was working on something together with Nomi for tonight until like 4 o'clock or something. But uh, that's gonna it's gonna be fine. And yeah, do you actually have croissants with you?
No, but I have these corn snacks. They look
Ooh,
like
corn snacks,
giant teeth
teeth. Yeah. Hmm.
and they're really loud, so maybe I shouldn't eat them on.
Yeah. So today instead of croissants, I brought
What?
these. I know it's sugar bread basically.
Oh,
I
that's fine.
with a little bit of butter. Um, yeah, I
Did
didn't
you
have any
bake
croissants
those?
anymore. Hmm?
Did you bake those?
No, it's a delicacy or a treat in the Netherlands, but I just eat it for breakfast.
Oh, that
And
looks
my
amazing.
croissants were finished, so thanks. Yeah, it's uh it's not really great healthy or something, but it's delicious. So, but I think the corn snacks are better for you, so keep on doing that.
Wait, you're not
Yeah.
you're not you're not putting those chocolate sprinkles on your toast?
Well, this is sugar bread, so chocolate sprinkles on that. I mean, I guess you could do that, but it's also I never thought about that actually. I mean, chocolate sprinkles, I never eat them actually.
But that's like a Dutch thing, I feel like. That's where I saw it the first time.
I know. Yes, I will bring it also with me if I travel. If I travel, like when we used to travel, I would go to places and then bring chocolate sprinkles and stroopwafels. But apparently, stroopwafels you can buy anywhere now these days, and chocolate sprinkles, yeah. But I don't basically eat any of those. Is there anything? So you're in Japan at the moment. Is there anything you would bring to Japan actually from the States where you were originally based? Like, is there
Yeah,
something that you miss now that you're in Japan?
yeah, I like miss bagels and like New York food like that. But, you know, Japanese food is really good, so
Hmm. Yeah, this is why I was asking if you're missing anything from these days, or that like there's so much stuff in Japan. Like, what is the most delicious thing in Japan actually for you? Like, what do you like the best?
I mean the fish is like amazing, and yeah, it's just, Japanese meals are like have a lot of little dishes and stuff like that. And yeah, if I'm able to eat something like that or make something like that, then yeah, I'm pretty happy. But yeah, there's a lot of good food here, without a doubt.
You're now in Tokyo, but before you were in Osaka, right? And
Hmm.
isn't that the this is that the like is it called street food? Is that the best over in Osaka? Or what was that again?
Oh,
We
there's
talked
a lot
about
of
this before.
yeah, there's a lot of like casual foods, basically. I guess there's also street foods, but there's street foods in Tokyo too, but there's just different kind of foods, I guess, are sort of the specialty. There's certain specialties in Osaka, like there's like these um, there's okonomiyaki, which is like
Mm.
vegetable pancakes that are
Yes,
really
so
good.
delicious.
Love
I
them.
love okonomiyaki.
Yeah.
And
Um,
okay,
Yeah, there's a lot of good food there too. Um, yeah, it's pretty cool to be, in the States. I would always be looking for like Japanese food and stuff, but when you're in Japan, the search is over.
Yeah, I remember that when I was in New York visiting you, that that you brought me to all these um, shops where I could buy Japanese food ingredients, so I could take it home with me and make some delicious food. So I'm still grateful for that. So thank you for introducing me there. Um, but before we actually go more into food, because I feel like food is a theme in Amaze, because we've got lots of cooking stuff also today
Yeah,
in the stream. But before all of that, could you tell a little bit more about yourself for people who are
sure.
watching?
Sure. I make uh, digital, physical multiplayer games that are played in public spaces. And I like building like custom interfaces for those kind of games. Uh, they're games that are mostly played at like festivals and art galleries and things like that, and other sort of events. And yeah, so it's like, you know, how I got to know Zoe in the first place. And those are the kind of games that I've been making. Um, and sort of, in the space of media art, um, mostly. And I've been lucky enough to teach a lot of the things that I make and a lot of the techniques that I use in like after school programs and um, workshops, and then also in uh, at universities. And so it's all kind of based on my practice. Uh, and uh, yeah, and I am still continuing with that. And right now I've been consulting in theme parks uh, and, you know, consulting live games and things like that, or play that people can experience, um, and and sort of exploring that area. Um, and yeah, it's just I've kind of changed the environment that I'm in by moving to Japan and sort of, getting used to things and sort of, um, I think the pandemic was like kind of put a wrench in things in a way. But yeah, like, in terms of like going out and meeting people and like going to events and stuff and seeing what's out there. And so I feel like I still have to do that. So I'm just waiting for things to get safer right now. But yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Mm-hmm. When did you move to Japan actually in
18.
2018? Wow, that's already. I feel
That's
like
like
you were
three.
in New York like last year, but that's with everything. Like everything feels like it was last year. Yeah.
Yeah, the time has somehow been warped. But yeah, it's been a little while, but at the same time, I just feel like with with everything and with the isolation and stuff, it's not like full immersion into the actual place where I am.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Um, so
And yeah, and now you also moved to Tokyo, so that's another place where you need to embed yourself basically. But yeah, is how is Tokyo so far actually? Like what's the weather like actually at the moment? Because here it's like 6 p.m. now in Tokyo, right? And
yeah, it's cooling down for the day, but the high
right.
was like 30, 34. I don't even
Okay.
know what that is in Fahrenheit, but I know that it's really hot. But
And what season is it now actually in Japan?
it's like mid summer. It's like
Okay,
the
so
hottest time of the year. Like the rainy
mm,
season just ended, and it's like super hot. Um, the Olympics started, and so
yes, that's in Tokyo. Hmm.
yeah. But but yeah, it's that's happening right now here. I'm just trying to stay indoors, you know.
Yes. I mean, I'm also still trying to stay indoors, but there's not such a major sports events going on, so I cannot imagine how that is. Yeah, to be in a city like that now, at this moment. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, so please stay safe.
Thank you.
Um, yeah. So, when did we first meet? Actually, was this
Playful Arts
20
Festival.
Play for Arts Festival? So that was 2012, the first time actually.
Yeah. We met at
What?
the train station. You came to
Yes, I remember this so vividly, as if it was like yesterday.
me too. Me too.
Can you tell a little bit more about this first meet?
Well, first of all, you invited me to come to the Playful Arts Festival. I was really excited, and to be a part of that. And I love the fact that it was, you know, art and games, the crossover of art and games, um, where I felt like there wasn't a lot of that at the time. So super exciting to even be a part of an event like that. And so I went to. I guess you picked me up in Amsterdam, right at the train station, or no, the
No, I
airport
think I
train, the
really
airport
did
train
it.
station.
Okay. Oh, right. And then we went with the train to Den Bosch, which is like a little city
Yeah.
in the south of the Netherlands, where
Uh-huh.
we put on the festival. And then what happened then?
It was amazing. I had pretty bad jet lag, so I was trying to stay awake. But yeah, I just like set up my game, met everybody, played a bunch of games. Oh my god, the lineup was like amazing, um, and it was just like all the kind of games that I like, the multiplayer, you know, games, you know, like things that are digital and physical, or physical, I guess. And then so amazing. And then so I had fun showing my game, but I also had so much fun just like playing games and hanging out with people. And then I remember the mayor came to play the game, or the councilman, sorry.
Yeah, alderman or something. Yes, I still show that picture everywhere because it's such a, yeah, it's such a good, I know, visual of your work also, because it connects people in different ways, I guess. Because like what we showed, so I run Playful Arts Festival in the Netherlands, and back then we had the theme of collaborative play. So we didn't want to focus on competition, but then of course there's also some competition in there, and we invited Kaho as a very, very special guest, the only international guest that we had, to show Hit Me. And can you tell a little bit more about Hit Me?
Yeah, it's a two-person game where you try to hit. Each person has a hat on with a box on top of it, and the box has a wireless video camera, and it's basically a hack doorbell system that's connected to a push button, and then each player tries to hit the other player's box button, and when they do, their own camera takes a photograph, and if you have your opponent in the photograph, then you get bonus points. And so basically the photograph gets projected onto a wall so that the spectators can sort of see what's going on. And then there's a judge who judges. So each person gets a point for the hit, and then bonus points if their opponent is in the photograph. And then and sometimes it can be a really intense game. And people start like back to back, and then there's kind of really hyper music that's happening throughout the game. And it's basically a game that I made because I wanted to show that these kind of games, these kind of physical games with digital interfaces, or like interfaces that use technology, can be really intense, just as intense as like a fighting game like Street Fighter or something that you might play. And so that was the whole purpose of that game. And so you expect people to kind of bump into each other, or maybe end up like sort of aggressively trying to hit the other person's button, or people just like sort of ducking out of the way. And so there's a lot of like physical potential, and a lot of infinite number of ways that people can play it. And so it's even though I run the game and I made it, it's kind of fun for me to watch, because like people have different styles of playing, and it's also interesting like how people's pre-existing relationships sort of manifest themselves during the game. So like there are people who are they're friends who know each other really well, so maybe they'll be like really really aggressive with each other, or like siblings who are okay with being aggressive with each other. But then there's people who are just really reserved, and sort of like are laughing through the whole thing, and maybe not being as active. And there's just different ways of enjoying it. And it gives a lot of freedom and agency to the players in that way, I think. But I think that's one of the most exciting things about these kind of public multiplayer games. The physical ones is like there's so many choices, right? Like you're not talking about using a traditional game controller to make your move. So it's not like one of a triangle button or the A button or whatever that you might press. It's like the way you slap a button, or it's the angle in which you approach the button that you're slapping or something. There's just infinite number of ways of like achieving the objective of the game. And so those kind of things are always like really interesting to me. So sorry, that was a really long explanation.
No, that's great. No, that's great. I guess like with Hit Me, it's also because it's like with the Playful Arts Festival, we try to bring people from outside of games also to experience playfulness, and get them out of their bubble of seriousness, and then just play together, and also have different hierarchies of people playing things together, so that they be on the same level or not, or the hierarchy is different all of a sudden. So we had this alderman playing with the festival, another festival director, curator, and the dynamic shifted, right? So they were all of a sudden, it was not this official very special person, but it was just an opponent that they need to push a button on the top of their heads, and in whatever way they perceived was okay, right? So it made people playful, and also because of a little bit of the silliness of a giant button on top of a helmet that they never wear normally also. So that makes it also for spectacle fun for audiences, but also fun for themselves, and it allows them to do something else than they would normally do. So I really appreciate that in your work, and to bring that to people. So I'm still happy that we got to had the honor of bringing you to the Netherlands and share this.
Oh my God, I was honored to be there. It was amazing. I loved it.
And Hit Me also got into the Design Play Disrupt in the V&A Museum, right? The exhibition.
Yeah.
As an object for people to know about.
Yeah, the process and the tech behind it. There was like a sample version of it, like a demonstration version of it set up. But yeah, I mean, the demonstration itself wasn't like the actual physical game, but it just showed, like, you know, because it's just like the cheapest construction helmet that I could find, and like a hacked General Electric wireless doorbell system, and things like that, and like the Arduino. And so, you know, you can take these like low cost things and kind of hobble them together and make these things. I think at the time when I first made it, it was like 2005, and I used like a basic stamp because this is pre-Arduino days. But the basic stamp is actually expensive at the time, but the wireless components would be super expensive, and so that's why I used the doorbell.
So I think I'm going to start
like $20
without
US
screen sharing and show some stuff in real life, and then I'm going to move into screen sharing, and you can let me know how that's looking.
Yeah, so it's super cool, like how you use all of those kind of technology that is not meant for these things, but you hack them into something super cool. I think we can talk about this for hours. I could talk with you for hours about these kind of subjects, but we have another whole program for today. So I wanted to quickly ask you, like, did you look at the program? Did you, for today, did you see anything that like caught your eye?
Yeah, I actually was really interested in the wire art workshop, but it got canceled, sadly.
Yeah.
But I hope to do that one day because it looks amazing. Yeah. I love the whole, like, at the end you play everything together, and you know, I love those kind of I don't know, the sort of performance at the end that you do with everybody, the collaborative performance at the end. I think it's brilliant.
Yeah, they were gonna do this afternoon African Robots and Spacecraft with Louis Caluzzi and Ralph Borland, and everyone should definitely check out the wire art. And I hope we can do the workshop at some point in the future because, like you said, Kara, it's I think it's super interesting, and I really love to do it myself as well. So. Hopefully maybe next year in physical Amaze that we can do it like for reals also. That would be great.
Physical festivals. I miss them so much.
Yes, same. I mean, I put like a urban spray in the background just so I felt like I was a little bit in the physical space. But yeah, but like we're gonna after this, there's gonna be a talk about spacecraft arcades, analog versus digital wireframe. So there's gonna be a talk about it. We have some arcade stuff today. For spacecraft arcade, then we've got Arcade Argentinos, DIY arcade scene of Argentina. That's gonna be interesting. I'm gonna interview Henan with some footage, and yeah, that's gonna be exciting. And then we've got Phoebe Watson talking about indigenous culture in games. And then we have a little bit of cooking, a little cooking block. So we're gonna have Jay Palmer making garlic noodles. And Forrest is gonna interview Jay about the work. And then after that, we have a song to commemorate that really good ramen I made by Maze. from Australia. And then, yeah, and then also some cool Dipping Code Kitchen of Hues by Kofi aka Illust Preacher. It's gonna be cool. And Caribbean Spice, we're gonna have people from Jamaica and in the Caribbean talk about their community and their work, which is awesome. Cool. Something in Minecraft and the gallery, and then at the end of this day we got 10 years of Amaze quiz, and people can sign up for that to be in the Zoom call to do the quiz with us together, but everyone can do it also from home, and it's going to be very exciting. Yeah, Kaho, thank you so much for joining. Everyone look up what's your website?
kahoabe.net. Yeah.
Yes. So everyone look Kao up. She makes amazing work. Definitely, if you need some alt controller stuff and everything, you should definitely talk with Kaho. So Kaho, have a wonderful evening in Tokyo. Thank you so much. Everyone else, have a wonderful festival and Amaze, and I'll see you later today as well. So thank you, everyone.
Bye, Zoe.
Hi everyone, my name is Ralph Borland and I'm here at Amaze today, streaming to you from Cape Town, South Africa, in my studio in an area called Woodstock. And I'm here representing my projects African Robots and Spacecraft. My presentation today is about our adventures in wire art around a project called Spacecraft Arcade. So I'm going to explain to you in this presentation some of the work that I do with wire artists in South Africa, and how this led up to a project called Spacecraft Arcade, which is a video game project, an arcade game project in development. And that's one of the links through to Amaze. So to everyone listening, much love, greetings from South Africa on a cold but sunny winter's day, and I hope you're all well. So, I'm an artist. I studied fine art at the University of Cape Town back in the 1990s, and I majored in sculpture. And I got interested then in the use of electronics and combining hand sculpting with some digital processes. And I went and did my master's at a program at New York University called the Interactive Telecommunications Program. Back in 1999, and that's a program that's still going and contributing a lot of people to the world of digital art and interactive art. I'm sure there are some IT peers involved with Amaze or out there listening. And there I really got to grips with how to use microcontrollers and cheap electronic components in order to do interesting things with interaction. And when I came back to South Africa in about 2003, I started teaching what I'd learned at my old art school. I then took a break of 5 years and went and did my PhD in Trinity College in Dublin in an engineering department, where I joined a group called the Disruptive Design Team. And I looked at design for the developing world as one of my topics. So then I came back to South Africa about 10 years ago, and I started doing a project which combined, some of these interests and experiences in art, development and interactive electronics. And the angle that I chose was to work with wire artists. So wire artists are a Southern African, in fact further north as well, but let's start with saying Southern Africa, a Southern African phenomenon in which children make their own toys out of wire. So wire being an available cheap resource. Children make their own wire cars usually. That's the majority of the custom or the modern tradition. And the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, who has a museum of childhood, they have a display about wire cars from Africa, and they date it to the 1950s, mid-20th century, is when children started making their own toys based on buses and trucks that were coming through their areas, often in rural Africa. And I grew up in South Africa and Zimbabwe, and I saw this wire car production happening around me. And in fact, I even made my own wire car when I was, I think, about 13 years old. And I'll show it to you as an example. So this is a little wire car. You may recognize it. I'll see if I can give you a background. Let me grab a DIY background for you. So this is a little wire car. It is what is it? So I can't hear you out there, but I'm going to give you a second to try and guess what this is. Sorry, I'm trying to get my left and right working. So if any of you guessed a Citroen 2CV, the Deux Chevaux, then you win a prize. You're correct. That's exactly what it is. So I was fascinated by these little by Citroen 2CVs and by the practice of wire art. So I made myself this little car out of wire. Now, some children who start out making wire cars as a hobby and to make themselves toys when they didn't have the resources or their parents didn't have the money to buy them toys, they go on as adults to become wire artists who make a living from making and selling wire art in the streets of Southern African cities. So in Cape Town, where I live, when you drive around the city and you come to the traffic lights, there'll be men, it's almost exclusively men, who offer to sell you objects that they've made out of wire that are decorative objects and toys and some functional objects like vases and picture frames, all made out of wire. And all you need to make wire art is some galvanized steel wire from a hardware store, which is cheap, and some pliers, and of course a great deal of experience and expertise that some of these men have been practicing this art their whole lives. So as an artist myself, I one day in 2013 or so got on my bicycle, cycled to the traffic lights, introduced myself to some of the men there, and asked if we could work together on a project to create some interesting wire art. And I wanted to bring some interactive electronics to it. As an idea of the skill that you can see out there, I'm going to show you now another wire car before I get on to the other things that we make. So this is quite large for the screen, but this is an Audi. It's got the Audi symbol on it. Good for you there in Berlin. And let's take a look at this car. So this is a very lovingly rendered sports car made out of wire. And as you can see, it's also got a sound system in it. So it has a Bluetooth radio taken out of a cheap Chinese mass-produced little multimedia speaker unit. And then the wire artist has hacked it, taken apart, and put it into this car. So this is a very well-produced wireframe Audi. And something that really caught my attention with this practice is the way that this handmade wire art reminds one of old school computer wireframe 3D. And that's something that I grew up with. I'm 47 now. I was born in 1974. And when I was as young as probably 7 years old, I was going down to the corner shop where I grew up in Mowbray in Cape Town. We call it the cafe, the corner cafe, which is your sort of general convenience store. And there they had arcade games. And I played some of the really early iconic arcade games like Asteroids, which is one of the first ever arcade games. They had the original cathode ray tube Asteroids game when I was a kid. And I used to go down to the corner shop and play computer games and buy comics. And this was a route into a global Western culture, so through arcade games and comics and these mass-produced kind of, in a way, subcultural, but also pop, mainstream, but with some subversive messages and some like really interesting new and progressive technologies. I was exposed to some of these international trends and images and aesthetics. And as a young child in South Africa, along with many other children around the world, especially in the peripheries, what we call the South, in South Africa, the rest of Africa, Brazil, and Asia, Southeast Asia, all of those kind of places. Children could very well have been exposed to pop culture from the US and Europe through mediums like arcade games. So here I am. That was my childhood. I have a nostalgic relationship to old school computers, as well as to the most recent cutting edge technology in virtual reality and digital processors. And from my position, I thought it was really interesting to see how these handmade wire cars resembled wireframe graphics. And so I thought it would be interesting to play on that. My first attempt at collaborating was to produce a little bird. And if you're interested in seeing videos of these objects in motion, in action, you can visit africanrobots.net. So africanrobots.net. And there you can see videos of objects like this little starling. It's a bird. So the starling is a local bird that you find in the streets of Cape Town. And we first made a starling that ran on a Nokia phone battery, made sounds, and flapped its wings. And this is from 2013. It's no longer functional, as you know, most of the DIY electronic things that we make tend to run out of juice, or I don't maintain them. So they exist as video documentation, and you can see some of that on our website. We've done, you know, more developed birds. So the starling is a bit of a muse of mine. I love the starlings because they're like crows or magpies. They're very nimble, curious, almost robot-like birds. So you can see the starling here, and you can see underneath that it actually was running on a Nokia phone, in a Nokia phone battery in a Nokia phone case, which I then replaced with ordinary batteries. And I wonder, this one might actually have some functionality to it. Oh yeah. So there you go. That's like a little animated bird. So yeah, we've made lots of things. Here's an ant, you know, made like an ant with a custom circuit board. We did a version of this in Brazil where we used toys that we hacked, and we made ants that did like some crazy things. Made quite a few of these that interact. But that's African Robots, and that's an ongoing project. But in about 2015, we split off a sister project called Spacecraft. And Spacecraft really pays particular attention to that old school wireframe aesthetic. And I'll show you some of the source material. So as well as cars, we also have things that you can buy. This is a helicopter, which is quite a iconic form. So design, and with this helicopter, you can move a little. You can move a little lever, and it rotates the propeller of the helicopter. So this is an existing design, like a vernacular design, you could say. I've seen these helicopters being produced for the last 20 or 25 years, and their design varies, but they're all pretty similar. You know, so like jokes or stories or designs for things, you know, people repeat them. This is an aeroplane. You know, so this is an aeroplane from Mozambique, and it has a little battery on the bottom and little propellers. And when you connect it up, I don't know if you can see on the zoom there that the propellers are actually rotating on the airplane. So as well as cars, you have helicopters, airplanes, and I thought, well, what about spaceships? And the reason why I thought about spaceships was because of this wireframe crossover, the analog digital crossover. The Star Wars movies were having their more recent wave of popularity in 2015. Some of the sequels were coming out, or prequels, depending how you categorize them. And I thought, why don't we make some Star Wars spaceships in this wireframe style? I'll download 3D models and we will make some handmade wireframes with them. What I was also doing there was I was reacting to something that happens already in wire art culture, is that some wire art objects that are sold in the street are derived from movie characters. And one of the reasons wire artists do this is that they're riding on the popularity of an existing product. So, for example, the Finding Nemo movies had that little iconic clownfish. And so, one day many years ago, I happened to see this little clownfish for sale at the traffic lights. And it was when the Finding Nemo movies were out on circuit. And I thought, how ingenious, because I saw first one for sale at one traffic light, and then I saw them for sale at another set of traffic lights, and then soon it seemed like the whole city was covered with these little clownfish that wire artists were selling to the public. And it was obviously because it was popular. People liked the fact that you could see this character from a movie and buy it in this other medium. And so I thought that's a really interesting concept. Part of what I intend to do with my project is to increase the markets for wire art to help with employment in a part of the world where there's very little formal employment, and where you have these very ingenious artisans who are self-employed and who make a living from their skills and their wits and their business acumen. And I wanted, as an artist, to interact with these other artists, these informal street artists, and see, could I bring some of my training and my access to this sector and increase the markets for their goods, and also elevate the status of wire art. I think wire art deserves to be in art galleries and museums and taken more seriously in a way for what it is. And the other thing I was responding to with the Star Wars project was the idea of the bootleg or the knockoff. So this is a little card from as you could say, like a pirate Lego, pirate Star Wars Lego product. So made in China, Star Wars-like, but not Star Wars, Space Wars. So that's how we came up with the idea of spacecraft. And I'll show you a little brief presentation in just a few minutes that will show you our logo, which also plays with this idea. But by now you probably want to see the spaceships themselves. So this is an X-Wing, of course, as I'm sure you can tell. I'm going to give you a little background, see if that'll increase the visibility. A very little background. You'll see some photographs of these as well. And if you go to the website spacecraft.africa, then you will see these in some very beautiful photographs. We did some very high resolution photographs. I'm trying to do this kind of reverse mirror maneuvering of these so that you can see what's happening. So this is an X-Wing. You're also welcome when you play with these to make space sounds. Here comes the X-Wing. And what would an X-Wing be without a TIE fighter? So here we have the X-Wing and the TIE fighter, and these are two very finely made wire art renditions based on 3D models that are free 3D models that we downloaded because there's a big community around Star Wars and spacecraft. And they exist as sort of these analog digital things. And here is the Millennium Falcon. So trying to fit this all in the screen for you. This is the Millennium Falcon, and that's one of our larger spaceships. Okay, so let's get to the spacecraft arcade. I'm going to share my screen, and I'm going to show you a little document. So spacecraft, here you can see our logo. So that's actually, I made this lettering, 3D lettering by hand in wire, and then photographed it and vectorized it, turned it into our logo. So it's playing with the idea of a pirate style, which I really like in terms of, you know, living in the South and having experience of North and South, is this way that the South consumes media from the North, but it doesn't do it passively. You know, we copy them, we make our own versions, we feed these back into global culture. And the photograph in the background here is taken like just a few months ago here in Cape Town, of a row of battered arcade game cabinets in a local cafe. We call them cafes, the corner shop. And this is where kids still go and play arcade games. So the concept is I'm not going to show you all this text on this image. So let's see. I'm getting some messages from participants there. I'm going to check those in a sec. But here we can see some beautiful photographs of the wire art.
Yeah.
So just for your interest, these photographs are taken
Okay,
through a process.
I just told him that there were more,
but
I didn't know if you decided differently.
Camera,
So
and then it takes multiple photographs at different depths of field through an object, and then it assembles them into an all-in-focus image. And the reason why we did such a complex way of photographing them is it's actually very difficult to photograph wire art, because in terms of getting your lighting and your depth of field right, you tend to have parts of it in focus, parts of it out. And also backgrounds are quite difficult. So photographing wire art is difficult. And these are some beautiful images that I was helped to take by a photographer friend in his studio. And they're such high resolution that you could print them billboard size. And I would really love to see them printed at that size, because you would then really see the beautiful level of detail in these images. So I don't know if you can see on screen now some of the quality of this wire art. Okay, whoops, okay, too far. I'm going to bring you back in. So this is an image of the original Star Wars cabinet. I'm not sure if you might be blocked by my video, but here you go. You should be able to see the Star Wars cabinet of the original game. So this is the Battle for the Death Star, one of the original Star Wars arcade games back from the mid-1980s. And I literally played this game in my corner shop when I was a kid, probably 10 years old or so. And something that was really amazing at the time, really felt very futuristic, was this vector graphics that they had. So it was cathode ray tube, technology that was rendering the image, and it was being traced. Like asteroids, you could quite clearly see how the cathode ray tube was tracing the graphics. On this, it was these multicolored line 3D, and you could very much get the sense of 3D through this minimal medium. And you were flying down trenches in the Death Star in an X-wing with your targeting system, and you were shooting down TIE fighters and shooting gun towers within the Death Star. And here, so this is the original game. So what I did as a project in 2019 is I made this is a photograph of a real arcade cabinet that I downloaded the plans for the original Star Wars cabinet. We CNC'd our own copy, made vinyl graphics, and produced this arcade game cabinet. And what we did with this is we used it as a way of displaying the spaceships with lighting inside it. So you can see here a photograph of you look in through the arcade screen, and then you can see the sculptures on display. So it's a method of displaying the sculptures. And this is a close-up of the logo, the sort of expanded logo, what I call a tableau, sort of tableau design. And this is myself, and with me is Louis Kaluzi, who is one of my main collaborators on African Robots and Spacecraft, and he's a very talented and skilled wire artist. And he is from Zimbabwe, which is also where I'm from as well. And then part of what has enabled us to now move on to the next stage of this project, which we're embarked on, is we did a really large-scale installation using our processes from Spacecraft. where what you can see in the background is a wall sculpture of the Death Star scenes, where you have 3 panels. On the left, you have the trenches of the Death Star, where my cursor is. So this is some meticulously made 3D forms in wireframe showing the trenches of the Death Star. In the middle, you have a bit of an animated scene where these lights turn on and off, and you see the Death Star being targeted through your heads-up display as if you're an X-Wing. And you see all the other spaceships rendered around it. And then you also have then on the right, the vent in the Death Star, which is where they placed the bomb in 2 movies. Yeah, unbelievably, the Death Star design didn't change to reduce that vulnerability. And this is myself, Lewis, Paddy, and Mark, who are 2 of my design and fabrication collaborators. They have a company called Thinking. So together we worked on this project and installed it in the offices to a corporation in Cape Town. We used virtual reality and 3D modeling. So on the top left here, you can see a scene from inside VR. We then output polystyrene CNC templates, you can see lower left, in which people made copies. This then wire artists, up to 10 wire artists, made wire art based on these copies. Here's me in VR positioning elements of the sculpture in a VR environment in order to design it. Here's Lewis placing wire spaceships within this installation, and then working on the Death Star vent. So through that, we've created assets which we now want to use to take the project to the next level. And this is, where I will, end in this remaining few minutes of this presentation, is to say what we now want to do is we want to create an actual playable arcade game. So instead of our custom cabinet displaying the sculptures, we want it to be a screen where you would have the screen. And we want to use the work that we've done in creating wireframe spaceships. We've already photogrammetry scanned some of our wireframe spaceships and brought them back into 3D. We want to clean up those models, create a game environment, and then allow someone to play a simple game of Star Wars similar to the original game, but now the vector graphics will all be wire art. So basically you'll see binding and wire structures, and you'll be piloting wire spaceships through a wire environment. And we'll also have a sound system within the arcade game. So it's an important part of some video games is sound. And for ours particularly, we play on dub and reggae culture. We're all into that, myself and the wire artists. And it's one of our reference points and motifs for our work is dub with its heavy bass sound. And in Zimbabwe, there's a word in Shona called chindanga, and chindanga is the name for a big boombox or a sound system. And so we want this to be our spacecraft arcade chindanga, meaning that when you play it, you'll get an awesome sound sensation coming from it. And also, even if someone's not playing it, it will run on demo mode, and you should be able to select tracks as if on a jukebox. I mean, I used to, when I didn't have any money as a kid, I used to go down to the arcade and pretend I was playing the arcade games. And also you would, when you enter your name, if you get a high score, you do this like scrolling through this list. So that's what we want to create, is a real playable arcade game in which the elements have been replaced with wire art. And we will have completed this complete loop that goes from being inspired by an international arcade game, making our own copies through a local media, scanning those and bringing them back into a digital environment, and then making a playable game of that. And we will have performed this Southern translation of a Western product. So that's our intention. And if anybody wants to speak to me about this project and wants to be involved, or would like to support it, because that's part of what we're looking for too, is support to execute this work, you can contact me at ralph.borland@gmail.com. You can find my Instagram, which is Ralph Borland, Borland. AfricanRobots.net has a contact page. Spacecraft.africa has a contact page. We're basically got YouTube channels, Instagram, Facebook. We're all over that. So please feel free to reach out, and I hope that you've enjoyed this presentation. And thank you to Thorsten for inviting me, and to Zoraida, and to Sebastian, and to everyone else who is helping to make this happen. Thanks Spike as well for your support here. And I think that's probably it from me. Thank you very much.
Oh, Jesus. Ah, wait. What's the time? Oh, I think we missed the beginning. Good morning, everyone. Glad to have you here. Oh, Jesus. You are right.
Oh, Flaminguito! Oh my god. If flamingos could talk, am I right? Flaminguito? Oh, Jesus.
Good morning, everyone, to day 4 of Amaze.
Oh wow, day 4 already.
Already.
Jeez.
Who are you again?
That's a good question. Wait, do I have an ID? Actually, I myself.
No, you are Santi, the Berlin-based web developer.
Oh shit, true. I'm fucking fabulous. I remember.
So tell me
now.
something about myself.
Fabulous too.
So I'm Gerion, and we're really glad to have you all here for today. It's day 4, and coming up next, we'll have a really, really funky presentation of people of the... Wait, let me check. Right, Argentina in 2012. People were just fed up with not having arcades. They wanted to have arcades. So what they did is they founded this whole DIY arcade building club, where they're just like, it's a culmination of all different kinds of people, young kids who want to play on big machines, adults who love to tinker with electronics. And we're gonna hear from Hernan Saez, and he's gonna talk about how that whole thing happened.
Sounds amazing.
So stay tuned for that.
All right, let's do it.
Hey, hello everyone. Welcome back to the stream. I hope you enjoyed the previous one about wire art and arcades in South Africa. And I'm here today with Henan, all the way from Argentina. It's very, very early there, so thank you for getting up so early today just for us to be in the stream live with us, to give an extra liveness to this. Welcome to Amaze. Henan.
Oh, thank you very much.
How are you doing?
Good. I think I'm awake now.
Awake. Same.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah. What time is it at the moment?
It's 7:12.
7:12. You got up an hour early. Yeah, in the morning. So thanks so much. Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I'll go to sleep up after this again.
Oh, okay.
There's no problem. Yeah.
Okay, phew. And it's a Saturday, so and you got some big stuff planned for today. But hey, can you tell me a little bit more about yourself?
I'm Hernan Saez. I'm part of Videogamo. It's a studio here in Argentina that has been making games since 2010. And it's a part of, and we're part of a movement of do-it-yourself arcade machines that it's happening here, among other studios. I'm a designer. I'm also a graphic artist, and a little bit of everything, along with Maximo Balestrini, who's programmer and designer in Videogamo, and Paloma, with the social media and production and stuff.
Awesome. So I think I met you like 2 years ago in Buenos Aires when I was there for Gaia. And you were actually, I remember going to this place somewhere not near where we were. Basically, we had to get a taxi, and it was a very adventurous ride basically to get there. I entered this room, and there were like loads of people back when it was still possible, and there was this this arcade cabinet, and there was another like old controller game, it looked like, and I was like, oh, this is so amazing. Like, where did I go through a portal and I ended up in Argentina in this awesome space with like all these people playing these
Yeah.
wonderful games.
Yeah.
And earlier today we had a talk about arcades, also do DIY arcade culture also in South Africa, and I actually wanted to connect more people from around the world to see what they're up to, and I was thinking about the portal that I went through in Argentina like last in 2019, and
Yeah.
I was really looking forward yeah, to hear more about that and talk to you about what's happening in Argentina, because you and your team and other people are working on all these DIY arcades, and there is like so much happening. And yeah, I'm super interested. So yeah, can you tell a little bit more about like the scene, how that started actually?
Yeah. Well, the place that you went was a world tournament of Nave,
Oh,
one of the games. Yeah, it was a party and a world tournament of one of the games, Nave. Well, the scene started like in 2012, uh, when some arcades started to popping out slowly. Um, mm, First there was a Nave, then there were other games by other teams. Uh, I can name the games, but there are many of them. Capitan Menopausia, Cacabor, eh, Fuga, Jupitron, Mad Rollers, Nave, many games that starting to popping out because at that time there weren't many like gatherings. There weren't any arcades and stuff. We don't have a we have we have a small story of video games, and we have some story some backstory in Argentina about arcade scene, but not made here. Like originally, we have a story of, but we have a story of people going to the arcades and being like an unusual thing. So there was a culture like in the 80s and the 90s, and then there wasn't anything else. There were a few arcades originals made in Argentina, like Truco, that it's an arcade based on a classic car game that was made into an arcade here in Argentina, and there were other like mods of other games, like but putting like national cars. Like there was this pole position game, but then uh, like electronic engineer here like modified it and put a local car and everything. That kind of stuff was here in Argentina prior to 2010, but after 2012, these are like nomad arcade machines with different kinds of games starting to appear, and it looks like people was really eager to like play again publicly and meet people and compete with people like in any regular arcade uh, situation scene or market uh, where that's the one of the basic things of the format, right? The fact of going to a public place, finding a game and playing with other people that you don't know. So that thing with one game, then another game, and then another game popped up, and that brought players. So that started to build like a scene with also with like the players that regularly started to uh, go to places to play those games that are not most of them available anywhere else, and that took the we made friends with other teams, and there were also like the chiptune scene that also joined us, and we joined them, and so that these all these parties and events started to appear, and the players. So between these events and musicians uh, and developers and the players that are very important, regular players competing and playing and having fun. That um, made like the basics of the kind of underground scene that it's happening here nowadays.
Hmm. And this is all in Buenos Aires, right?
Yes, big part of it is in Buenos Aires, and then there are a few other machines like in other smaller cities. But yeah, the basic movement is in Buenos Aires. But we've been touring with the games around Argentina, so it's trying to make it more like wide, and
Hmm.
also visited other neighbor countries. And but yeah, the base is in Buenos Aires.
And are these cabinets repurposed cabinets, or are these cabinets that people made themselves? Like, how does that? How did that work?
It's a mixture. It's like some games have are recycled clone cabinets from the first era that I told you about. Uh, that with the monitor of the time, the CRT of the time. Other ones are like uh, specially built cabinets with a CRT computer monitor. Others are like have TVs, CRT TVs inside. So so it's a mixture of recycled and reused arcades and specially made ones. There's also, for example, the Cacabor that is uh, a pinball. So it's made with parts of other pinballs. There's a foosball that it's also made like the figures are made especially for the game, and but the table was a project that the developers of Trucho Toys had from back from when they went to high school. So they mixed uh, that with newly made figures. So it's very diverse. But yes, the basic is like there's one per arcade. There's not two arcades that are the same, and there are low budget recycled um, cabinets that look pretty good.
Cool. I think, do we have like a little bit of a video? Like, can we do like 1 minute of the video that you collected so that we have a little bit of a idea of what the things look like,
Right.
which would be um, scene arcade bar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. The volume is low, so we can talk over it if you want. Excellent. So what you're seeing there is at first these underground parties with chiptune and um, everything else, and then there are some public events, and I'm distracted because so is freezed. But
I'm frozen.
frozen. Yeah. Okay. Now you're not frozen. Okay. So uh, and yeah, what we are seeing is a little bit of these first initial underground that are still happening, not now, but have been happening, and then some public events that we have in different places, uh, like for people that are not freaks or like we are. It's like for people that for kids and families and stuff. We made a lot of those
For the general
events.
public.
Yeah, the general public that we love those. Uh, we we, um, we love the situation of having the arcades in public places that people don't know that are going to be there or what is going to happen, and then you stumble upon the arcades and they play. So and then there are I don't remember, but there's stuff, because also part of the of the scene that is happening here is the replay magazine that you maybe see some footage, that it's a magazine with classic games, but they also cover like local story of local arcades and computer development. And it's like a ecosystem with the people reading about the games, maybe living in another city, then coming here playing, and or we going there. And so that's interesting. Maybe you'll see some footage of that. And then they cover every game that it's uh, but it's like it's a very similar public. So it's a printed magazine, and that's so cool. We love making all this physical stuff, and that's one more. And and then there's also footage of the arcade bus TV series
Yeah,
that will
I
come up.
that's yeah, there's a an arcade bus. Like that's super interesting. Like what was this bus about? Like what, how did that work?
Um, well, we like I say, we make games, but we are also part as players of the regular arcade bar scene. And so uh, of all the scene of developers and players, with many of us have become friends. So we regularly, beyond the other gigs, we go to arcades and play together, and we have talks with other developers. And in one of those chats that we were having, like while having a drink and playing, we said like it would be so cool to have a bus to put all the arcades inside, and make like a moving arcade. Um, and but that's, the kind of idea that, yeah, but who has the bus and who will pay for this?
Mm-hmm.
Those ideas that you have, that that someday will come. But then there was like the possibility of there was uh, the possibility of presenting an idea for documentary about games. And
Yeah.
I knew this company, production company, Mulata Films, that it's from here, that are friend of ours. So we told them like, hey, we have this idea of the arcade going around Argentina. So they made a project around it for a TV series. And that was good because, being a series, there will be money to buy the bus, or rent it, or whatever. So they presented the project, and it was a prize, and they won. So we got to buy the
Wow.
bus and modified it. And then it basically ended up being like more like of an educational uh, TV show,
Mm-hmm.
4-part educational TV show, like not also touring around and showing people playing and stuff, but also um, talking about how to make arcades, and making people make them. And we also like took an arcade, like empty arcade uh, cabinet, that we put a TV inside, and a computer. And so while we were touring around with the bus, we were like gathering games from the different communities
Okay.
in the road. So we also had that. And yeah, that was 2019. Like that was like right before you came to
Mm-hmm.
Argentina. And then
Okay.
last year they aired. And yeah, it was a great adventure. And we try to make like the things that we'd like to see. And it was like, oh yeah, we'd love to be in our town, and then a bus arrives, and there are arcades inside, and you get to play
Yeah.
them. So we made it possible. We could achieve that dream. But then the pandemics came, so everything was shut down. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Next is a boat, or I don't know what will.
That's so,
Yeah,
yeah, that would
or
be so cool. And
transport
you can,
a
yeah,
plane.
you can come to Europe also with it.
Yeah,
Um, talking about like the pandemic, but I know that like when we talked about this a little bit before, you had the Nave arcade,
right.
and there's world tournaments happening, and also last year that, yeah, that could not really happen, I guess, but you still did some stuff with Nave. But can you tell a little bit more about Nave arcade, what it is and what the tournament is about?
Right. Nowadays, in Videogon we have two games that we have been showing around for the past years. One is Double Tone, that it's a console for parties with knobs and stuff that you can fool around with, and that we took internationally because it's small. But prior to that, we have Nave from 2012. That yeah, for the time we had a shooter space shooter game that we had, a black and white space shooter game that we had, and then we decided to put it in arcade just for one presentation. But then it like people getting to got interested in this game that wasn't anywhere else, but and people wanted like to compete uh, in it. So we started to tour around with Nave, like anywhere we were invited, we'd go to the that gig, but we also said like let's make a tour out of it. So every gig we get invited to, we it's one more date of the tour. So now we're at date 175. We made a lot of presentations, most of them like in the first 3 years, and so and another thing that we made many things like uh, for example these tournaments that you went to the seventh tournament, I think. So we made one per year, and in those tournaments are like basically designed for all the players that maybe don't get together at the same time playing the arcade in different events. They get together in the same place at the same time, so they get prizes and T-shirts. All we don't have uh, uh, we don't have merchandise to sell. All the merchandise that we do is you have to earn it, like win games and stuff. So that's something that players like. So that part of why they compete. And so we've been touring around. Went to Chile with it. We crossed the border, the Andes, with a car and the trailer, and we traveled like 1,000 kilometers for that. We went to the north of Argentina, and when the pandemic started, we stopped touring till today. That will be the first presentation after 1 year and a half, and we didn't do any presentations, but what we did for Amaze in 2020, that I guess that
Yeah.
was what we are talking about. We, as we always travel with Double Tone around, we went to GDC, Tokyo Game Show, to every show and stuff. But Nave, we never took it anywhere. So for this presentation with Amaze, we said, okay, let's show Nave, showcase it. Like people cannot play it because it's far away, but we can show it, explain it, uh, play a little bit, and then we had the idea of instead of just showing it, we built a robot controller, so you can basically there's a camera and this controller, so you from your computer or your smartphone or whatever, you can see the screen of the arcade and move the sticks. Uh, so we prepared that for Amaze last year for the Game On uh, showcase, and that's now that's fun. That was funny, and that was weird at the same time because It's like kind of an experiment that will keep on improving. But it was cool because we as the game you cannot play it on the machine. We felt that we were not breaking the rule, so
Uh-huh.
that that was fun, and that was like a kind of also for the real player, were like was like a new challenge to learn how to play through the computer because there's some a little lag and stuff.
Yeah.
So we
Because
ended.
can you explain a little bit what you have to do? Because we're looking at footage now on the stream,
Mhm.
um,
What you do in
and
the game,
what to do in the game. Yes, so
right?
people know a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, the game is the format is a classic space shooter game, right? But it's never the same. It's procedural, all the how the ships come and stuff.
Mhm.
So you have to survive. There's a clock that it's the timer is the score, and you have to survive as much as you can, like a regular runner and stuff. The difference with this game is that you have a few classic power ups like energy or the bomb to clear all the screen. But then there's another power up that is the part, like in the classic arcade shooters, that you maybe grab a power up that enlarges your ship, and you can like now have more shooting power. So in Nave, we took that to the limit of the screen. So the Nave, the ship gets really big. It has like it's not just one or two or three power ups. It's like 25 that you have to get big. But every time that you get hit, one of those parts are missed. So you get like bigger and smaller and bigger and smaller, and you have to survive. And through what happened is that you don't have lives. It's just the the energy. And with that, what happened is like the game wasn't designed for the game was designed like for being played for 20 minutes in that original presentation that we made
Yep.
the arcade for. But then the
Hmm.
players started to uh, uh, play better and play better, and now like like the highest score of the game, that it's all in the same machine, is like 4 hours, and for real hours of people
For
playing,
real hours. Yeah.
right?
So it
So
was
that's the
originally
game.
20 minutes, and then now people, and now it's the challenge with the tournament, right? Also, like how long, like what's the longest you can play? I remember that like you had to when we were there, we had to you had to sign up to be playing it,
Right,
and that people were actually waiting to be able to play it, but there was like this one very good player, so he wouldn't stop. So
right.
everyone was still on the waiting list for like, so like I know that some of us, like, we left because we couldn't wait, we had to be there somewhere else on the next day, so we couldn't wait to actually get our time slot in there, so
But
that was, it was fun. Yeah.
you did well because you went there like it was a Saturday
Yeah.
evening, and
Hmm.
the tournament went straight till Monday 2 a.m.
Wow. Okay.
So
Yeah.
you were right of leaving. Yeah, what is
Yes.
happening is that
Okay.
the tournaments are like getting like longer and longer because there are more good players. That
Yeah.
maybe it's like party and many players play, and then this good player starts, and it's 4 hours of that
Yeah.
player, and so people
Yes.
like sleeps, and uh, it's like a, yeah, like a festival, like a Woodstock of Nave.
Yeah, that's super cool. We were on the stream. There was footage of Nave and of the players. Yeah, I think we have to wrap it up. Is there any closing remarks you want to do about you, or where they can find stuff, or your
No, yeah,
educates?
yeah. We'd like to for people to know more about the scene. I have a tiny URL. If I don't know if you can share that, so people have a, because we made like a database of all the arcades and the types of arcades and links
Mm-hmm.
and everything. I don't know who should I.
We we can share it on Twitter and
Okay,
in the discords
okay.
for
So
sure.
wait just a second that I lost you. Okay, so yes, we follow Videogamo on Twitter. It's at Videogamo, I think. Yeah, and we're preparing a post, like a whole thread about the arcade scene,
Yep.
and I like to to finish to name all the developers, that because we're just one part of the
Yeah.
scene,
Yeah. Yeah. Go
and
ahead.
I like to name them. Okay, so it's
Mm-hmm.
all the developers are Tumba Games, Shitty Games, Jupitron, Trucho Toys, Waman Studio, Andrés Borghi, Army of One, Los Punga de Villamartelli, Tomás Pernich, Placeholder Studio, people from Playland, that it's made the original Truco arcade. And then I like to name and thank also because there's also in Brazil and Uruguay there's some also arcades there. And I like to name Space Giraffe from Brazil and Plastic Dreams in Uruguay, because the thing is growing. So other countries are in the area also making arcades. And also thank because we have two foreign games. We have the Octopad from Patrick Lemieux and Stephanie Boluk, and
Yep.
Line Waller from Robin Van Garden.
Mm-hmm.
So they left us a copy of each game. So they, when we make gigs and stuff, we also have these guests with us.
Yeah.
So I want to, yeah, say hi to everyone that will be watching or is watching this video.
Awesome. Okay, thank you so much for your insights and also your work in the arcade scene and making all of that happen. It's super cool. And everyone, you look at the bus documentary thing and yeah, look up Videogamo and more arcades. Yay! So thank you so much, Anan. And then yeah, enjoy sleep well and have a
Yeah.
good Nave first Nave arcade event again. And talk to you later.
Okay.
Thanks,
Thank you very
everyone.
much. And thank you, to see you soon.
Bye.
Natama natok linyong kurmuk, natok merengera gundij, natok laka pigro. Hi everybody, my name is Phoebe and today I'll be talking about my perspectives on Aboriginal culture and video games and the experience that I've had personally in working with community on content for game development. Before I continue, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that I'm filming on today, the Wurundjeri peoples of the Kulin Nation, and pay my respects to elders past and present. I'd also like to pay my respects to all the custodians that you are all gathered on today as well. Just as a little bit of background, I'm a proud Indigenous woman of the Yarragundish clan of the Maar Nation. I was born in Warrnambool, which is on the south coast of Victoria, all the way in Australia. I have been extremely blessed to have been taught my culture from my father my entire life. I grew up dancing, learning language and stories. But I also grew up playing video games, and now I have successfully graduated with a bachelor's degree in game design and working with companies locally in Melbourne and internationally. Currently, I'm working in a few roles. For over 2 years now, I have been working with Dragon Bear Studios on their first title, Enchanted. Enchanted is a fantasy co-op adventure inspired by our Indigenous Australian culture, specifically of the Maar Nation. Players discover magical potions, serve otherworldly guests, and pacify monsters to overcome the evil wizard. With my help, the team has been able to capture Indigenous culture in many aspects of the game, in the story, the characters, the music, and even in the game mechanics. Another role of mine is working as a writer for Star Stable Entertainment on their new project, Curie. My role is a writer to help build the world, characters, and creatures through an Indigenous perspective. By including many people of different backgrounds to the storytelling and world building of your game, you get some very unique and creative ideas. Finally, I'm working with Guck as the lead game designer, working on an unannounced Indigenous-led project. Unfortunately, right now I actually can't say a lot about the game, but it's going to be very exciting and it's so awesome to be part of an Indigenous-led project. I wanted to share how important it is to have Indigenous culture included in games, along with the sensitivities that come with that. I hope my talk can be a kind of starting point for everyone to think about the opportunities it can create. Not just sharing stories or history, but also creating those opportunities for Indigenous people within the industry, from Indigenous game devs to including Indigenous people in the process of making games. Before I go any further, I would really like to recognize that I have been taught my culture since I was a child, and this is a major, major privilege. As I know, many Indigenous people unfortunately didn't have the same opportunities myself, and I have to share what I have learnt through a new medium that I have loved since I was a kid, games. The first point that I wanted to address comes from the beginning of my journey into the industry and working with Indigenous culture. When working with the community, my father warned me to be conscious of the fact that I have been privileged to have culture taught to me as I grew up. But some Indigenous people didn't have this opportunity. So I should be very, very sensitive when approaching people as to not upset anybody. Unfortunately, not everyone is given the same opportunity and access to resources to learn their own cultures. There's been historical events that have disturbed this and many other factors that go into it. But what I'd really like to get across here is that if you're interested in creating a game using Indigenous culture, it's really important to be mindful of people's personal histories. You don't have to know their personal histories, but just being aware that some people may not know anything about their culture, and Indigenous people don't know everything about their own culture either. We don't want to create a culture of exploiting Indigenous stories and law for financial gain in this industry, but rather help respect, preserve, and share one of the oldest living cultures on the planet in Australia and cultures all over the world as well. Once you've decided you would like to include Indigenous culture in your project, it's important to do some research into who you'll need to consult with. For example, there are hundreds and hundreds of clans and language groups throughout Australia. Many groups, even those who are neighbouring to one another, have completely different cultural stories for maybe the same kind of event. So one example is that a lot of Indigenous stories actually have different genders for the moon or the sun. Some clan tribes it is a man, and for some maybe it's a woman. So you can see how if you speak to one group, you can quickly recognize that we're not all homogenous or the same. So when it comes to thinking about what kind of content you want in your game or where you're getting your stories and inspirations from, you really need to think about who you should be consulting with. So you really need to take into consideration where the game's being made. I think it's really important to acknowledge that the lands that the game is being made of, and also which part thoughts and which areas specifically it's inspired by. For Enchanted, my thoughts were that because the game is being created out of Melbourne, it's appropriate for us to consult with the peoples of the cooler nations. So we are consulting with some elders from Wurundjeri clan, but when it came to where these inspirations would come from, as a member of the Yarragoodis clan, myself, that's where the game's cultural content will be focused on. That was my background, and I thought it would be the easiest to bring my own cultural knowledge and support from my elders as well to help with the creation of the game. And yeah, so whenever I would like to use inspiration from home or any language words, I'll consult with my elders from down home and make sure they're up to date with everything that's happening. It also depends on what Indigenous stories and places around Australia or anywhere in the world that you'd like to take inspiration from. If you decide to create a game around Uluru, it would be a fantastic idea. Well, more than fantastic, you will need to consult with elders and community from that region. Before I continue, a lot of my examples may be from Australia, but it is applicable to anywhere around the world, essentially. So wherever you're getting inspiration from that has any kind of cultural ties or knowledge to it, go and consult with that community and those people. One thing that's probably not often thought about is making connections with your consultants, like real human people connections. And one of the best ways to make connections is to meet people in person. I know Indigenous people and elders put a lot of value in making connections. And being in person really is the best way to do it. I know we have technology that lets us meet face to face online, but it's just a different experience being there in person with somebody. So go and meet any elders who will be taking the time to consult for your project in person if this is possible. I know there can be travel barriers, especially with like COVID and financial travel barriers. But if you can potentially hire somebody in your team that you trust to go to that location for you, or just do what you can to make it work. Completely understandable, this is not you need to do this otherwise it will fail kind of deal, but it is really important to make these strong connections because you will benefit from it. Everyone will benefit from it. So yeah, when I'm doing my consultations with my elders, I will discuss with my consultants about the game, what we're aiming for, the kind of feel, showing pictures and videos, and even getting them to play if you have any kind of demos ready. And if you're consulting around Indigenous knowledge, a lot of your consultants will be elders, so people who may generally not play games a lot. So it's really important that you take the time to make sure that they understand what this game is about, just so they know the context that their culture will be sitting in. It may take a little bit longer to explain, and just keep in mind that very simple terms to us like RPG, first shooter, like MMO, like it's not going to make sense to people who aren't gamers. So just keep that in mind. And at the end of my consultations, I offer them the opportunity to suggest what they might like to see presented in the game in terms of their culture. Even if your game may have a completely different direction or it's not really what you're going for and you're not sure that these people may be able to suggest something that's worthwhile, like I promise you, you really don't know. You may receive a suggestion that works really well and can help spread cultural awareness and social issues. We have had some fantastic consultations for Enchanted where the elders have suggested something that maybe was the original idea was suited for something else, but we've been able to rework that into something for the game that has actually worked really, really well. So just keep an open mind and keep conversation flowing. Yeah, And it's especially important to keep the people you're consulting with involved throughout the entire process of the game, not just at the beginning, not just one check-in at the end once you're done, and not randomly in the middle, throughout the entire process. If you're a creative and you know the creation of things is not linear and things will change over the course of the production. So just because certain content and presentation of certain culture is acceptable in one scenario, if your game changes, the content around that has also changed, and that original cultural content that might be perceived differently now. If there are any changes around the game, just check in with your consultants, tell them what's changed, maybe why, and just show them again the context that their content is sitting in. Um, So yeah, this is why it's important to keep them involved and up to date throughout the entire project through the whole time. You don't have to spell out every design choice or change, but periodically keep them updated. And you can use these check-ins as kind of like a ending to an iteration for the game before you start the next one. It's a good time where you can cross off what's good to go, what's been approved, and what maybe needs to be changed in the next iteration. This will all help you avoid getting to the end, going through a last consultation, and discovering that things aren't presented correctly or it's inappropriate in some way. So it's just saving you essentially having to go change it. And it's also saving from any backlash or any issues that arise after the release of the game as well. So it's just a really good thing to keep in mind and to get in the habit of doing as well. But in the end, there might be people who are unhappy with what you've created, but opinions will always be varied, as in any community with any game. You could have die-hard fans for a certain series of games absolutely hate the latest game. So as long as you've done the right thing with your consultations, everything will be okay. But yeah, as I said earlier, there are hundreds of tribes all over Australia and all over the world. And when it comes to stories, there are crossovers and different stories for the same kind of like creatures or events or lore. So a suggestion that I could make to really avoid that kind of maybe incorrect backlash or people who are unhappy is just to make it really clear is to where the culture that you've included has come from. Make it very clear who you have collaborated with and where those inspirations have come from. Again, just be aware as well that there is some stories and knowledge that is sacred to Indigenous peoples all over the world. There is knowledge that we do not share, processes, stories, anything. There is also knowledge that is men or women's business and that is not to be shared between either side as well. So yeah, just being aware that those things exist and just tread carefully and respectfully. And yeah, as long as you've consulted and you've taken the time and it's done in a respectful manner, it's really good. By including Indigenous culture in games, it has absolutely so many benefits. It's a way of non-Indigenous people to learn something about Indigenous culture in a completely different form. And yeah, this doesn't apply to Australian Aboriginal culture, but every culture in the world. We have access to games developed from all sides of the earth, and we have the opportunity to learn and experience a little piece of another culture without traveling, without leaving the comfort of your own home. Today's games are hugely westernized, and when we look at the major games like fantasy, action adventure, RPGs, MMOs, when you break it down, each of these genres, you can 100% intertwine culture, indigenous culture, into any of these genres. Imagine an action adventure game about exploring and finding artifacts in the Australian outback, or a fantasy game using indigenous monsters and creatures and lore. these are the worst ideas. They're not very inventive or creative, but imagine what you could come up with when you've got months, when you've got time, when you are probably thinking, brainstorming with fellow creatives and fleshing out ideas and getting input from community. Um, the outcomes are insanely unprecedented, and I think there's some really awesome game inspiration there. And fortunately, more games are being released from developers with different backgrounds and ideas. We're starting to see those different cultural flavors, and we're getting some really unique games out of it. We have a major opportunity to have culture expressed through video games. And if you ask me what some of the games are out there that exist right now, that are inspired by or based around Indigenous Australian culture, I couldn't give you a confident answer. I can give you an answer, but not like if you asked me about the most popular first-person shooter games or the most popular fantasy games. Like I said, these games exist, but there are very few of them out yet. But this is an opportunity for you to create a new game. And with that opportunity comes more opportunities. And it's an opportunity for education across so many different groups of people, not just for younger kids or teens to engage with culture, but for people who haven't had access or don't have access to knowledge about culture, about their own culture. It's also an opportunity for awareness around cultural and social issues as well. And this could be a huge step into breaking down stereotypes and closing the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people. A major inspiration of mine and many other people I know is the game Never Alone, developed by Upper One Games and Eline Media. If you haven't heard about it, it's a game about a young Inupiat girl, apologies if I cannot pronounce that right, who braves a blizzard with her fox friends to find her tribe. The developers work with Alaska Native storytellers and develop a game that is unique and full of traditional lore and culture. Now, the favorite part about this game for me is that it's narrated in native language entirely. You're guided through the story as you play as the young girl and the fox to overcome monsters and the terrain. The game is so rich in culture and is accessible to virtually the entire world, and not just those traditional peoples where the stories come from. And it was told in such a beautiful way, and this story is now preserved forever in the form of this video game. Virtual Songlines by Bilby Studios creates virtual experiences for ancient Indigenous culture. Amongst other projects, they've also made cultural survival games where you must learn the cultural practices to survive. With the creation of these serious games, it goes beyond just entertainment and enjoyment. It has created a new format for holding documented information about Australia's Indigenous culture. It gives an unprecedented opportunity for anyone to experience firsthand what it's like to live as an Indigenous person prior to colonisation. This type of game not only shares and documents Indigenous culture, but it could provide an opportunity for Indigenous people who have never had the opportunity to learn their own culture, a chance to experience it through an interactive platform. Not only does the use of games with Indigenous content embed culture and knowledge into modern society, but it also creates many new job opportunities for Indigenous people by getting them involved and asking them to share their knowledge and be a part of the process and creating the game and bringing the stories to life. We can create more jobs. It can also be a cultural expression for those who do not know how. Sharing culture is a part of what keeps cultures alive. Paintings, stories, and songs are all traditional means of sharing culture and knowledge. Writing books and journals and language dictionaries as well. But cultures need to evolve and adapt. And although games, and specifically video games, may not be a traditional means of sharing, these video games can be a thriving technique in embedding culture into the modern world. And to do all of this, it is so important to get help from everyone. I know many people might be sitting and listening to me talk, thinking that this might not apply to them because they're not Indigenous, or they're kind of scared to approach the idea of putting culture into games. But the fact is, unfortunately, we can't do it alone. We need the help of everybody to bring our stories to life And as long as everything is approached and presented in a safe, respectful manner, there's an abundance of untouched content, and the potential is unlimited. And it can sound really scary, but if you are open and honest with your consultants and just say, look, I don't know, how we want to go about this, or what can I do to help you, to bring this thing to life. So yeah, just keep very open and honest conversation, and we'll help out. We'll work together. And yeah, as creatives, we have so much influence over human culture and behaviors and ways of thinking. And the best example of that I came up with, I'm sure there's more, and there are many of them, is Fortnite and the whirlwinds that Fortnite had on kids with the dances, bringing back old dances and sharing new dances. It has spread across the globe thanks to its worldwide popularity and accessibility. People who have never played the game know the dances and see where it's from. My dad is perfect example of this. He hates when I talk about it, but he loves to do these silly dances. Doesn't know exactly where they've come from, but all the kids recognize it and they think it's hilarious. Yeah, so new cultures of cosplay and communities have stemmed from people having shared interests and loves for games. Imagine what we could achieve in society if we further explore the great potential of including Indigenous themes into games. If you're not into creating things and just love the experiences that games brings, or you just love to consume and enjoy art forms of any kind, and you believe in the sharing and of culture and diversity of all kinds are important to you, then get around these projects, right? Rally your friends, your family, tell everyone about the games you're playing and the comics you're reading, and just really support these smaller creators or the projects that are showcasing and sharing Indigenous culture. All of this goes towards making experiences that are more enjoyable for everyone to play and for everyone to see a bit of themselves in as well. We can have new experiences, we can have familiar experiences, we can have pretty much whatever we want with games. So yeah, thank you so much for listening to me talk. I hope it has been some kind of insightful, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much for listening.
Yeah, where's your makeup team?
Hello everybody, welcome to Amaze Berlin. Today, here from Urban Spree Live, it's my last moderation and I have a wonderful and special guest, Jay Palmer for the live cooking show. Hello Jay, how are you?
Hey, I'm good, how are you?
Good, good, good. Let's not talk about us, me.
All right.
No, yeah, it was a very, very nice evening last night. So nice celebration, and it was long. It was very long. We had a lot of stuff to discuss because about the award show and how it was running, and so it was suddenly it was 5, and I went home at 6, went to bed for a few hours, and then back into the studio. That's why I'm looking a little bit red in my face, so hopefully not too bad. Jay, you look great, and you probably slept well and long.
Yeah, I
No
didn't go to
party?
the party.
So
No.
you prepared for the cooking?
I think so, yep.
So you wanna cook garlic noodles.
Mm-hmm.
What is the
I'm
story
stoked.
behind? Nice. I like garlic.
Me too, I'm gonna use a whole clove, or bulb, I mean. Yeah, for a long time I've had a gluten-free diet because I thought it ran in my family, but I got tested and found out that I actually don't have a gluten problem, so I've been very much enjoying all the gluten since then. And I play The Sims a lot, and in The Sims 4 there's this dish called garlic noodles that you can make, and even though it's like really low res and looks kind of weird, I always thought it looked really tasty. So it was one of the first things like that I made with gluten to eat, and it's very tasty.
And this above your head, this is something what you created.
No, this is a snap filter. Like
Oh,
from
really?
Snapchat.
It's okay.
I was gonna make one myself, but I was like, I wonder if someone else has made one. And this one's really good, right?
Yeah, it's great. I also want to have something like that. So so you throw garlic into the pan, and oh yeah, first you have to cut it. Yes.
Yeah. And peel it, which takes a while.
Mm.
Let's make that.
Is it not that garlic that I mean, you eat it, and then you can't go out anymore? So because everybody's like, it's a little bit too much. But
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I know that garlic is. I couldn't eat garlic for almost, I don't know, 10 years. I don't know why. Because I couldn't smell it really. But suddenly, I also discovered a dish. It's just broccoli with garlic. And I put it into a pan, and then it just goes for whatever, half an hour in the pan with a little bit of soy sauce, and then garlic. And it's so delicious. And I just, yeah, it came back now, the taste of garlic. Now I really love it. And also because somebody told me it's very, very important, especially when you're getting old. You have to eat garlic. It's good for your brain and for your blood. And yeah, I'm almost 50, so I have to take care now about my health. So I'm not young anymore.
Yeah, that garlic dish with broccoli sounds really good. I make something like that sometimes too, with also a little bit of ginger. Super.
So
good.
you cook a lot at home?
Oh yeah, a lot.
And you also create a lot of games, right? So
Yeah.
since when we since when we know each other, I don't know, but I think it's
It's gonna be longer
I
than
think
5 years.
2013 or something like that. You also been
Yeah,
part
maybe.
of the Amaze Fest. I don't know.
I think it was because.
Yeah, I'm not so sure when it was. You know, can you remember? Because I just always have this in my mind that you are working on some kind of electronics and not brain waves and VR and something like that. And you do research at the Charité. Something like that was in my mind. It's kind of.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but it's a long, long time ago. I don't know when it was, but I mean also Fever, the game, what should be in the Amaze space to play. It's also about brain, right?
Yeah. So like at work I do like more serious scientific brain stuff, and I think the thing that you're referring to about the VR and the EEG, like the brainwave stuff, is some of the projects we do at work. You wear these like headbands that sense your brain data, like your brain makes electrical activity while it's communicating with itself, and you can kind of read that with like passively with a device.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can use that as an input for games. So you can kind of tell like how relaxed someone is or how stressed someone is by that electrical activity, and then you can make an experience that's like using that information. So I was also doing that in virtual reality. Those things can kind of work together. A lot of stuff on your head and face.
Yeah.
And yeah, I almost did a workshop at Amaze, I think around 2013 or 2014 about it, but I think something happened with one of the spaces and we like lost the physical space to do it in, so I think we just put it off. And yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. I have a bad memory. Something like that.
Yeah. And I was also very happy that you joined the Amaze Train Jam. It was 2020, the VR chat one.
That was so fun. Oh man, I met so many great people, like the people at the Metaverse crew. They also work
Metaverse
on
Crew
that.
South Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, they're so nice, and like they really like helped me learn a lot about VR chat and virtual reality and the metaverse, and I've been following their work since that train jam, and I just like love everything that they're doing. Like the jam was fun, but the people I met there were like
Yeah.
made it so good.
I also enjoy working with them. So I mean, they created the whole Amaze train station, and we are always putting new trains in there, and so we're working together, and they're so creative, and also the Musilia performance from Tosca and Zara, where they're also involved. It's just incredible. And then how quick they also built these worlds, right? I mean, it's just like maybe a month of work, and so beautiful and detailed, and it's incredible. And it's not easy. I think it's not easy what they're doing, and but they do it really proper. It's a good team. Even when they work on a lot of other stuff, but still they have time to do other things like that, you know? Even when it's more like pro bono, you know? But they really have a lot of fun, and they inspired me as well to actually do a little bit more in VR chat. Before it was like, oh yeah, VR chat, I know, 2016, blah, blah, blah. But then I jumped in again, and of course, I mean, the pandemic helped a little bit to also realize that there is kind of technology what connects people, and VR chat is really doing that very well. So I had a lot of fun, and suddenly you just hang for 5 or 6 hours in VR, wear the glasses, and you just had a great conversation with people around the world. So what was for you the excitement, or what is the excitement of VR or VR chat?
Definitely during the pandemic, during lockdown, and you couldn't see anyone in real life. VR chat really kind of scratched that social itch of just being like in a random space, having random cool conversations with people and meeting people and doing silly things. Like, I mean, it's not possible in real life, but like, you know, someone comes in with a gigantic centipede avatar that looks ridiculous, and then someone shouts like, let's all be centipedes, and then everyone's a centipede and wiggling around in VR chat and laughing together, and it just feels like silly, spontaneous, fun. And I really miss that, like during this COVID lockdown, is just like doing stupid stuff with people in real life, like a same space. So VR chat was really good for that. And also the art. Sorry. Yeah, it's a great place to show your art.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great thing. I mean, you also made a nice sculpture in there, and I mean, it's definitely crazy what you actually can present, and also when you have a nice team and a place. And I mean, what was the world you created? Also, this with jellyfishes, right? So jellyfish sanctuary.
Yeah.
What was that about exactly?
It was just a place to hang out.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, it's just a world like I made that it was the place that I would want to be in. So it's like kind of vaporwavy and has like all these broken columns and neon jellyfish that I painted in tilt brush and stuff. And then my partner Nick made this like really chill like synth wave, underwater Atlantis theme kind of music, and we added like some spatial effects to it, so when you talk there, like it has like some semblance of privacy depending on like where you are in the space. You can like hang out and talk in little groups, or go in like the main plaza area in the middle and have like a bigger group conversation.
Yeah. How did you get into this kind of development? I mean, are you a game developer? Did you study something like that, or was it more learning yourself, teaching yourself, or you studied something like that, or maybe you have a programmer background?
No, I studied. I learned everything myself, basically. So, like, I'm formally trained in like 2D visual art, like illustration. But when I entered that field, like to work, I didn't really like it. And I sort of slowly transitioned to video and animation, and that was okay for a while, but I just had this need to like do more than that, like more than a static like time-based piece. And one of my clients was like, could you do this but like as a video game? And I was like, maybe. And then that day I just started doing Unity tutorials, and now 8 years later it's my job.
Oh wow.
Still. Yeah, and I really like it. Like, I definitely feel like I hit a medium that I feel comfortable and satisfied with, whereas I always felt a little bit like I was missing something when I was just doing drawings or animations. Okay, I feel like I should talk about what I'm cooking just for a second.
Yes,
Like,
of course, of course. Yes.
look at all this garlic. This is a whole
Yeah.
head of garlic, and I didn't feel like using that much ginger, so it's about the size of like 1d6 dice chopped up. And it's not even minced that carefully. You don't have to chop it that like professionally. Just roughly like that is good. And that's the hardest part of the whole dish, actually. The rest is easy. Okay.
And now you put it into throw it
Into
into
that
a
pan, yeah.
pan with butter or with oil.
I'm using vegan butter, so each vegan butter brand is a bit different, but this one's mostly sunflower oil. I like this one because it kind of tastes like buttery. Yeah, this Bio Alsan one. But also there's this one you can get at Edeka called like vegan block or something because they can't call it butter for some stupid reason. That one's really tasty too.
I'm not so much into vegan actually. Vegetarian, yes, but I just tried a vegan pizza today, and it was I didn't know that I did not know that there's vegan cheese existing. So, because I also don't know from what is in there, how it is made. This kind of vegan cheese. You told me before, so.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's lots of kinds of vegan cheese. Like, I mean, you can get like these vegan cheese slices that are like Kraft singles, which are basically not cheese either. It's like an oil-based thing. But there's also cheeses that are vegan that are made similar to like traditional cheeses. So instead of like cow's milk, they'll use like oat milk or cashew milk. Like for example, at Vegans, you can get this cashew camembert, and it's made exactly like regular cow camembert, but it's made with cashew milk instead, and it's really good. Yeah, super good on pizza.
Yeah, it was super delicious, and actually you don't miss the cheese. So it's because it's cheese. It's on it, even when it's not cheese. I mean, it's vegan cheese.
Oh, you could also use like vegan cream, like or vegan yogurt, and do like a Flammkuchen with like herbs and onions and mushrooms. That'd be really good too.
That
Like you
sounds
don't need
good.
to use
That
vegan
sounds good.
cheese.
Yeah. Are you a vegan?
I'm vegetarian, but I think
Vegetarian.
every day I get a little bit more vegan for some reason.
Yeah, sometimes I also think like it's much better to be a vegetarian or vegan. But then, suddenly I like to have a burger. You know, I need to
Have
have
you
a
had the
burger.
Beyond Burger yet?
Hmm?
Have you had a Beyond Burger yet?
No.
Like those, oh man, Yo-Yo's and Friedrichshain has them, but lots of burger places have these Beyond Burgers, and it like, for me, it's so close to meat that it almost makes me uncomfortable. I'm like, I'm vegetarian. This tastes too much like meat.
It triggers.
Yeah, I'd be curious what you think of it since you like miss the burger and that's a craving. Like what you'd think of it.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing to not eat meat. So, but and I mean it's not. I mean it's more like the yeah. I mean the chewing. I think it's more like it's not so much the taste. So it's just yeah. It's different when you bite in, when you chew. So I don't have the word in English now. I think I forgot a lot yesterday.
Maybe
lost
part
some
of your
brain cells. So my English it's very below zero. Sorry for that.
It's okay. I think I know what you mean anyway, though. Okay, so like with this dish, you don't like fry it really hard until it's like browned. You're just kind of like frying it lightly until it's softened. So I've just melted the vegan butter and I'm putting the garlic and ginger in there. And I have it on like pretty like medium heat because I'm not in a hurry. If I like really wanted to cook this fast, I'd probably turn it up and cook this faster. But since we have an hour, I'm taking my time.
And how long? I mean,
sorry.
How long has it to be in the pan? No, it has to be brown or how does it work?
Not brown, just soft and translucent. So that, like depending on the temperature, it could just take like 1 minute even. But since I have it pretty low, it could take a few minutes. I'm just gonna watch it carefully. Oh, in the meantime, I can start cooking the spaghetti.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I'm gonna actually mute this
Yeah,
for a sec
we need
because it's
noodles.
gonna be loud. Like the water is gonna be very loud. One sec.
No problem. Waterfalls. Where is the cat? Where's your cat? I saw the cat at the window. How are you in the live stream? Hopefully you have a nice Saturday. So, water. You put the salt as well into the water? When you
Yep,
cook?
and a little bit of oil.
And a little bit of oil. Why? Why you put oil in there?
You know, I think it might be one of those cooking things that could either be real, like it does something, or could just be one of these things that people do because someone else told them to do it.
Yeah, I
And
think
I've
so too, yeah.
I've never really looked it up, which I've done it like both ways, like just plain water and also with oil and salt. But I figured since I'm on YouTube, I might as well do it the chef way and put the salt and the oil in it. But yeah, I'm not sure if it actually does anything.
And I mean, how is Berlin for you? Since when do you live in Berlin?
I think it's getting up onto 8 years now, and I don't know. I really like it. Like I feel pretty at home here, like more than even my home country. Like, I'm from Toronto, Canada, and yeah, I don't know if this is like my forever home, but I can't really imagine living anywhere else.
Yeah, I mean, Berlin is fun. I'm here since almost 20 years now. And I can't imagine to live somewhere else. Sometimes, of course, you just want to go away because everything is too much, or I mean, or nothing is changing. I mean, Berlin is a lot of things are changing pretty rapidly, but you're just bored. You know, you're bored of the people, always the same. You know, even when it's a big city, but somehow it's always the same. You know, and you just need to have new wallpapers, kind of. And when I was, for example, in Johannesburg, more often, I was really falling in love with the city, and also with the city vibe, and also the art scene and game development scene. But then, when you just realize after when you stay there for a few weeks or something like that, it's also, you know, I mean, it's not your home somehow, and I don't know if it will become my home. And now I really decided, okay, I stay in Berlin. And also during the pandemic, I was feeling very comfortable also to stay at home, because before for me it was like, yeah, Berlin, you know, it's party city, lots of clubs and lots of stuff to do. But yeah, I just realized that I don't need it anymore so much, so as I needed it a few years ago. And I can focus much better than 10 years ago. 10 years ago was not much focusing. I was all over the place, so there was no clear line. So basically, Amaze helped me to get focused. So, really, it was my therapy. Amaze is my therapist to become better.
Do you think you'll stay in Berlin then, or do you think are you thinking about maybe moving?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't want to talk about my age.
Oh, we don't have to talk about that at all. Never mind.
I told you, don't ask me questions.
I'm sorry.
No. No.
I mean, you kind of brought it up, so I thought maybe.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. I like the Alps. I mean, I grew up in Bavaria in the Alps, and I really see this as well as home. I mean, even when I don't like the people there, because they're super stubborn and conservative and horrible and right-wing, not everyone, but I mean, Bavaria is horrible people. Sorry.
Oh, wow.
Sorry to all the Bavarians.
My brother lived in Bavaria. He wasn't.
I mean, I can say that I'm a Bavarian. So and that's why I moved to Berlin to be in a more liberal environment. But I really, really like the Verena, project manager, is coming as well from Bavaria. Everybody looks at me like...
Oh no, did you get yourself in trouble?
Oh God. No, I mean, the mountains are beautiful, the grass is very green, the trees are huge, and you have snow there, you can go skiing and hiking, and this is something what, yeah, kind of makes me happy and brings me on the floor, and that's why I'm always going there. So it's a nice place. And I don't know if I want to move there, even when I'm old. I think I'm gonna stay in Berlin because I want to be in the melting pot. You know, I want to, even when I'm old, I want to be there, just to be part of something. Yeah. I don't want to escape into the countryside. It's nice to go in the countryside, but it's more like holidays. I like to be in the city.
I feel like Berlin's a pretty green city too. Like it's not the same as going into the countryside, but there's lots of really lovely park and wooded areas when you need like a second to be away from the city and just stare at a tree or a lake for a second.
Yeah. Which park is your favorite one?
That's a hard question. Maybe Tower because it has such a large variety of features, like the Jungeninsel and just like island there with a beer garden, and then there's like the gigantic like communist like sculpture monument that looks like an alien landing site.
Yeah, totally. Yes, it's insane. Yeah.
I just, yeah. I mean, it's hard to pick a favorite. There's lots of other parks I love too, but if I had to pick one, it would be Tower, I think.
And it's also very nice. The how is it called? The Island of Youth or something like that.
Yeah, Jungeninsel.
When you go over the bridge.
Yeah, there's a nice beer garden there, and you can rent paddle boats and hang out.
You've been to Plenterwald in this kind of fun park, the old one. This is insane.
When I first moved here, that was the first thing I did was like climb the fence and go in there and get yelled at by security. It was really nice.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. I think you can get an official tour there now.
Right. You can do official tours. Yeah, that's true. No, I also been there once for a concert. I mean, sometimes there are parties, and it's just incredible. Do you know the story of this kind of the owner of this park?
I've heard some of it. Yeah, like
there's a
something
documentary about this person. Yeah, he just
trafficking. Oh my god.
Right. I mean, right. He went to, I think, Colombia or something like that, with all these gears, and then suddenly got into drug business and whatever. So now I think he's still in jail. I don't know, but.
I think the saga continues with like his son or something. Like the father was doing some of it, and then like the son continued the cartel or something. I don't know. Yeah, I have to watch that documentary.
Yeah, me too. Again, could be also a very nice game, right? Making a game about his story. So.
Yeah, or like an abandoned Berlin or amusement park would make a good game setting.
Oh yeah. What kind of games you playing yourself?
Ah, man, all kinds of stuff. Like, I just replayed Everything Is Gonna Be Okay by Natalie Lawhead. Played it maybe 3 times in my life, and every time I play it, it's just like I notice something different about it. It's beautiful. But I also
play
like
art house games?
Yeah, like all the time. I really liked Chain. One of the more recent projects by the Haunted PlayStation people. What else?
I just started to play Fortnite.
Oh man, that requires like a mental acuity that like I don't have. Like the kids are just so fast and they like own me immediately. Like I don't. How are you surviving in Fortnite?
And the crazy thing is, I think I was playing with my son. He's 8, and he has this peer pressure. So because the kids are already playing with 7 6 or 7 starting to play Fortnite, and somehow is in this group. So they started with Minecraft and stuff like that. Now they all play Fortnite, and they're so good, and he knows everything about it. And sometimes we play together. I'm not playing alone. I always play. He's asking me if I want to play with him. He shows me, he shows me how this works. For him, I'm a total noob. What I am as well in Fortnite, that's for sure. And but it's so much fun playing with my son together. I mean, we also play chess, right? But it's another fun thing. Because I was at the beginning, I was totally against it. So, oh no, it's just about shooting, blah 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 blah. So, but it's kind of a little bit more. It's more like communication and meeting people and also express yourself, and it's nice. Somehow, I have nothing against anymore. I already said to him, hey, you can earn a lot of money. Maybe you should train a little bit more. You don't want to be like your dad, having no money, So, go to esports, do it, But I don't know if they're in Berlin some kind of esport teams for Fortnite.
Maybe we should make one.
Yeah, yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah,
I don't play
training
Fortnite.
kids. Yes, the Fortnite trainers.
What about art games, esports?
Hmm?
What about like somehow like art games, esports? Like,
Oh yeah.
like a team of people who play
Mhm.
art house video games. I don't know.
Which game would be good fitting?
I don't know. This is such a 420 stupid idea. I don't know. Maybe just not which ones. Maybe like trying to play them all because there's so many.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. But I mean, do you also think that they are hard to find?
I mean, there's lots, and I mean, it's hard to find ones that like I really resonate with, and I'm not sure like how that could be better. Like, there's a certain type of feeling I like. Like, I like horror games. I like things that scare me, but I don't like things that are like gruesome or violent or have certain kinds of violence in them. So like, it's hard to find like just that right spot of like spooky art game.
Where do you find your games? So is it or
Mostly itch.
mostly itch? And then you search for something, or it's more like that something is popping up, or you're following people and then you get recommendations?
Yeah, like that. It's like there's like lots of like I feel like there's a good network of like spooky art games creators, and you start following them, and then you hear about their projects and their friends' projects, and it goes from there.
It's true. It's true. Do you think it's not necessary that it's curated? Because HIO is not really curated content, right? I mean, it's just a lot.
No,
It's just-
I would love if it was curated. Natalie Lawhead made a good post recently on their blog about like their favorite horror games on itch. That was a great resource. I'd love to see more of that.
I mean, also Lorenzo Pia did something about Bitsy games, right? I mean, it's true. Yeah. Maybe our maze can also start like something like that. So making.
Totally. That's what we use the esports team for. To
Yeah.
find
Before
all
we
the good
do
stuff
sport
from
thing,
that.
yes. After this festival, I need a break first. So definitely for 2 weeks. I think I'm gonna be back on the 15th of August. So then I start doing something new. What are you doing? What are you working on at the moment? Is there something?
I'm working on Fever still, so like I'm kind of treating it like a dream diary. So when I have like a new dream idea for it, I'll work on it and then add it to the main project, like branching off somewhere. So I think like eventually it'll just become like a weird rabbit hole of dreams connected to dreams and stuff. And then I'm also working on that infinite museum generator still. I'm not
Oh
sure
yeah,
how long
there
I'll
was
work on
this
it.
museums game jam.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it was. I just heard that it was fantastic. Also was talking yesterday to Frauke, saw the video for the first time, and also the results of the game jam. So, how was it to work and to talk to museums people? Because I mean, are they different in the thinking, or are they curious, or they are asking questions, or is it more that they are demanding? Right?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Like, I'm used to this kind of stuff because, like, at work at the research lab, like, I work with scientists and researchers a lot, so I'm used to talking to them. But, like, it's probably different in that they have a different language and a different frame of reference working in museums and with artifacts, and a different expectation about how they want the work to be viewed and interacted with. But I feel like the museum people and the games people during the jam came to some kind of shared frame of reference eventually. Like, I think they learned from each other and, like, talking. Like, I think it was nice that way.
But you have during the game jam all freedom, right? So you can do whatever you want, or I mean, but you don't want to destroy artifacts or their stuff, right? Or is it something what they also kind of want to see, something like that you actually destruct some of the pieces, and maybe you have to find then some kind of clues to bring it again together.
I think there was, like, a bit of both. Like, one of the projects broke the artworks up into pieces and then asked the user to put them back together again in a way that they like. And I think the museum's curators, like, liked that idea because, like, it's not really destroying anything. It's just appreciating the different artifacts, like, different components, and the user, like, finding their own way to appreciate the objects as a new construct. I don't know. Like, the good thing with, like, digital stuff is you're not really destroying anything. Like, everything is fine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good thinking. Yes. Yeah. So I mean, in the digital world, you can basically do whatever you want, right?
Yeah. I mean, I worked on a project, like, or I'm still sort of working on it. It's not published yet, with a museum that has a collection of these paper dioramas that they used to use to plan ballets, like, in the 1800s. So, like, there would be these beautiful elaborate sets for the ballets with all these, like, props and characters and stuff, and they would mock that up in paper and then make, like, a full, like, to scale 3D model, including, like, the stage and all the lighting and rigging and everything. But these works can't be exhibited because they're really fragile and made out of paper, so no one ever sees them or hears about them. So we are working on digitizing them so that people can look at them in VR or in AR, because that's literally the only way they can be exhibited. So I think there's lots of work out there that we just don't see or hear about that I think would really benefit from being turned into, like, a game or some kind of virtual experience.
And how do they approach you, or are you approaching them and you're coming out with a concept, or how is this working with scientists? Is it something that you work in the research lab and then you are the game developer and the expert? And
Expert, haha.
no, I mean it's but this is my question. You know, I mean, how do scientists work or would like to work with game developers? Is it really that they are then suddenly the creative director because they know much better, because they have all this kind of knowledge, you know, and they basically using the game developer to just get their goals out? So, or how do you see yourself in this kind of process then as a developer?
I think there's lots of different ways to engage. Like, I think the description, the bad one that you just gave, where the developer is being kind of, like, taken advantage of, definitely happens. But that's not, like, my current relationship with the lab. Like, I mean, it's an interesting, weird experience. So, like, the people I work with are all, like, computational neuroscientists, meaning that they do, like, brain simulations and mathematical models of brains about how the brain works. Like, it's very theoretical, but it's also, like, tested against, like, biological data to prove, is this model, like, realistic or not? And their heads are, like, completely in this scientific abstract, very conceptual sort of place. So when they come to me and they're like, put that on the computer, I'm like, oh fuck, man, all right, how are we gonna do this? So like bringing this into something that's like realistic and broken down into like workable pieces is like can be really hard and frustrating, but it's also like an interesting challenge too. Like I like being able to take this stuff that's like really confusing and crazy and then put it into something that like my mom can interact with or a child can interact with. And it's, in my case, I'm really lucky that the conversation happens that way. And like I'm hired in-house in the lab, but I also know other people who work in like biomedical communication companies where there'll be like a few developers and then like they approach the labs themselves independently and be like, hey, we can do this with your science stuff, and then they work like in contract kind of situation.
It's I really enjoy that so many people are interested in video games, also to bring it in-house, like theaters and opera houses, and everybody's super excited about the new technology and game mechanics, and also how to use the hardware for new content. And it's super happy to also see how many people from outside the industry, the game industry, are coming to the festival or like to connect now, because years before, especially when we started on Maze, nobody wanted to have something to do with video games. I mean, definitely not theaters or even the funding. Funds also we had problems with that. So were always on the edge. But now it's really that, yeah, the pandemic in a way also helped to that people are rethinking how they can be part of a digital world. Yeah.
Totally. I feel like a lot of the prejudice that games used to face is like slowly fading away. Like I had a lot of really weird experiences like 10 years ago where like I was working with an art director on like a projection art installation. So it was like a big 3D dome thing with like lots of artwork, whatever. And she was like telling me in private later, like, oh my God, like I went to this like theater, like university student class, and they were like putting together a virtual reality theater performance, and it just like made me cry. And I'm like, because it was so cool. And she was like, no, because it's so depressing. I'm like, why? And she thought that somehow the VR was like losing sense or touch or something in the performance. But for me, it was like the exact inverse. It's like, no, it makes things that weren't possible to sensory experience now possible. Like it's just different. It's not like a loss, but she really interpreted it as some kind of like loss or something. I wonder what she thinks now, if she still thinks that. But like I've seen so many amazing like live performances with virtual reality, like the mycelia mushroom thing like last night was like
Yeah.
amazing. It was so
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, tonight is also one of the shows. I think it starts at 11 until 12, so it's a 1 hour performance tonight. You still can get some tickets and can check it out on VR Chat. You just go to our website. It's the last show, so they did then 3 shows. Yeah, so your dish is ready?
Yep, I'm gonna plate it now. I didn't really talk about so much what I was cooking, but like it's just the sauce. Like the ingredients are posted on the event site, like soy sauce or tamari if you're gluten-free, brown sugar, miso paste or another fermented bean paste like dogoyang also works, and then something spicy like sambal oyak or sriracha, or if you have like a friend who makes hot sauce who gives you a big bowl of hot sauce, you can use that, and some sesame oil. And then you mix that in with the cooked spaghetti until it looks like really glossy and shiny, like this. And like before I drained the pasta, I just used the same measuring cup I mixed the sauce in to grab some of the spaghetti water.
Yeah.
Like it's just like starchy water that like when you add just plain water to the spaghetti, it can just make it kind of runny and gross. But when you use the starchy water, it like really sticks to it like a nice sauce.
And then you put some vegan cheese on it?
Yeah, if you want, you can put vegan Parmesan or nutritional yeast, which is what I'm gonna do because I don't have any vegan cheese right now.
We have the recipe we have on the website, right?
Yep.
Very good. So if you go to the website, you can see the recipe from Jay. I'm really getting hungry now, even when I had a pizza. So, okay. What is this now?
It's black sesame seeds.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna put some white sesame seeds. They look good, like the color contrast on the orange red noodles, black and white seeds. And I'm just gonna quickly chop up some of this green onion. Like I put the whites of the green onion in before, but now I'm just gonna chop this fresh green onion up quickly. Donut's staring at me, my cat. I'm like, this is not for you. You're not gonna like this.
The cat is
Vegan.
hungry.
Cats are carnivores. I don't know why she thinks she wants my vegan food sometimes.
So what are you gonna do today? It's very hot in Berlin, right?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna chill for a bit and then I'm gonna go to a drum and bass party with my friend that's outside.
Mm-hmm. Where's this party?
I think it's like outside like a venue that used to have like an indoor space and now they just kind of spilled out onto the street. I haven't been there yet actually.
Yeah.
But I think it's called something like shoot, I don't actually remember. I'm actually not a huge drum and bass fan. It's just my friend is and she's so excited about it. So yeah, I'll go too. Thank you. Oh yeah, where's the nutritional yeast?
It looks really good.
Thank you. Again, not sponsored by Vegans. I keep mentioning it, but Vegans also has like really good vegan Parmesan that looks exactly like real Parmesan. You can grate it and everything. But nutritional yeast also works and is shelf stable. All right, there. That's 2 dishes of garlic noodles.
Wonderful. Garlic noodles by Jay Palmer. Thank you very much for this wonderful conversation. And I'm really looking forward to meet in Berlin somewhere, physical. So hopefully we can do the festival next year with a nice exhibition. So and meet in a nice place with a lot of people and celebrate art house games and other installations. So I wish you a very, very nice day.
Thanks, you too.
And bon appetit.
Danke.
And a nice drum and bass party.
Thanks. I wish you a good nap and probably
Thank you very
more
much.
partying.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye, Jay. Thank you.
Bye.
Hey, I'm Squame. My favorite part of MAs was actually last year during the digital event, the first digital event. I don't actually live in Berlin, so I don't have access to the physical event in Berlin unless I go there, which seems a bit scary. My favorite bit was part of a thing called Echo Chambers, which was this weird game storytelling thing taking place in Google Docs, where you try to create a better world for humanity, sort of. And my favorite part wasn't actually part of that game, but it was what came after the game, which was like 2 hours, or it feels like 1 hour maybe, of like just talking with the people that made like that game or like storytelling thing. in the format of Google Docs, which is an amazing format for communicating. I'm convinced now after spending an hour using it. Everyone was trying to make their text like seem legible as like a response to someone else, but it doesn't really have any indicator that you're typing it, or at least after it's typed, there's no indicator that you were the person who typed whatever message. So everyone was kind of like trying to talk with one another about this experience that was this buck wild the entire time, but through this like medium where everyone was also trying to make it look visually appealing, I guess. And I just learned how cool Google Documents can be. Thank you, Google. And thank you, Amaze, or Now Play This. I think Now Play This organized that bit of the event. Or maybe there's like a smaller team that I don't remember the name of, and I'm very sorry. But that was my favorite part of Amaze. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrzej Paszka from Charles Games, and my favorite experience at Amaze was drinking beer and playing the coolest games with the coolest people ever.
Lex Neville here from Johannesburg, South Africa. I got involved with Amaze from the Amaze Train Jam 2020, doing some crazy train station building in VR chat. And my favorite experience of the awards has been the Mycelium Cave, working with all the guys from the Metaverse crew and Nanotopia, as well as Root. It's been great.
as humans, we are used to bonding amongst each other. It's one of the most important things we do as people. But I was thinking, what about food? Have you thought about food lately? Have you thought about whether they're not just, you know, something that's there, something to be eaten? What if they are monuments to special moments, or what if they're even their own beings? What if they have a soul? Wait, oh my God, is that, I think we're catching here. I think that's two croissants mating. Oh my God, we just caught it right now. Oh. I think we just caught them. Oh my God, they look kind of sweet. They're about to have croissant babies. Like, look at them. Like, you know, I don't know if we can show this actually. Like, maybe this is too explicit. But I'm thinking, oh my God, I don't want to bother them, but I have to get really close, I think. Oh my God. But actually, they look so yummy though. I don't know, I don't want to bother them, but they look so yummy. Maybe, I shouldn't eat them while they're mating, right? I don't think that's, I'm sorry, okay. Okay, let's go to the next one. It's called A Song for That Ramen I Made. I'm sorry. Oh my God. I don't want to bother them, but I have to get really...
Hello. Hopefully I am live now. But we're ready for dinner time.
We are live! Thanks so much, everybody, for waiting. Jay, you're so correct. With great audio comes great technical difficulties, and it's definitely the audio people who have the most audio difficulties. Or people who could have read the speaker chat 24 hours in advance. But here we go. Most of you will know me. I'm Maze. My pronouns are they, them, and I work in technical audio in video games, and I do composition and sound design and audio programming. Jay and Donut. It's true. It is legendary ramen because it was made here by me. So I'm going to dive right into it. I'm going to do a little bit less of an intro than I was going to, and go straight in. Woo! 'Cause it's dinner time, babies. Dinner time. I hope that that's loud enough. I hope it's all good. 'Cause it's dinner time, babies. Dinner time. So as you all know, I made a song to commemorate a really, really good ramen that I made. So the recipe is from Fukuryuku in Melbourne CBD. They put out their recipe for a vegan miso ramen broth in the Broadsheet Melbourne book, which came out a few years ago. Dinner time, baby. Thank you. Awesome. And, you know, when Awesome Zoraida asked me to talk, I was like, what am I going to do? Melbourne is in hard lockdown. Again, you know, there's 1 hour of outdoor time a day for solo exercise. Only pharmacies and supermarkets are open, going really intensely insane at home. So I wanted to do something that comforted me and that hopefully maybe I could share some comfort for others. And I know that we have some Sydney siders in the chat also. Cooking is one of those things that I do and I could do for hours and hours and hours to sort of meditate. You know, it's really blissful for me. You know, sometimes I think of the meal at the end as this kind of like just inevitability, like it's the end of the cooking journey. And I just wanted to be cooking, not like other things. Oh yeah, it's green screening. That's so cool. We can keep the green screening. Let's do that. I love that. I have a lot of this green in my presentation. So yeah, I recorded myself cooking ramen, and it takes a few hours. You have to let the broth go from, I think, 4 liters to 2 liters, you know? So yeah. All right, check out this frying. So I was thinking of what I could talk about for a maze, and the truth is, as much cool like technical audio stuff I've been doing at work, I've really skilled up in my sound design and audio programming, but I've missed making music. So an attempt at bridging that gap, I've made some music to commemorate the ramen. And, you know, I was talking about this bliss that I'm in. And when I recorded all of this making of the ramen, I can see and hear that bliss that I'm in. And when I'm cooking, and in games, you know, we're often trying to capture a feeling to show people, and you know, this kind of multi-sensory feeling. And you know, we were talking about in the garlic noodle chat about conveying the smell of garlic. So you know, this has a lot of garlic and onion and miso. So if you can get some garlic and onion and miso just to you right now, then you can be fully immersed. So yeah, I was like, all right, this music I think needs to help convey this feeling. And I was thinking, okay, you know, sound design. What's the cube on the counter to the right? Is it a capsule hotel for cats? I missed it. We'll figure it out. That cube is my dishwasher. Sorry, it's my dishwasher. So yeah, thinking about this music, I was like, what am I gonna do? And Auntie Donna came into my head.
If that cup is a drum, then my bum is a drum. Pots, cups, and even a bum. It's so much fun when everything's a drum.
And I was like, yeah, okay. Anything can be a snare drum. Here's my version. Yeah, Jay, I'll tell you about that dishwasher. It's great. It's really good. So, you know, making music from kitchen stuff is something a lot of people have done for school, but I also, wanted to capture my feelings on top of making music out of kitchen stuff. And we talk a lot about how in games, how sound design has capacity to be emotional, like a happy, peppy step versus a sad, slumpy step. Yeah. So once I recorded myself, I didn't record everything, but I did have 110 minutes of footage and sound to sort through. And this is actually a little bit of my sorting process behind this 110. Up the top is the video, and at everything below the video is just audio. So I had my Zoom recorder and I had a lav mic connected to the Zoom recorder, and I also had some contact mics, and then I had a room mic just in the middle of the kitchen. Animation. So yeah, some of it was super riveting, and I posted the most riveting parts on Twitter, so you might have already seen this. Hey Google. Hey Google. Hey Google. Set timer for half an hour.
Okay, 30 minutes. Starting.
Cool. Just thought I'd show my daily struggles with Google. Sure, if I had a Californian accent or something, it would probably work a lot better. Oh, no, I thought I removed this. Actually, I posted about removing it and didn't remove it. Here's how online I've become during this. Have you checked your butthole? Skid up, butthole. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot of dealing with just bullshit, but you know, whatever. Okay. I talk to myself a lot while I cook, reading out recipes or anything like that. So that's a little preview of how I started to manipulate the audio for some music. So, you know, in games and in film and in any audio for media, we talk about this word diegetic, you know, just to link it back to games. steamy. And it comes from writing, and writing as a narrator compared to as first person in the world. So yeah, often diegetic is described as stuff that's in the world we're talking about from an outside perspective. So we're talking about it from an outside perspective. And non-diegetic is stuff that we're talking about as people who are outside the world. So a narrator tells the story and is non-diegetic, and the people in the story and the things they say are diegetic. In games, we talk about like diegetic UI, where the player might use panels or buttons that are in the game world instead of some kind of menu overlay. And in sound is usually like a very clear example of like, footsteps and sound design. Those are diegetic sounds, but then music, which is a soundtrack over the top, that's the non-diegetic experience. Or, Grand Theft Auto, you've got your radio inside the car, but then it comes out and is also the soundtrack. So then they've got that sort of in between diegetics. Yeah, and it becomes grey where you have things in between. And on the Wikipedia page, it even points out in video games, there's things that are intra and extra diegetic, and mimesis and paratext, like whatever. But musicians and miso on scone, oh my god, sorry, I just saw that. We can use sound design, which is often what is diegetic, in the music, which is often non-diegetic. And that's super mainstream. Hollywood does that. This is one of my favorite Dan Pemberton tracks. And that, like, breathing inside the track, that's what's happening on screen, but it's also happening in the music, and it's like really rhythmic, and it's very cool. And then, in games, we have this game like 140. And, then we're like, well, we have this chance for abstraction of, our sound design doesn't have to even pretend to be realistic. And there's much less difference between what's in the world and outside of the world. And, in games, we also have tools where we can make that sound and music mechanically linked. Like, I'm pretty sure, and I might be imagining this, which is like also, very cool that I could just imagine something that is happening. That in the 2016 Doom, when you first get your gun and you shoot for the first time, that I think syncs with this snare drum. And you shoot and the snare drum starts, and it's like the same pace. It's really cool. And I might imagine that, but then also the sounds were like close enough to one another that it's like it may as well be synced. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so that game that I showed was 140 or 140. Yeah. And yeah, and I just and I worked on another game where the window smashes were also like very similar to the snare drum sounds, and everything's drum. So yeah, it's very normal to be mixing sound and music together. And yes, thank you, Nick. I knew I was right. Okay. And a lot of musicians, I've found this this genre. I quite like vaporwave myself. There was a Bandcamp weekly feature on a whole genre of nature wave, and that's where I found Yoshi Horikawa, who uses a lot of nature sounds in their otherwise like quite synthy, beatsy kind of music. Let me have some water. I don't have much water left. Yeah, so it's quite normal to be mixing things up a bit. Cool. So I had to think about okay, when making music or sound for a game, we figure out is it for while the player is playing? Is it for, a sort of win success at the end? Or is it to get the player prepped for the big sort of gameplay loop part? And so when I was thinking about, okay, music for ramen, is it for while cooking the ramen? And I was like, no, cooking ramen takes hours, or, a few minutes if you just do an instant. And I just listened to the radio or the latest album that I bought. And let me tell you, recording, making ramen, this is my day-to-day life. You can't listen to music while you make music, and it's just so bad. But this is a little bit off topic. Okay. My psychologist and I came up with this thing where you just engage some other sense. So people use music to get into the rhythm and to work and to get going and stuff. But, if you can't use music to do that, maybe you can use smell, another sense, right? So, you could light a candle, or you could have some tea, or you could do what I do, and that's put on something in the slow cooker in the morning so that then you can have food at lunch or at the end of the day. So I just zoned into that. I was like, okay, I can't listen to music while I'm cooking. I'll just zone into the smell, which is pretty cute, I think. Anyway, so this music is not for while cooking. Is it for while eating? Also no, because I want to savor my ramen. It's the end of the cooking journey. So, it's gotta last. It can't just be 3 minutes, Is it for remembering ramen? Yes. It's for remembering the cooking of the ramen. That's what I am thinking. So here's where I started. I was like, one of the sounds that came out very easily was tapping the wok lid I didn't use a wok in the cooking. The lid is for putting over sweet potato while it grilled so that it would steam itself. There's a piece, yeah, to having some food bubbling away. So here's the beginning of playing with the wok lid sound. Normal. So I added the timer for my oven, which I also realized later that the best smell, Jay, to work to is Mexican black bean soup. It's got all of that coriander, paprika, oregano, and beans. Ugh. So I turned on the oven timer and then I was like, oh shit, now there's gonna be this ticking on behind all of the rest of my sounds. And that's where that Google video came from, because I was like, all right, now I'll use my phone and that will be the timer. And then I'll just have the one sound that happens once instead of half an hour or an hour of the oven timer, which has the big ticking. Anyway, but I kept the ticking because it's just such a weird organic sound. My old ass oven. Yeah. So that wok is put through a digital resonator effect. So in your DAW, like your audio software, using an EQ and using just a built-in resonator effect or something else, you can choose some overtones that you can then like up the volume of, and then you can create what is a ting sound into like a larger, more beautiful sound. So I use the resonator effect, or a few different versions of it, on a fair few different sounds. We're on the wok lid again. Another effect I used was a grain synth, and here I'm actually going to show you what the grain synth looks like in Ableton. So can you see my mouse? I don't know if you can see my mouse, but basically above the play button, we have this highlighted clip. That's the MIDI that's controlling the pitch of my sound. And then down the bottom, we have this effect, and it's playing back a wave file, which in this case is me saying the word miso. I was quite happy about, and I showed the camera my miso. So I'll play it, and then I'll explain what a grain synth does if it's not obvious by hearing it.
Miso, 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 miso.
Yeah, so I dig a grain synth because basically you can turn any sound into a synth, and what it does is it takes little samples of the sound and plays them back rapidly and blends them together depending on your settings. So you can see that here's me saying me, so, and yeah, at the start I'm playing back the whole word, miso, 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 and then I move the size of the grain and position of the grain towards the end, so that I'm getting the sound, and then I'm just getting yes, hey Luz, yes, grain synth. So I'll play it again so that you can hopefully see and hear what's happening. So pay attention to down the bottom, this part.
Miso. 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 Miso.
Yeah, so what's cool is that you can automate moving the grain around, and the size of it, and you can automate all these other settings too. So yeah, very fun. Okay, it's that time. And if you want to ask any questions, you can do it now. And I can answer in the chat, or I can answer on Twitter, or in the Discord if you're in the Amaze Discord. But yeah, Twitter and chat, I'll be there. Yeah, Chipmunk Miso, definitely. Next. Okay, this is it. I'm going to play my ode to the really good ramen that I made. And I hope that this talk has, I feel like it wasn't very rounded, but I had a really great time making the talk and making the music and thinking about you all. And I'm really glad that you're all in the chat tonight with me. And yeah, yep, I'll see you on the other side.
Miso. 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 Miso.
Amaze. Fuck yeah.
Yay! That's it. And thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, backstage people, for dealing with audio things. It wasn't even like on my end this time, and that's pretty lucky for me. Oh, we're getting audio doubling. Lol. That is on my end. Yeah.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. It's great to have you here today. People sometimes talk about this idea of synesthesia, of seeing, seeing sound or hearing colors. But our next guest is going to show us how to feel through another sense. He is going to show us with his project Dip and Code Kitchen Hues how to taste sound, or how to see tastes. His name is Illust Preacher, and he's going to give us an audiovisual experience that borders to a dining experience. So I'm super excited to see that. Illust Preacher, take it away.
Welcome everybody from the world of Amaze. Thank you everybody. As now we're going to shift from our planet to another space. Elaborate Amaze. We went from the noodles to the ramen, and now you're preparing to be summoned to another universe, another place where it has different views, different hues, different colors, different spectrums, different audio, different sound. These are some of the things that we didn't know are around. Welcome to Colorscape. There were some technical difficulties on the ride as we, transforming from Earth to space. But now we are here. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Colorscape. Welcome to Amaze. We're bringing you out of the world that you know now to a place that's similar but flows differently. So now, there's seasick, motion sickness. Today, you might experience some color sickness, some audio sickness, but we are going to ease you into it. So right now, let me just transport you to this space. While I bring you to the color space, what I want everyone to do in the chat is just start telling me what is your favorite color. Because right now, you have to think of colors as just more than something you see. All the colors that you're going to hear today, see today, taste are all in. So right now, embody a color right now and tell me what color it is. And if you can, how does that color taste? How does that color smell? How does this color feel? Is it crunchy? Is it smelly? Is it feely? Well, enough of me talking right now. Let's get to Colorscape. As you can see, I'm prepped. Got the goggles on, safety first, got my hat on. We don't even maybe catch some color bits, and then we could do a dissection. And for all of those people wondering what could be in this world, there is a meal plan, because right now these colors are digitally organic. Here is the meal plan, because we want intensity in this, intensity, lumity, all of this combined. So in the chat, I just dropped the meal plan of what we may see in these meals. I'm seeing some light blue, some pink, some caramel color that smells like onions, caramelized onions. Just before, Jay, you were talking about Beyond Burger. Would you have on your Beyond Burger, would you have caramelized onions? Purple like a cloud of grape. So that means the rain is really grape juice. And if it's grape juice, if it's going for a while, would that just be wine? Are we saying that we want wine from the sky? But like I said, right now, I told y'all that we're going to transport and I'm having fun communicating, but I got to stay on course because, without discipline, we might never leave. But keep communicating in the chat while I start trying to catch some colors. Did you share screen? Hmm. y'all are worried, don't worry. As I'm saying right now, you can see the world that I'm in. It's very colorscapey. It seems that there's a lot of turbulence right now that's occurring. So this is going to be a tough mission, a very tough mission. But as you can see, the colors are moving. Trying to make sense of this universe that's occurring right now. As you can see, the bits are just a little jaggy. It's almost like the fatigue of just being stimulated by all these colors, all the chat. Maybe I have to use echolocation like a bat. There is supposed to be some sound coming through, but the technician team on the ship is telling me that due to the turbulence, as you can see on the screen, there is some issues. But don't worry, y'all. Sweet apple pie, don't worry. Because the colorscape got you. Now we're going to go deeper in this foray. We're going to go deeper in this play. We're going to go deeper in a way that we get your emotions sway. We're going to make sure that you understand that this is like our universe, but a different plan. What are we tasting? We're tasting colors. Colors from all angles. What if I told you that some of the colors you mentioned are part of the thing? But first, we got to do this. This has been a long trip. So now I need y'all help. Depending on what you choose might determine the outcome. So as you can see on the screen from my camera, I am holding three different colors. Red, orange, and yellow. What journey should I binge on? What color should I drink? Should I drink red, orange, and yellow? We have one for red. We have two for red. Three for red. I'm drinking the red at the moment. Might drink a little bit. So now I want you to tell, what do you think the flavor of the red is? Do you think it's a cherry? Do you think it's a spicy pepper? Do you think it's a red delicious apple? Do you think it's wine, burgundy? What do you think it is? I'm going to give the chat some time to think about that. How does it taste? How does it feel? Is it sweet? Is this something that will make your tongue red? Like the episode of Magic Scubas where they turn into orange, but you turn into red because you ate so many beats? Or is the beat the rhythm of my cadence, similar to the RGB values that are in spiciness, sweetness, deliciousness? These are all variables in the equation of the colors. But now I'm deciding to switch to orange. Let me write in more codes to transform. The red now that you chosen has decided to transform. This is the red fuel liquid that I was drinking. But I think the colors in the colorscape, as you can see, are trying to fog out. I don't think it agreed with y'all red. I think it want us to get deeper, superficial. Avoid being superficial. It want us to get deep. So now think deeper. As you will realize in the meal plan, the colors in colorscape in this version dip in code are actually also name of food. So activating colors, it's not as simple as just saying red and blue. The colors also have to be one of the 47 ingredients that have been researched on this planet. And don't worry, y'all. If y'all don't understand the digital organicness, I got you covered. Me with a couple of researchers while traveling to this colorscape world have realized three things. All foods are colors, all meals are a combination of food and colors. And to appease the colorscape entities, we're going to try to make this more colorful. Transporting once again. While I do this second to get the deeper ingredients that are to make the meal that you are seek, in order to unleash the seal, try to translate colors into emotions. When I say the word happy, what color comes to mind? When I say the word blue, what type of lines reside in your mind when you hear these lines interacting with each other? Like if you're putting colors in a blender, what colors will make the emotion of envy, of disappointment, of rejecting, or intersecting your reflection that is inside while you do your internal inspection, wondering why this is happening in retrospection? Why are the colors moving fluently? What kind of due diligence is occurring when these verbs are coming? These variables are hunting, these variables are shouting. What happens? What goes in your mind when we're wobbling like this? Is it rerouting how you visit the colorscape? How do y'all feel? All right, let's slow this down a bit because it could be going too fast. Let's get a different shades of color. Let's slow it down. And let's get more colors. As you can still see, I'm still here. The space has not control over me, but it is sort of hard not to be affected by these colors. I'm trying my best not to be overran by them. Trying my best. I hope y'all can still hear me, because I am losing this battle to the colors. But it's okay. Because like I said, in this world, colors are the sounds. Colors are the entities. If you look at the link I dropped and you go to the sonification, we have even found the patterns for some of these colors that are foods. There's almond, there's rice, there's peppers, there's chicken, there's watermelon, there's burgundy wine and watermelon grapelicious fuzz that gets in your system and makes it make it sizzle with the wiggle. Because sometimes even if you're in trouble, a color here, a color there can make it all just wobble. Thank you, Nico, for letting me know, because the color influence is very, very, very tough. But it's interesting. Now for a moment, just reflect. If you saw the color garlic, what would you seek? If you saw the color pepper, would your tongue try to run away and go into sleep? What about the carbs in relation to the colors? Would you get the itis and sleep? Or would you just be memorized by the emotions, the taste, the sounds you hear as it goes so wonderfully deep? Take a minute to reflect. You said it is common and beautiful, so maybe you will like a dose of tea green. Now, this is the dipping code colorscape. The ingredients you see their color values. Maybe you would like to eat by calories per cup. Honey yellow, dark chocolate, chocolate almond crust. But like I said, all of these foods are not really just foods in this universe. They're also color. Maybe you might want to have the highest RGB value to eat. Maybe you want some milk with a pineapple lemon ice cream. Maybe you want some curry chicken with rice. Maybe you're looking for some salmon. So you just want some FAO72 in your system. Some wild watermelon. Maybe you want apple crisps. Maybe you like that golden hue. Maybe you feel like you just want a gold medal. As we know, the Olympics are coming true. And maybe you just want to ease it up and have some avocado toast. And put some mints just to make the level of green. Some mints. Maybe that's what you're looking for. Or maybe you might want to order by CMYK, where you want to have a vegan brownie with the main ingredient being the black bean. Maybe instead of having that burgundy feel, you want some Marlet red. And if you are wondering, yes, all of these colors are actually the name of the food. Maybe you want that chili pepper red. Maybe it's too spicy, so you want to add some honey, lemon to the chili powder. As you can see, there was a lot of research that went into this. You want some lemon, I see. There's lemon pepper salted chicken. Or would you want some pineapple lemon ice cream? And if we look at the pineapple lemon ice cream, we see the lemon. We see the lemon. We see the milk. We see the pineapple cream. Are these the colors that you want to eat? Are these the colors that you want to see? I heard someone in the chat say they wanted some Marlet red. Marlet red, a very good drink, 192 calories per cup. The red value is not so much, even though it is a red. It's not the highest red. So if you're trying to cut red out of your diet, it might be a nice option. It is very saturated. The lightness is not too light. Now, we're talking about the food and the color. When we're looking at the current landscape, and this is what the researchers have told me, we don't even realize that subconsciously we know what some of these foods are, even when the title is not there. Is this lemon or is this lemon? Is this honey yellow? Is this almond, milk, goat, or rice? If you can tell, this is salmon, the color reference as salmon or the food. Looking at this current graph, what do y'all want to eat? If you can just eat by the color alone, what aspects does it take? What values? I will keep scrolling so y'all can see. These are all foods, just in their primitive color form. What do you want? What do you take? Goat, yes, goat is actually a color. This is the color goat. Do you see it? Does it resemble a goat? Or do you think it should be more gray or more white? The purple feels artificial. I can agree with that because the type of grape it is, it's not a regular grape. Not at all. That grape is actually a type of grape called Grapelicious. Grapelicious is a special type of color food combination that arises in the area of this. If we look at the meal plan, the meal prep, goats have yellow eyes. And that's why you said you need to use goat nami. Goat curry goat is a nice color blend. So right now I'm just going to show you in this world the different meals that we had that you saw with the colors. So this is all the meal combinations with their internal color. Yes, grape 2.0, a grape that has flow. Maybe it's a grape that doesn't grow in grass. Yesterday we learned in one of the sessions that some plants germinate by being burned. Maybe this grape that is 2.0 actually grows in snow and doesn't grow that slow. Maybe it doesn't make grapevines. Maybe it makes grape slimes and then slide across the ground. So you pick it up and then it mixes in with your burgundy wine. Maybe when you're eating these colors, maybe you want to, maybe in the menu, you want the area that is, it will take inside. As you can see with the 5 categories of that are in this meal of dip and code, we actually see the area per meal. So maybe you want a lower meal. Maybe you want a higher one. Maybe you want a snack form of every color. Take your pick. Apple crisp looks like a nice size, but if you're looking to fill yourself by having the RGB average, maybe you want to have tea gris. Maybe you want to have negative values in your age lab value. So this is just to show you how digital organic, like I said, this is 100% digitally organic food. And these are the variables. So if you're wondering of how we source these foods, this is one of the values. This just shows you the age lab values are in. Maybe you want a negative component. Maybe you want a positive component. Yes, slippery snow grapes is a new thing. They sort of researched that in 2021, but we're still trying to get data because, you know, we're not trying to say we claim that we found it, but potentially we did. And what if I told you, as you can see on this map, we actually found it out. So when we're talking about the grape, watermelon grape fizz, it grows in the snow. You see that area? So it might be near a desert. So in this world, snows, a tundra is just a frozen desert. And if we look at it per food, you see there's a lot that entities going in, but we realized after doing more research later on, which I can show you at a later time, or you can check in the mythology, we realized there has been a shift. All these foods over here were really here. And it seems that like over the years, from their national formation, they moved towards mainland. And these are all the foods by ingredients and their actual color. So this is actually the color of peach cobbler. And this is the one of the variables of mint chocolate cake. This is the clusters, because it seems that in Colorscape, the food groups, since there are also colors, they have their own meals. So even though we had chicken, seafood, goat, and chicken, That was just stuff to make us understand. But by really, it's from our research, it seems like they have their own clusters. And as we can see here, one of the most interesting things in the research is that we can actually order by lightness. And then after realizing the movement, we have found that the natural beings of the cell at a cellular level of these colors differ. So I'm just going to say it there. Why is there rice and rice? Because there's jollof rice, which is a mixture of peppers, onions, and then there's also like curry curry chicken with rice. So rice pops up twice because it seems that there's two different types of rice in this roll. You know how there's long grain rice, the sami rice? It seems like in this roll, rice has the same properties but came in two different areas. So we have to show it twice on the database because we are uncertain. We are very uncertain if there really are the same variable. And right now, what you're seeing on the thing is it's the cellular level of all the colors. So I just showed you the colors before, and now I'm showing you the granular cellular level, the decibels, the decimals of the individual food. So this is one pattern that arises that we realize comes from looking at the color variables of the food. So they sort of, if you can realize, they sort of move in this curvy thing and then overlap each other. Like it starts growing and growing and then it goes back. But then when we check a different movement, when we check the differences, then they start to spread out a bit more. And it's very interesting because now not only are we mixing color, sound, and food, three senses, we're also getting a feeling of physics, which is really the feeling of touch. And you see how the foods grow on this page. You see how they grow on their range. They're neither grass fed or meat fed or water fed. They're fed by their internal values. This is some of the movements. This is like we have found four other movements, but at the moment, this is the movement. And then when we check the methodology of certain food classes, this is where it gets very interesting. As you can see over here, with the meal fat class that are human based on methodology, the word sauce appears 8 times. But then when we go to the nature classification, we see the vegetable has popped up 24 times and also peanuts, fry, sauce, pea. There's no peanuts at the current dip and cold methodology. So what this can say is that there might be a lot of ingredients in their methodology that include peanuts. So what can it be that's peanuts? Is it the almonds? Is it the rice? Do they eat peanut soup? Or have they found ways that we haven't in our own world devised and conquered? What does the chat think? What do y'all think? And at the moment, what type of, I sent the link, what type of food are y'all trying to eat? Or how is this experience to be? But as you can see, I'm actually prep right now to cook up the meals. If you go into the Colorscape site and you go into audio, the first Colorscapes are the original color deities. These are the 9 colors that started the Colorscape. That's why it's called Colorscape Raw. But in the Colorscape in the kitchen, you can see the audio, the sound of what the foods make. And as you can see with my hands, I am devoted to find the thing. Got my apron on, got my chef hat, got my safety goggles. So we are not playing. Right now, I have to be safe. I don't know. And the reason why I'm wearing white is because I'm embracing the mess. You know, you never go with to paint with a white shirt because it could get messy. But since we're dealing with foods that are also colors, part of the thing that we're trying to do is get messy so we can use those samples within. So as you can see, I am devoted to the chef life of Colorscape Dip and Code. So let's move. Let's get these things moving. Let's see what happens when I try to chef up these colors. Let's just see what occurs. I haven't drank yellow yet. Let's see what occurs when I start consuming yellow. Damn, yellow's tough. Ooh. Yellow had a kick. Yellow had a kick. Whoo. Whoo, yellow had a kick. If you have questions about Dip and Code, let me know. As I know, this is a different world that we decided to roam, where the color of the snow might not be what we know. It may be red, it may be blue, it may be maroon, but that doesn't change the feelings that are captured in the room. As we are entering a different world with a different hue, maybe it's time for humanity to learn that we can see things differently if we change the view. If we choose to grow what we decided to grow from, or rather grew, will be something that achieved beyond just you and me and will spread to the rest of the human group. For this is true or is it not? That is for you to decide. if these are facts or if these flop. But dipping cold will never drop. It would only erupt, but not lava. You know, cloudy is cloudy skies with a chance of meatballs, but this is a whole different story as the colors tell the story, as it never stalls, it never walls, it goes back up. It only tells. And these are the tales that arrive. And these are the tales that are in stride. So thank you very much. If you have questions, don't be silent. Give a hunch. Because you never know what the colors talk or what they will say if they could walk. And if y'all are looking for more information, you can go in the world of Colorscape. There's sounds, there's animation, there's even data description, meal plans, there's even research dates. We even found research dates recently where some foods might have occurred back in the 1600s and might have different processes. Thank you very much for the process, for this test, for this mess. Yeah, like I said, I had a couple backup plans because I realized
Welcome back from this little break, and the day continues. We still have some more fascinating content left. We've had a lot of diverse voices, a lot of fascinating demonstrations. Thank you so much for everybody who has collaborated and shown us their art, their ideas, and their projects so far. And next, we have what we call Caribbean Spice, which is going to be a segment where we're going to hear from a handful of different developers who live in some of the islands in the Caribbean. So I can't wait to hear their stories and their experiences. So please join me for Caribbean Spice.
Hi, everyone.
Hey.
Oh, wow.
Hey.
All right, so we're live, and I think we should just do introductions really, really quick. Just want to say welcome everyone to, I guess, Caribbean Spice, which is going to be a small presentation on some of the creative projects that are coming out of Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. My name is Glenn Henry. I am the quote-unquote loudest member of the JGDS, which is a grassroots collective of nerds who want to learn more about the business and craft of interactive media. And I'll now pass it on to our other co-host, Graham.
Hey, so I'm Graham Reed, also known as Graham of Legend, and I am a Jamaican born and raised game developer currently living in New York, and I'm working on a game called Super Space Club. And finally, on the call, we have Zane. Hi, I'm Zane, also known as Just Join. I guess founder of Just Have Studios, and currently working on a game called Wash Bear Workshop with my team.
All right, cool. Thanks, guys. So just to give some kind of context to the scene here in Jamaica, it's still very much growing. It is nascent. A lot of it is aspirational, self-taught devs going out and taking inspiration from their favorite projects and trying to replicate and improve on them. What we're trying to do with the Jamaica Game Development Society, that's what JGDS stands for, is kind of just provide a collective, a hub to share ideas, to get feedback, to kind of build up a voice, to kind of find what makes a Jamaican or a Caribbean game. You know, find that nugget of culture and expand on it and build on it. So that is us in a nutshell. I think we can also probably just speak on some of the other challenges that we're trying to work through. Graham, you want to speak on that a little bit?
Challenges that we're working through as a community.
Yeah, as a community.
So I would say we've been around for the better part of a decade now, like at least 8 years, I would say.
Jeez,
what?
I feel old, sorry.
Yeah, we've been around for like at least 8 years. And for the longest time, it was just like 4 or 5 of us in a Hangouts chat or on Slack or on maybe in WhatsApp. I don't remember where it even started. We've been all over the place in Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
But as of late, it's really been picking up steam. I think one of the biggest challenges for us was just to actually get people interested in game dev or even realize that it's a thing that they can be interested in.
Mm-hmm.
And actually can do now that the internet is a vast place of knowledge and tools and all that stuff. Well, yeah, I think that's been the biggest challenge. What else would you say?
I think that kind of touches on it, like that knowledge transfer. That's the main thing, as well as finishing. Right? I think
yeah,
as well as finishing, just getting that ship it muscle built up.
Moving it from the hobby space to more of like a professional space for sure. Yeah.
And I think the hope is that, like, you know, as more and more people come in, like more creative projects can pop out, right? Some of one of the projects in particular kind of really tries to capture that cultural aspect, and they're exploring it a bit. One of the trailers that we'll be showing. I think another thing that we've kind of been able to do coming with the JGDS is you know, finding and creating teams. Zane, I think you can speak onto that challenge and how you're kind of navigating that a little bit.
Oh, you're muted, Zane.
Oh well, yeah. I don't know. I don't know when I did that. But yeah, that's been a major issue from the start, especially when you personally have a strong, like one strong skill or a strong skill set, and you're missing some stuff, and you need to get those people. It's been difficult finding people within the Jamaican and Caribbean space simply because the community is small. I mean, the existing community is small, and inviting people into community is not a problem, but finding them, people aren't stepping out with these skills, realizing that this is an art form that they can take part in. But what I did was I basically be doing it by myself inspired the people around me to actually be like, yeah, I can do this, because I was coming from traditional software development. Other members in the team were coming from traditional media as well, in music, writing, and in traditional software development for the QA as well. So it was like, why can't we do this? So if other indies are doing it, let's bring our skill sets together, learn from each other, and put it together. I was lucky enough to have those people around me in general, and through my own efforts by myself, they were inspired to join. So that's one route. I guess it worked out. But that's been the major challenge for me, and still is, because I still need an artist. I still need an artist. But yeah.
All right, cool. That's awesome. So yeah, I think we kind of touched on who we are, what we're trying to do, and some of the challenges we face. So I think we can probably just put into the trailers now, and showcase them, and you can see what we're working with so far.
Enjoy.
All right, so small technical difficulties, but yeah, we have a couple projects. We're going to see if we can coordinate a bit and share it. The first thing that we want to showcase was Washware Workshop, which is what is Washware Workshop? I just realized I can't explain it.
So I mean, Washware Workshop is an off-kilter physics adjacent puzzle game where, I mean, you control an AI arm which is built by some hyper intelligent raccoons in their quest for sugar. So I mean, you are this AI just trying to figure out how you can serve your raccoon overlords through living in this raccoon engineered body. So I mean, you figure out their instructions to just complete the task that they give you. And it's been it's an interesting game.
Yeah,
That
definitely.
much I can say.
I remember when you gave us the demo to test out, and it was insane. Like just getting through the first couple levels on a tutorial kept breaking that robot arm. Super, super fragile.
I mean,
love that
raccoons.
their goal is to get sugar. That's like, I thought you're gonna say their quest for world domination. No, it's just they just want sugar.
No, they just want sugar, bro. Like they're simple. They're simple.
So like, why physics-based puzzle? Like I think you had stated that there's a bigger goal behind the game. But
Yeah,
why
there's an overall larger idea that I was trying to construct. Like the controlling of the arm in like each joint on the arm and everything was just supposed to be one simple mechanic for something else. But I kind of just was having too much fun with it because all I was trying to do was build a prototype to just pick something up and see how it would be. How could I make controls for that? Yeah.
Always starts.
And it just ended up in that direction. It's just like I was just like, okay, I guess we can make some physics puzzles here until we figure out the rest of the stuff for the other game, the overarching actual game. So we're seeing more of the wash bears as we develop that out.
I mean, I didn't even know what a wash bear was until you said this. Like, I mean, because we don't have raccoons, and that didn't like it didn't.
No, don't.
Oh, that's what the hand wash. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And now it's stuck in my head anytime I see the raccoon. Oh, that's a
wash bear. Yeah, wash bear.
All right, cool. And you have like a team of 4. Like it's you, Nick,
That's Nick's, Horatio, and Driz. And we have a writer, QA, music. I'm mostly game programming and just trying to make it happen. Just trying to do the thing. Everyone trained in the traditional form of their art form, and here we are making games.
Cool. That's actually pretty awesome. There was a talk recently at GDC just talking about non-conventional paths game dev, and I think like if once it's out of the vault, I think you guys should check it out because it really kind of encapsulates what you're trying to do. Like you have your traditional software background, you have a traditional writer, and then just seeing how you can contribute to a creative project in a really interesting way. Graham, Super Space Club. What about you? What's your experience working on that so far?
It's been a very fun journey because it started just as my second game that I've been working on, but it started at a time when I was still had a full-time job. I still had a full-time job, and so it's mostly been like 2 or 3 years of just nights and weekends of me just doing the thing, me trying to get this game done. It's not even a big game, but because again, just 2 hours here and there, it's taken me longer than I'd like. But recently I left my full-time job, so now I'm doing a full-time game dev thing. And now it's been like a completely different. I mean, it's kind of nerve-wracking because I'm in charge of my own destiny now. But it's been really fun and fulfilling because I can actually focus on actually making the game now. I don't have to worry about anything else, fun, not fun, whatever, just make the game. And yeah, it's also a very simple looking game, as you'll see. It's beautiful, but minimal, because my background is just unlike Zane, it's more of a art background. And so it hasn't been anything too difficult for me to do. It's just more, again, just the time and to actually get it done and polish it.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, you'd have touched on like some superhuman time management skills to try and juggle a full-time job and game dev.
Yeah, trying to juggle a full-time job plus game dev, and then recently a child is a lot. It's a lot, yeah. All equally rewarding things, but you can at some point your hands get tired, you know. So yeah.
Okay. All right. So like, what kind of motivations did you want to what motivated you to kind of make the game, and what do you kind of want to explore with Super Space Club? First off, I think I've said it before, but I need to say it again. Again, the name is awesome.
Super Space Club. Yeah. So I've been playing games ever since I can remember. Like my first game that I remember playing at least was Super Metroid when I got my Super Nintendo at age 4, I think. So I've always been a fan of games, been a fan of good gameplay, like all that stuff. And so yeah, I just wanted to make a very fun space shooter, but I didn't want it to be a typical bullet hell, 1,000 bullets on screen, your precise control trying to dodge. I wanted to have more of a physics-based feel to it. So you're actually trying to space drift and like just go around in the environment. And also, a lot of times I've been playing these games and they've been very like hardcore techno or just like some very blood rushing music, which I mean is fine. It fits the vibe, but I wanted something different, you know. And even before the lo-fi wave became a thing, lo-fi hip hop music kind of thing happened, I've always kind of liked that chill vibe. And so I was like, hey, I'm going to make a game it's not easy, but it still makes you feel relaxed when you're playing it somehow. It's like a good balance. And yeah, I just wanted to make a game that could check all those boxes, like something you can replay endlessly, something that's fun to play, gives you enough challenge, but also doesn't stress you out and looks good, sounds great. My sound designers, shout out to Fatbar, they're amazing. As hopefully you hear in the trailer, like they're ridiculously talented. So yeah, those are my main inspirations. And Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse made it look the way it does. yeah, have to say that.
All right. So while we look into the technical issues before we can cut through the show trailer, just want to give some background for like my own personal project, because I am also a developer and designer myself. The face and fingers behind Spire Studios, which has been the vehicle for me creating my project for the past, is it 8 years? It feels like 8 years. It's been a while. I haven't really been keeping track. And my latest project is called Quest Pocket, which is this rhythm-based or timing-based monster hunting RPG. I kept on thinking about like games like Pokemon and Monster Hunter and stuff like that. And I really love those games, but as I grow older, I find that I have less and less time to sink into them. So I wanted to see if there's a way to distill that experience, that getting stronger, that leveling up experience into something that is, can fit in your pocket, right? So that was the idea for the creative direction. And then from a business standpoint, why it's free on mobile and why the model is set up the way it is, I wanted to explore something I've kind of been pointing as art as a service, which is really content marketing strategy for creatives, which you see a lot of digital artists do it, a lot of YouTubers do it, where they're releasing this, they release their project or their stuff for free and kind of move people along their pipeline, their funnel. It feels very me when you say marketing funnel user. The idea is basically by showing your authentic process, you and engaging with a wide audience, you inevitably find people who are willing to support you. I like that idea, and I like that it feels authentic, it feels genuine, and it feels like a more sustainable and fair model to everyone involved than some of the more less savory tactics that I've seen people explore, especially in the mobile space. So that's the story behind Questlight Pocket. It's a little bit more than poking a sheep dragon with a stick. But yeah, that's my project. I want to see if we can probably cut over to the trailers again. Probably not just the Wash Bear Workshop one, because that one is more of an interview where you're getting feedback from the entire team, right?
Yeah.
We're working on it. All right, no problem.
Touch on something
Hello.
interesting, Glenn. Like, I found that, of course, as you get older, as you have more responsibilities, I too, even though I love these bigger experiences, I've been making a lot of time for like the very basically indie games, like a lot of small experiences or experiences you can just pick up and play. And so when you said that, that's also something that resonates with me because I've been trying to make something where you don't need to devote like 5 hours every time you sit down and play. You can just play for 10 minutes. You can play for 10 hours if you want. It's up to you. Yeah, I'd love to make some huge game, but yeah, just have time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I mean, that is also why I'm really interested in the mobile space right now. I know a lot of developers aren't as keen on it because it has kind of turned into this playground of shallow experiences. I know that the Apple and Google, they're trying to build out some kind of curated space to kind of push for that, because that's not to say that those smaller experiences, those casual experiences don't have a place. I don't want to be an art snob. Like, gaming is for everyone. Everyone deserves to play how they want to play.
Yeah, I think it's more to the marketplace, right? Like all those games have a place, but when you want to create something that's more, I would say, meaningful, I guess, as opposed to something that's just quick and fun just to play. We need to make something more meaningful. Those don't really get as much of a spotlight because they aren't as quick and easy to play. And when you're making mobile games, it tends to be more about the ads, I guess, or like just trying to make money through the space. I don't know.
Yeah, it can translate poorly there. But yeah, I do want to explore the space more to see if there's something that can make sense. And just segueing nicely into like development and design processes, I really admire how Zane and Zane's team has been, looking at a big picture idea and then narrowing it down and focusing on one thing and then just building on it over time. It's an interesting way of doing development, and it really comes from like a technical background. I'm going to use was the design process influenced by Agile?
Yeah, it's actually completely Agile. Everything about it is actually just Agile. We set out to make it, and it was just like, okay, how can I scope this down? And it was just like, I'm going to scope it down as far as possible, and then we're going to just iterate and see what happens. It's the reason why I'm trying to get it to a point where I can be like, okay, this is the base thing that I'm going to put out there so people can play it, and just possibly just iterate on more levels as I go along, build out more systems for the other project as well. Because the point is to build out bits and pieces for the actual game, add them into this game, because I mean, this game just has a core. That's all it has right now, and it needs that meat around it. So we're just going to iterate on it till we build out all the mechanics for the other actual game and go from there. I mean, I say iterate, it could be we build a bunch of levels and then call it this is it, and then make a 2, and it could be, I don't know, we're just going forward with what are we building and just keep building it.
Just to see what feels right.
Yeah.
I actually think that's a very, very smart approach. One of the things, there's two things. This can go in two directions, but one of the things that I think happen, especially with our own community, in a hobby sense, right, is that since we're all self-taught, we all have that dream game idea, right? That the MMO RPG that you want to build, the GTA set in Kingston that we keep getting pitched.
That's the biggest pitch.
Like, that idea is good and that dream is great, but making games and making software and then making games specifically is hard, and getting that kind of validation, that user-led design, is important. So I really admire how you've managed to take this big dream and it's fancy, it's quirky, and you're like, you know what, let's just focus on the raccoons and sugar.
And sugar.
Right?
Some nice sweet brown sugar, dog.
Right? Straight from the plantation. And then take that and make a physics puzzle out of it. Like, even you said that it needs more meat, but just looking at the core that I've played so far, it was frustrating but it's like that was the point, and you guys leaned into it, like from a design standpoint. Like the controls are purposely obtuse and they're not intuitive, but eventually you get it and you're there pressing everything on your keyboard.
Once you get it, you feel like a wizard.
Yeah. And I'm just there like raccoon ears and everything. Like,
exactly. Yeah.
That's definitely a feeling I was going for, which is why the instructions aren't clear. Because I mean, how does a raccoon who built a robot teach a robot how to like function, right? So the instructions tells you the task. They have hands. You can't trust raccoons. You cannot trust raccoons.
Fair,
They have hands. Like you watch Planet of the Apes, Planet of the Raccoons would be just as bad. Trust me. Like you can't trust them. But they build machines, and I mean, it's just our interpretation of what it would be like if you were a robot learning to use a robot body built by raccoons.
All right, that's cool.
Makes sense.
Makes sense. I mean, getting that kind of feedback and working on projects in that way, I feel like it's the smartest approach. But I think that also is influenced from my own technical background, because I'm a computer scientist by education and some form of manager by trade. But there is another problem that I'm hoping that we can solve with the JGDS specifically, which is finding that cultural voice. I think Graham and I have had these conversations multiple times about like what is a Jamaican game dev, what is a Caribbean game dev, what is a Caribbean and Jamaican game. Because as a country, we have a trend to highlight and focus on the things that are obviously Jamaican. Like you know the Jamaican guy at the sports match, and you know the Jamaican guy at whatever game. Why? They're the ones with the flag shirt, and they're the ones with Jamaica glasses, and they're the ones. They're very, 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 very proud of where we come from and our culture. And I kind of want to see how we meaningfully translate that into other creative output. I mean, reggae music, for example, dancehall, those are very much stamps of Jamaica. But two different vibes almost entirely, right? And I know that within us we have like this entire multitude, and our motto is out of many one people. So I want to see if there are any other new avenues. Like, can there be like a lo-fi Caribbean aesthetic that translates? No, it's reggae. Fine. Just reggae. But like it becomes a genre of game itself, right? Like soca that you can match beats to, like them type of things. Like I want to see how these ideas translate, and I know that we need to get our technical skill up to a point before all those creative ideas start bubbling up and actually see the light of day.
Yep, I have so many ideas around those things that you're talking about, but the technical skill to put into it, especially with the teams that we have are so small, from 1 to 4, 1 to 2 people, to 3 to 4, like the dreams are big and the people are willing, but the skill is not yet there in a lot of the houses.
When we're making something that's culturally relevant, something that we want our people, our country to be proud of, you don't want to just make something, you want to actually make something that actually has some substance in all aspects, all like in the gameplay, the narrative, the music, the story, the visuals, everything. And so I feel like that's why it's been so hard. Like we have to start with things that we don't, I wouldn't say that we don't care about, but things that aren't as tied
so
to
close to the heart.
Exactly. Yeah. And I tell
exactly.
people not to start with your biggest projects first, because it just won't get done.
Yeah. I mean, for me, one of the things that I don't want to happen is I don't want to like go all in on something that is directly like dyed in the wool in Jamaican, and then somebody takes it up and plays it and says this is not Jamaican. Like that's a fear for me personally. That feels daunting, and I want to be able to creatively express that with authenticity. I keep using that word, and that is really anticipated for a bit. Right? Like I know I am a Jamaican. All right, cool. Trailers are up.
this thing on? Ah, it is. Hello. Good morning. Wait, it can hear me, right? Minnie, your translator?
Ah, respect, Killy. Yeah, man, he can't hear you. Let me put one thing there, night.
Microphone?
Yeah, man, that thing there. Anyway, hear this. So I make if they infiltrate the ends, you see me?
Why do you have to use that language module?
Oh, you mean, man? This? Bad like yours.
We need you to perform some tasks and learn. Test your lower actuation motor.
Greetings and wagwan from Just Dev Studios. We're proud to present our work in progress, Washware Workshop. I'm Zane Francis, lead programmer and lead designer at Just Dev.
I'm Joel, and I'm a game designer and game writer at Just Dev Studios.
Hi, I'm Danai Williams. I'm the head of QA and a game designer at Just Dev Studios.
Hi, I'm Adrian Hemans. I'm lead composer at Just Dev Studios.
So, what is Washberry Workshop? Washberry Workshop is an off-kilter puzzle game where you play as an AI controlling a robotic arm built by 3 hyper-intelligent raccoons. Yeah, we're serious. The 3 raccoons present you with deceptively complex challenges that you as the arm must solve using your various mechanical joints. Trial and error takes on new dimensions as you question your creator's intentions and the futility of all existence in this heartwarmingly enraging experience. So the seed of this idea sprang from an expansive team brainstorming session. I pitched a concept in which a trio of intelligent raccoons schemed to pull off a big heist. The team laughed and we moved on. But when our lead programmer decided to prototype a mechanic within the concept, the seedling of the idea ended up growing some branches and leaves. What say you, lead programmer?
Well, with the crazy idea from our brainstorming, I set out to create a bite-sized game for a single mechanic from that larger project. Well, since I'm here talking about Washware Workshop, I can say that I failed at that. I just wanted to create a game that made a simple task tedious. Drink the water. A simple task you do every day without thought, but what if you had to think about controlling each joint in your arm, each bone in your hands? That's when it gets interesting. What if you're a robot learning to control your body gear by gear to serve your raccoon overlords? With the wonders of raccoon engineering, we are able to create such an experience. With the help of our chief raccoon engineer, Linny, of course. As I was working closely with Linny, building the experience, I realized that mechanically I was having fun with this simple mechanic and seeing how much I could do with it. Then I began to revel in the torture of tedium I was about to put my friends through. From there, the more I added to make it more appealing and playable, the more it grew. It was a challenge, I think, figuring out what the game was and how to scope it, how to make gameplay about simple tasks interesting, but I think we've got it down. I have to say so far that the greatest thrill has also been watching our playtesters and the scornful looks that they glance at me when they're...
So we got to showcase a little bit of Washberry Workshop, and you kind of spoke about your process of iteration and how the game eventually became, raccoons who want sugar. We already covered that we've covered that pretty extensively, and why that process is so cool. There's another game that we haven't mentioned, and that's because the developers themselves they weren't able to participate, but I have to give a shout out to the Pinnacle Brothers and Street Boy JA, which when I'm looking at that game, I'm smelling the sea. Right?
Yeah.
Right? I can't wait to give them. And we're just going to showcase some of the other projects, some of the trailers for SAC and Quest, as well as Street Club.
All right, we're back again.
All right, great. And that's our showcase so far. You got to see a glimpse of some of the projects that Jamaicans are working on right now. We hope to, build on that and kind of cover out some of the problems that we're facing and the directions that we are going towards. We're hopeful, and we hope that you guys continue to check out our work and support us. Any final words, Graham, Zane?
Super Space Club comes out this year on Xbox and PC. You can go to superspaceclub.com to check it out. And big up everybody watching. Big up Amado. Big up all the people. Thank you for supporting us. It means a lot.
everybody.
Hello.
I'll just wait for a minute to make sure that we can be heard. Okay, welcome to the Ender Gallery stream at AmazeFest. We are broadcasting from Saskatchewan in Canada, which is Treaty 4 territory, and the traditional homeland of the Cree, the Saulteaux, the Lakota, the Dakota, and the Métis people. Our servers running Minecraft are based in Germany, in Bavaria specifically, and part of what we like to think about through Ender Gallery is how the digital spaces that we use to make art or gather are occupying real spaces, and it's often important to think about that. So you are gathered wherever you are on the other end of the screen, and thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, I'm Kat Glimke, also here in Regina with John, and I'm a co-curator of Ender Gallery. We're just going to do a quick round of introductions for everyone who's viewing.
I'll go next. I'm Sarah Friend. I'm also one of the Ender curators, streaming to you from Berlin.
Hi, I'm Kat. I'm streaming from Regina, Saskatchewan on Treaty 4 territory, and I'm one of the Ender Gallery residents, artists. Yes.
Hi, I'm Hui Di. I'm streaming from Pittsburgh, PA, USA. I am the current resident in Ender Gallery.
And we're going to talk about the projects that we've been working on in Ender Gallery this year. First, just like to give a quick introduction to what Ender Gallery is. It is an artist in residence based in the video game Minecraft. Sarah, do you want to talk about how Ender Gallery has come to be?
Yeah, sure. So Ender Gallery kicked off as an idea in fall of last year. And I won't lie, it was in some ways a bit of a response to the pandemic's driving of art into online spaces. But being an artist who's worked in online spaces for a long time, wanting to see that done in playful ways and to expand, where an online exhibition space could be. And the first people I thought to approach to actually be artists in residence at Ender Gallery were Kat and John, who I've known for a long time, through sort of media art and video game art community in Toronto, where we all used to live. But then through talking to them, they got so excited about the idea, one thing led to another, and it kind of changed. And I was like, do you just want to co-curate this endeavor together? And they were also both, I think you're both, do you have the same job title of digital coordinators at the Mackenzie?
Yeah,
They're
more or
both
less.
digital coordinators of slight variations.
We coordinate slightly different things.
Nice. So through their work there, the Mackenzie got looped in. One thing kind of led to another, and Ender took its current form. And we started really getting serious in January 2020.
Yeah, we released an open call back in January 2021, and we received over 100 applications. And it was, we were really interested in folks who were coming from Minecraft, thinking about it as like a medium, thinking about its sort of specificities. So very much like considering it as an art form, and from those like over 100 applications, we had to narrow it down to 4 slots that we had funding for. And 2 of those artists that we were so thrilled that their proposals are here with us today. That is Kat and Hudi here. And the things that really drew us to working with these artists, and just like the proposals that we were interested in, we're really thinking about the platform, thinking about the role of the artist on Minecraft, that kind of work that's involved as well, bringing in personal stories and personal connections to Minecraft and sort of exploring it for what it offers. And its own types of affordances. So whether that is because it's this amazing, creative tool for constructing things, or a tool of expression because you're able to design things that are very specific to you and perhaps to your own experience. We were able to focus in on these 4 really great projects, and 2 of which we're going to look at today. We should maybe head on over into Minecraft, so we can take a look at Kat Haynes' project.
Hello.
Okay.
Are we in Minecraft now?
We are streaming Minecraft. Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I guess I'll talk a little bit at a high level about what this project was sort of conceived as, and how it's, I don't know, some of the theory behind it, I suppose, and how that factored into what I did. So I thought a lot about space throughout this project. I was really interested in creating like different spaces for different purposes. So the first space I built was the residence center. And it was just sort of because I needed like a home. And I wanted there to be like a physical presence for the residents in the game, because I figured if it's a residence, there should be a residency. Or if it's a residency, there should be a residence building. And so this is where I slept, and I kept a little journal in here of what I did throughout the different days. And so that creates little bits of narrative that people can interact with.
I just broke the window in your room. I'm so sorry. How rude.
You can fix it. But the main part of this project, what it was really conceived as, was this reconstruction of my surgically constructed genitals, as an investigation into like how trans bodies are consumed and how transitioned bodies are consumed. And inside of it is a gallery with a series of different stories and narratives that are paired with images from my social media archive. So the blocks that I used to construct the vulva and the vaginal canal with is really where I started to think about how to use the game as a medium. And I thought a lot about the possibilities of modding the game, and how that sort of related to feminist theory and trans-feminist theory about like transforming our social and material realities. So with modding, there's this opportunity to retexture blocks really easily. But also through modding language packs, we can also like rename blocks. And so for me, this really speaks a lot to like Donna Haraway's concept of the cyborg as like a creature of social and material reality. And we're able to sort of transform our materiality through like the tactility of the textures. And so these textures are actually drawn from an image that my partner took of my genitals. that I did during a self-exam. And so these are textures that are little 16 by 16 pixel blocks from my body. And so it was a way of bringing my body into the game, but also a way of, like, in a really playful way, exploring my body, and exploring my body in a really creative way. Because throughout a lot of the process of going through the process of surgical transition, you lose a lot of agency, I feel like. It's not something that you have a lot of active input into. You're just sort of swept along in a stream of process. And I talked about this in one of my pieces inside the gallery, and also in one of the artist talks that I did, you know, that I was really, really upset that I never got like a lookbook of vulvas as part of this process to say, like, these are the features that I'm really interested in. This is a concept of how I would like my body to look. And so this was an opportunity to have more agency into that process, and to transform the game to really bring my body into it in this, like, playful, constructive way, where I was able to really define how it looked, how it felt, and even what was inside of it, and how I wanted people to explore and interact with it. And so I think this kind of speaks to the potential of Minecraft as this opportunity to not only, like, explore how we can modify our social and material realities to create more just worlds or more livable worlds for us, but also through the mechanic of, like, constructing things block by block, we can, like, literally create new realities. And this ended up being a very, very intimate space inside the gallery, which I guess we can go inside now. Partly because, you know, it has an image of me prior to my transition as part of the lesbian wedding piece. And that's, like, a really intimate piece to share. It has like nudity, it has, like, me in the bath. And this is the image of me doing the self-exam. And this piece inside this door that you sort of have to intentionally pass through, that is a selfie I took, sort of the first selfie I took after my surgery, when I could sort of see everything. And it's this very cyborg moment, I feel, because I have like a catheter attached to myself still, and it's this very vulnerable, intimate moment. And so inviting people into this space, even though it's this digital space, it's still this very intimate, personal space. And I found during the opening and some of the public events, inviting people into this space, especially Minecraft characters that I didn't know who was on the other end of, was very, very interesting to have that, like, very personal but still somewhat detached experience where, like, we might be chatting, but there isn't that, like, voice connection or that video connection. And so that, I think that was one of the places I felt that the most was during the dance party, which was called Pack the Pussy. And I think that one felt so intimate because it was more than any of the other events. It was like this opportunity. It was like, please come into my pussy, please come into this very personal space. And it was sort of this exploration of queer and trans prioritized spaces. It happened in this room. We tore down all the benches to open it up to be a dance floor. And up top, there was a DJ booth where we played modded music discs with music from some trans electronic artists. So there's lots of opportunities to change the game through modding and also constructing things. And so that's really what I focused on throughout the residency. And through that, I found all of these like interesting explorations of space and place and intimacy through kind of what I ended up developing. Yeah, I think I'll stop there.
That was amazing. That was such a good summary of so much work.
Yeah, for folks who are interested in some of those events, we do not have the server currently up for cats for the public for folks to visit, but there is a lot of documentation, including videos of the events that she mentioned on the Ender Gallery YouTube, which can be found through the Ender Gallery website, ender.gallery. As well, there's a workshop coming up. We'll plug at the end. We'll throw it.
We'll switch over.
We'll switch over to the next server.
Fun fact while we switch over, Ender Gallery currently has 4 Minecraft servers in rotation. 2 of them are in Bavaria, 2 are in Toronto, because a lot of our audience is in Canada, and we're hoping being physically close might cut down lag.
A lot of opportunity for lower ping in our tangle of different locations.
We are also, if you're watching on and commenting in the Q&A section, we'll be reviewing those questions after Hootie's presentation right now. So feel free to line up some questions for Kat, for any of the curators, and for Hootie, who will be presenting next. So Hootie, we're here in your server.
Yay! Hi everybody. Yeah, as I mentioned, I'm a current resident in Ender Gallery. So basically for this talk, I just want to talk about what lead me to here and what I've been working on right now. So actually in my art practice, I'm primarily making sculpture objects, installations, and systems in physical space to examine word-making processes and the coexistence of multiple contexts and narratives in late capitalism. I'm really interested in the constant wrestlings, negotiations, and translations between the virtual digital context, including video games, and the tangible sensorial world we occupy with our bodies. In my sculptures, I usually rearranging, reimagine, and reconstruct elements I encountered in my life from different contexts, including on and offline. And then I kind of sort of recreate, research and create sculpture objects to construct a space situated in between. My interest and exploration in the world of video games actually starts with my personal gaming experience in the live simulation video game, Animal Crossing: New Horizons, which is launched on Nintendo Switch last year in March. During the worldwide lockdown caused by the coronavirus pandemic, I entered Animal Crossing as a video game newbie, searching for both a reprieve from the anxiety as well as an alternative site for structured life. In the process of gaming, I created a spreadsheet called Game Care Log to document all sorts of game acts and activities in the game, including the time I spent, the money I earned and spent, and the natural resources elements I collected, the construction I made in the game, animal villagers I interacted with, and the trip I made to other people's island. From last year on May 17th to the same day this year, I played the game for a whole year without missing one single day. I ended up with a giant spreadsheet of 366 days of gaming data. So basically, if you ask me what I've been doing, what I did on specific day last year in my real life, I certainly cannot remember it. But if you ask me like what I did in Animal Crossing, I can answer the question with confidence. So in this way, basically the digital life of my past year becomes like draws a parallel line of my actual life. And it even becomes like a predominant presence of my artist's life here. I didn't anticipate this project to be an artwork at first, but as I reflect and started to dive into the data, I started to get curious. My own obsession of the game and the complex relationship between play and labor, work and leisure, as well as the simulated in the real life reflected in data I collected confused me. Up until today, this project is still a work in progress. My current research almost becomes like data mining process, I would say, where I am trying to decipher the hidden patterns, meanings, and implication of my own gaming experience and its connection to the broader context of both online and offline worlds I'm situated in. And earlier this year, I created this installation entitled My Play Bench in the Workground. This installation consisting of 7 sculptures that come from the reinterpretation of different tools I've been using in my artist studio, in the game I played, including Animal Crossing, and in my daily life, and in the softwares I use. This work is my attempt to contemplate the emergent politics and critical issues associated with the ever-expansive merging between play and labor, as well as the physical and the virtual, the real and the simulated, and the fact and fiction in today's life. Now with Art and Gallery, I just started my journey in Minecraft. Okay, here we go. My project research is entitled How to Become an Artist in Minecraft. So on the one hand, with almost non-experience in Minecraft beforehand, I'm literally learning how to play and study Minecraft, what kind of topics I can research on, and what kind of contribution can I make to this conversation around Minecraft. On the other hand, this project aims to continue and expand my exploration in Animal Crossing on contemplating the spatial and temporal effects of inhabiting both the virtual and physical worlds as an artist. At the same time, I want to use this opportunity to actually reflect upon my role as an artist. As an artist in today's world featuring the hyper-hybrid, assuming it is artist's role to find and create possibilities in all contexts, including on and offline. This research aims to investigate what it means to create new possibilities by using the platform, language, and the critical framework provided by video games like Minecraft. That is also my self-reflection upon what it means by claiming the role as an artist in a world like Minecraft, where so many gamers have already creating so many amazing artwork in the game. What's my position, my voice, my agency, and my contribution to the game world, as well as probably more important to me, the ongoing conversation we have about the increasing squishes and resemblance between the game life and the so-called real life, especially in a time full of precarity and uncertainty. Also, how do I actually fit into the power dynamic game hidden behind the game we're actually playing? As a spreadsheet maniac, I for sure started a spreadsheet for this game as well. In this spreadsheet of Minecraft, I have also documented different topics I'm learning about Minecraft every day, as well as my check-in, check-out time, my references, and what I have been creating in the game. Besides learning about Minecraft, I also curated sort of some side projects I'm working on. And on this wall, you can see there's 3 panels presented here are one of the side projects I'm working on. These 3 panels presented here are so basically I'm trying to, this is the birds, this is like the project I'm trying to build a bird soundscape for a lecture / performance I plan to do as a crossover between my Minecraft studio and my real studio. These 3 panels presented here are the main instruments I'm going to use to recreate the bird soundscape I recorded earlier this summer in a mountain area near Steuben, Wisconsin. The first panel from the left is a digital model of a bird whistle I found online. The second panel is a 3D print of the model. And this third one is a 3D scanned version of the 3D print. So the next step is going to be create another 3D print of the 3D scanned version of it. I'm interested in how my current Minecraft world actually looks so similar to the mountains I was in. I want to create a soundscape dedicated to Minecraft, but using an instrument that has been through multiple translations between the digital and the physical to create a digital and technology mediated bad copy, in quotes, of the natural bird sound, which I consider as appropriate bird sounds for Minecraft. So the goal for my research right now is to present a research exhibition and design an artist studio in Minecraft at the end of my residency with Art Gallery, which is going to happen in September. And the spreadsheet I'm talking about of the Minecraft will also be published next week. So the public can also track what I've been doing to learn how to become an artist in Minecraft. That's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Just as the sun sets in the Minecraft world too, I think. Well timed.
Amazing.
One thing just to start the conversation for both you, sort of relating to what we were talking about around wanting to create Ender Gallery as a response to the sort of frustrations that exist around showing digital art, because so often the ways we exhibit it are just not really robust enough to accommodate all the different types of things that digital art can be. And that's why AmazeFest's past 2 years of programming have been so much fun to see happen, because they are sort of creating a 3D space that you can, an interactive space, as well as showing interactive work. And anyway, we wanted to create something where the artists were intervening with the medium that they're using to create the art, which I think both of you are obviously doing in big ways.
I'm not sure if the server's still on stream, but
yes,
I'm going to undertake a small bit of time travel. So if anyone's in the Amaze Discord and they have questions, you can share them. And is there also a live stream chat?
Could be.
So there may be a live stream chat separately. Stay tuned. In the meantime, I have some questions. So a question for Kat. And you didn't mention it so much in your talk, but a big part of your exhibition, I know, is writing. And I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about your writing process for the exhibition.
Yeah, I would love to. Learning to write in Minecraft was an interesting process. So in Minecraft, there's an object that's a book and quill that you can use to write notes in, and then once you're like done, you can like finalize a book and sign it and name it. And the pages are like very short, and the lines are very short, so it's a very like restricted form of writing, in particular because part of my process of writing was trying to make it like aesthetically pleasing as well, so not having just like really jagged lines, or like intentionally doing that sometimes. But it really changed my flow of writing to write in Minecraft rather than in like a Google Doc or a Word doc or a journal. Each different sort of medium that you write in changes your process a bit. And so it's almost akin to like Twitter a little bit in terms of how you have to like write out your thoughts in these like sort of short, concise little segments. But it was also a really frustrating process because there were a few times where like I would write for an hour and then my book would like disappear because the game would glitch in like the way the game handles books in creative mode is kind of weird. And so like the book would glitch and then I would lose an hour of writing and it would be like, oh God. Yeah, that's a little bit about writing in Minecraft, I suppose.
I think it's so cool and interesting that you undertook the writing also in the game and that it ended up changing the texts in some ways. It's like a really subtle but interesting and important part of the installation, I think.
Thank you. Yeah.
I wanted to respond to Nico's sort of comment or thank you, as they say in the chat. But sort of this concept they mentioned, they want to say that they love the concept of using Minecraft as a museum in itself, and that they're impressed with how the different artists treated the space in itself and what to show and share in and within it. I think it's really interesting that the two current artists that are on the panel today are using sort of more this or have been using like the painting customization in Minecraft, and then also thinking about the work that is currently on exhibit on Ender Gallery. Not to derail from our current folks, but if you want to actually see what is the most recent exhibit, it's more of a Minecraft custom texture pack for objects within Minecraft. Simon and Benedict's Odenak at the Village takes medicinal plants from Abenaki territory and replaces the Minecraft default plants with them. And so there was sort of with the artists that we're working with, there's kind of this engagement with Minecraft as an exhibition space, but also Minecraft as sort of an exploratory space, and like the crossover between kind of as Hootie is mentioning within her work, that reality, and then how Kat discusses this as well, like how we can change the kind of realities we do experience, and then taking something like medicinal plants that have a very specific purpose and very important role in a community and taking them into this digital realm is an interesting consideration that kind of goes outside of like what we think of when we think of perhaps museums or art, or like showcasing a specific thing within like an art context. And I think this is just thinking about like Minecraft as a museum, but also Minecraft as an experience, especially for the audience as they begin to encounter that. And I think Kat, certainly like with all the events, you really like made a space for community in your exhibit, and we really saw that evolve. Some of the like spaces that you created were very specific to like the folks who are coming out and engaging with you on the server. And I think like something that's just really interesting about Minecraft is that it's beyond, and it can also do so much more than the museum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say that like it's, for me, what I think is so interesting is not creating museums in Minecraft, though some of the projects look like that, but it's treating Minecraft itself, the constraints of the game, as an art medium, and then thinking about what we can make with it. The rule set is the medium of the artwork in a way. And I think all the artists have done that in different ways.
Yeah, totally. I was wondering, Kat, what advice do you have for Hootie about being an artist in Minecraft?
Just like explore and like watch Minecraft streams too, maybe as part of your research of like people building stuff or people modding the game, can be really, really helpful. And then, yeah, I also, my installation ended up being like bigger than I expected, partly because of this like community aspect and this presentation aspect. But like really working within the limitations of the game with like a really limited palette of functionality, and like really focusing on that. Yeah, I was curious, are you planning to bring your sort of your digital bird song into like Minecraft as background music?
I'm thinking about that, but I'm also thinking about to develop this like both like kind of performance both in my actual physical studio as well as in Minecraft. And I want to follow up on the comments previously about the museum in Minecraft. And I think what I'm really interested in this residency or my fellow artists who are doing like artwork inside of Minecraft is I think we're not only using it as a showcase or like just put artwork on pedestal as in museum. I more consider this residency opportunity as a almost like a research lab. And so it's more about this kind of in progress stuff. And I'm also thinking about the Minecraft is part of my studio, physical studio, but at the same time, my physical studio is also part of Minecraft. So it's like really, it's kind of like a merge between those two studios. And so this is how I right now develop my research system and the side projects I'm developing right now as well. So it's like everything's going to happen in both sides, I think. And thank you so much for the advice.
Are you I wasn't able to watch the stream just because of how our setup is. Are you planning to build like a studio space in your world to like do research in?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's like in that next, like my goal for the residency is like to have like a studio inside of it, and as well as to put up like exhibition, like a research exhibition inside of the gallery. So that's like my primary goal for this residency. But I kind of feel like this is going to be an ongoing process for a really long time.
You're set up near a village. Are you going to, what sort of relationship do you imagine having with the NPCs?
Oh yeah, actually, I think when I did my proposal, I actually proposed like I want to be an artist NPC inside of the world of the Minecraft, or what does it mean to be an artist NPC, or do we have an artist NPC, and how we should imagine it inside of Minecraft? If it's like a right now becomes like a role or like a profession, or so should we have an artist NPC inside of Minecraft? What they should do? So I guess that's how I'm thinking about my relationship with NPCs. Probably is I want to become part of it, or like one member of it, or just like create a new category of NPC inside of Minecraft based on my own research and experience. But the relationship with the villagers, and I think I'm still in the process of exploring that. But I think it's a really interesting topic, and I also kind of feel like it's kind of related to what you just said about the physical presence of the game that we're playing. And I'm thinking about the physical presence of an artist, our artist studio in physical space, how that related to the context we're situated in. So yeah, that's a really interesting question.
Yeah, I love the idea of the artist NPC is that would be just such a good mod to put on, especially if you sort of create it through research. But it's really going to be exciting to see how you develop that role. It's a very cool performative practice.
So I have a question. Maybe we have time for one?
We have time for one more question for sure.
Okay. And it's a question prompted, Hootie, by your project, but maybe also Kat has something to say about it, because I believe you are both Animal Crossing players. I've actually never played Animal Crossing, but I'm just thinking about how you've done this similar project in Animal Crossing, and you're doing one in Minecraft, which is a game that you hadn't played so much prior to the residency. And I was just wondering if you could, like, what are the main differences of undertaking that you found in undertaking this kind of research in both games? And maybe Kat also has comments about Minecraft versus Animal Crossing.
Okay, so the major differences right now, I think, is just like I think someone mentioned earlier in the talk is about the limitation. I think Kat mentioned about it, like the limitation of game, and the two games totally have a different like setup and rules and limitation, or we have to follow. But there are also like different ways we can like broke the system or kind of broke the rules, break the rules inside of the game. So I think for me right now, I develop a system in the Animal Crossing, and I'm sort of like using the system right now to study Minecraft. Like I have this spreadsheet and document everything, and trying to collect data of my gaming experience in Minecraft as well. But I'm not sure yet whether it's going to work or not. I think that's a really good question for me to also figure out and to also explore. And I also love this concept of like working with limitation and to really think within as well as beyond the different limitation of the different worlds, and also how to translate the different languages among different worlds, right? Like translate the research framework from Animal Crossing, does that work in Minecraft, or does the research framework in my actual studio can be translated in Minecraft? So I think for me, like this kind of like a process of translating and the process to figure out how to translate is really fascinating. Kat, what do you think?
Yeah, I think the limitations that you spoke about are like really central. And I think about like the limitations in Animal Crossing are like the items that are presented to you, largely. You can also like customize like the ground, and you can customize some other things. But largely it's about, or for me, it's about collecting outfits and about collecting items to create really satisfying spaces. And so in my Animal Crossing game, I have a room that's set up as like an altar that has like some incense on a table and some tarot cards. And it's this like lots of plants in it and candles. And it's this very peaceful place in the game. And so I mostly play Animal Crossing as a form of like dress up and imagining different outfits or different ways I could look, and different spaces that I could have. In Minecraft, I was really interested in like how to go beyond the limits of the game through modding it, and what opportunities modding allows. And it'd be really interesting to get deeper into modding, or into like Java programming modding, to actually create new functionality in the game, rather than just sort of altering existing blocks, creating new blocks with new functionality. And like what opportunities could that afford if we pushed it even further?
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think that's a really awesome, future forward space to leave off on for this conversation.
If you do that, Kat, please let us know.
Yeah. This is the inaugural season of Ender Gallery programming, but we can only hope that there is going to be more. In order to keep abreast of all the developments, including Hoodie's residency progress, that document that she'll be releasing next week for the public to see how to be an artist in Minecraft, please follow us at Ender Gallery on Instagram. You can friend us on, if you're watching through the Discord, you can friend request us and we'll invite you to our Discord where you can hang out. The URL for our website is going on the stream, so ender.gallery. And if you want to specifically see the work that's on exhibit right now, it's ender.gallery/how-to-join. So we have also, and one more shout out is we have a workshop by Kat that will be occurring on her studios or her residency or exhibition server now on Sunday, August 2nd. That is through Toronto's Vector Festival. So pay what you can. It's a beginning and theory workshop for Minecraft. So it'll definitely be something you won't want to miss. So yeah, that's all. That'll be all updated on the Instagram as well. So that's all the plugs I have to say before we sign off today.
Thank you so
So yeah,
much.
thanks everyone for watching. Thanks to
Thank
Amaze for
you.
having us. Thanks to Hootie and Kat for coming and telling us about your work.
Yeah.
And have a good evening or day wherever you are.
Bye, everybody.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Amaze Festival 2021. And now we have something real special.
Welcome everybody to this little corner of the Amaze space. So nice to be here. We are celebrating, as you probably already know, the 10th anniversary of the Amaze Festival. And we're doing something a bit special today to test the knowledge of some of our most ardent fans that very generously offered to put
Join us
themselves
today,
through this hellish game show, the gauntlet of the quiz of the 10-year anniversary of Amaze. So I guess we should say hi to them first of all.
So, hi Bettina, hi Flemmy, hi Ivan. It's so nice to have you here.
Oh,
we're moving.
And that's
we're moving.
our floor.
That is our floor.
Yeah.
So,
why don't we go one by one?
starting with Bettina.
Yeah.
Pardon.
Why don't you say hi, maybe a line or two about yourselves, your pronouns, what's your connection with Amaze? Starting with Bertine. Hi, Bertine. Oh.
I've been to Amaze a few times, and I was in fact nominated a few years ago.
Wow.
And as in true Amaze tradition, I lost to a penis game.
Oh no!
Also,
was it those things with the dildos?
Yeah. Genital jousting.
Okay, I mean to be fair, they have dildo control.
I mean, they did have
Yeah.
dildos and penises, so you know, I'm fine.
Yeah.
And next up we have Flemmy, who is floating in virtual space.
I'm Flemmy, and yes, I am in Amaze space, and I will stay here forever.
Or so
That's
you
me.
claim, because we are in the real one. Which one are you
She's
on?
the ghost. She's the ghost in the parallel
Oh, it's
space.
like a different dimension.
Parallel
It's like one of those
dimension.
games where you can choose, or like in Stranger Things or something.
Which movie are we in? Are we in Looper? Are we in Stranger Things? I'm not
I
sure.
think we're like the good reality or whatever, and it's like the evil.
Flemmy is in the evil space.
reality. What's your pronouns, Fleming?
She, her.
Okay, Bertine, did we get yours?
It would be she, her.
Okay, cool.
And next up we have Ivan. Ivan, how are you doing? Yeah, tell us a bit. Tell us a bit.
It's your moment. It's
Why do you have
seconds.
people? Why do you have people standing behind you? What's happening?
Times. So a few years, 2 years, we organized Scramble Shake, this thing, with some people over here. And Bertine is also there.
Look,
Here she
in the
is.
middle.
How is this
So we
possible? I'm there.
Yes,
I'm here.
yes.
I'm here.
So
Gosh.
we have double Bertine. We have triple Bertine here.
Okay, so Bertine is an egomaniac. We've learned that.
Yeah.
It's also probably in the Amaze space behind me. So as a mingle, you know.
We like it. It's the way you are, Bertine. Don't hide it. Just be proud.
You know what's funny, Santi? I think that we have the least amount of experience out of all these guests, because you've been here before.
Yeah, you too, no?
No, this is my absolute first time at the Amaze Festival.
What the hell?
Oh wait, no, okay, I did one thing maybe, but not really. I think
Okay.
it doesn't count.
At least you're like studying game design, so it's not like we pulled like the waiter who doesn't know what a video game is, you know?
Do you need another Fritz Cola, by the way? Like,
So it's fair. It's okay. I mean,
Subtle.
Yeah, I think you match really well the vibe of the festival.
but I think that's great because we can then ask our guests for their experience to help us get through this quiz.
Yeah, we don't have to answer; they have to.
Exactly, that's great. That's amazing.
We just have to sit here,
Speaking of,
look really fabulous.
how do you guys
have a
feel?
good
Are you
time.
guys ready?
Yes.
Yeah, I see a thumbs
We
up from
start?
Ivan. Bettine's nodding. Flemmy is
Yes.
existing.
I can do this.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's the
we-
spirit.
Watch me fail.
I mean, big
Excuse me,
enjoy it.
I was going to be failing.
Oh.
We can all fail.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the spirit.
I heard that the questions are very tough, so yeah.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I heard they're super tough. Like no one can ever answer those.
No,
So
no.
let's see.
Are we gonna keep count of like how many wins each person gets? Like I don't think so. There's no prize.
Yes,
but-
we have someone in the background who's counting.
Yeah. Okay. You count.
Great.
You count.
We found someone.
And I guess we don't have a prize, so maybe we just can really
It's the honor.
We can just shame the two losers.
No, the other way around.
Let's just shame the others. No, I really
Shame the
That's
winner.
not nice.
because the winner should feel better than the others, right?
Is that how that works? Yeah. All right.
Bertine is like, this is not.
This is not what I wanted.
I'm
to
gonna
sign
go
up
on
for.
Twitter. And cancel this.
That's not the amaze spirit,
It
Santi.
is not the Amaze Spirit, Santi. I
All
thought
right.
you have been here before.
Okay, no, JK, don't cancel us, please. No, stay with us, all for fun, JK. No, it's all for the participation, for the fun. All right, let's start. Nothing happened.
Okay, I think we're ready. We have the first question.
No winners,
here.
no losers.
So, the question is, what was the most popular game played at the first Amaze, which is 2012? So we have A, badminton, B, real life Mario, and I'm really curious about what that could be. I like Johann Sebastian Joust. That sounds like kind of what we talked about earlier. And then D, Among Them.
Yeah, as everybody knows, Among Us like stole the idea from Among Them.
Oh, yeah, for
and
sure.
then they became a phenomenon.
That's how that
So
worked.
Among Them, the developers are like really sad right now.
Are our guests ready to reveal their...
You have 7.5 seconds to write in your answers. And
I
honestly
know
have-
what will I do? 7 seconds.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 4 now.
Now it's half a second left. I
Yeah,
believe.
exactly.
Uh-oh.
You better
Hey.
write.
Okay, are you guys ready?
No.
Really?
That's a no from Flemmy? Well, you better get going then.
I think Fleming
Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, it's hard to write without hands.
I think Fleming is trolling us
No,
from
no,
the
no,
from the
no.
evil dimension.
No, but I understand because she doesn't have hands.
Oh, I see.
That's I understand that.
Okay.
So let's say on a count of 3, we all reveal our answers because if you don't have an answer, that's on you.
Fleming, you can in the end. Are you ready?
I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay, cool.
So reveal in 3, 2, 1. What's your answer? So we see a C, yeah, great, and a D for Flemmy. All right, I have honestly no idea.
I absolutely know.
Ivan, do you know anything about Johann Sebastian Joust?
Yeah, it's I drew here the controllers that you play with. So yeah, it's like a physical game where you're trying to knock the controllers out of other people's hands.
Oh, I think I've seen videos of that. Like you run around
yeah.
and you have this and you try to slap people.
Yeah, it was super like popular when I was there, beginning in like 2014. So I'm not sure if it existed back in 2012.
yeah.
So let's see.
All right, let's see what the correct
Ivani is
answer is.
questioning our producer who wrote the questions. Also, we're getting trolled a lot.
No, I think that's fine. But I think we can go to the correct answer, please.
Let's do it. Yeah.
And there you go. I think we can even see them, right? Is that how that looked?
Yes.
I guess so. Yeah.
You can see the little light controller.
That's great.
Yeah.
So congratulations to Ivan and Bettine. That's a point for both of you. And Flemmy, rough among them.
Yeah.
Are you a big fan?
Next time.
Next time.
Nice. All right. That was our first question.
Santi, do you want to do the next one?
Yeah. Let's go with the next one. In 2017 and 2018 at Amaze Berlin, some preeps, I don't know what that is, attendees started a cult.
A cult.
Started cooking scrambled eggs and doing unconferences. What did they use to cook eggs? Okay, I suspect Ivan has.
This is a. I'm privileged here, I think.
Okay, I have absolutely no idea. So we
Oh.
have a non-stick frying pan. Okay, so the correct way to fry an egg is with answer A. Chef's kiss. A bonfire and big leaves with Mother Nature magic. All right.
A rice
How
cooker.
do you know? No, you can't do that.
No, hopefully not. That would be
And a
really
large paella pan.
evil.
I don't speak Spanish.
Oh yeah, okay, well, lucky for us. Oye, vamos, amigues, hagamos huevos revueltos.
What is it?
Love that I found a moment to use my Spanish.
Okay, so we have A, a non-stick frying pan, B, a
Mother Nature.
Mother Nature, and then C, a rice cooker, and then D, a large paella pan. To be fair, I think the rice cooker pan looked the most amazed, as in it was all over the place.
The most questionable and the most appalling.
That's what you said.
Okay, so you have three quarters of a second left to answer your questions.
How's it looking on your side?
How are you all doing?
Yeah.
All right, sick. Okay, I see nodding faces.
Fleming?
Great.
Okay,
Let's
cool.
on 3, 2, 1. Let's see it. What you got? So it's C, C, and B. Well, Fleming's a Mother Nature fan, I see, even though you're in like a digital space. Maybe it's like a yearning, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Fleming maybe is sending us like an evil, like, you know, messages from the evil space.
You think she's going to spell something out? Because the right answer is C, the rice cooker.
I don't trust Fleming. I think she's up to something.
Bettine, were you there? Did you see that?
I wasn't only there, I supplied some of the special spices.
I did not quite
Okay.
catch that. Could you
Something
say that
about
again?
spices?
I said I wasn't just there, I supplied some of the special spices.
Oh, I see the
And
special
you said
spices.
special
But-
spices.
The
But
special spices.
Can you tell us what exactly was going on there? Because that sounds like a sacrilege. No, unholy.
Well, it turns out it's dangerous to have an open fire, especially with like tents that can apparently be
yeah.
set aflame. And apparently the safest option was to have a rice cooker.
Because you had
couldn't
nothing else.
You couldn't, apparently you can't set a tent on fire with a rice cooker.
Yeah.
I'm sure people have tried, but
At least at Amaze, they weren't successful yet.
at least at Maze we weren't successful at setting fire to a tent with a rice
Right.
cooker.
So congratulations to Ivan and Bettine again.
I guess the question in everybody's mind is, if there's a physical Amaze next year, can we expect more Scramble Shake?
Maybe, yes. Why not?
All right, great.
Hell yeah. I think
You get us cool.
let's go to the next question.
Yeah.
Exclusive.
Oh yeah, by the way, that was a rice cooker from Marie Claire. She was living in Berlin back then.
Yeah.
And yeah, so it's a nice backstory there. And also like because we couldn't have a little stove, so we had to use the rice cooker. That was the last
I'm
last
really
choice.
now because
I'm sorry for interrupting the next question.
Dude, it's all free from jazz.
That's
baby.
what we hear. Anecdotes, stories.
Because like I'm really curious, like how does that happen? Why do you bring a rice cooker to a festival
Yeah.
to cook scrambled eggs? Like
It was a total accident. Yeah.
okay. So it was just like we wanted food, and here's a rice cooker, and we have some eggs lying around.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, there was a backstory to that as well because
Oh, okay. Let's
back in like Antwerp for Screen Shake, we made our first scramble shake. So scramble shake was like a thing that traveled from a place to place, right? And then we had one in Amaze, and we also had in Paris for Indicate. So like yeah, so we knew that we wanted to make scrambled eggs as we did previously. So we were like, okay, how do we make eggs? And we were looking for ways to cook them. And suddenly Marie Claire said, like, yeah, I have a
Have this rice cooker. Yeah.
Here's the key to my apartment. Run to the apartment. And Nomi and I were running to the apartment and trying to find the rice cooker. And yeah, and we came back in like 20 minutes to make eggs. It was crazy.
I mean, gotta love the lore of Amaze. Like, can you
Yeah,
imagine
yeah.
any
That's
other festival where this would be part
These
of
tidbits.
a significant part of the lore?
But speaking of significant parts of Amaze, next question is, and I think this one is the
Wow,
hardest
nice
one because
segue.
he's such a he's hiding in the shadows all the time. Who's the amazing festival director of the Amaze Festival? Is it A, DJ Storno? B, Dustin Zed Wunderbarmann. I wish he was here. C. Toast and Vitamin. D. Tristan as Woodeman. E. Thomas Mann. Or someone else. Write in your own answer. What do you think?
I'm not sure because I've never met this person.
I'm down for some Toast and Vitamin.
I
Run
cannot.
low on juice.
I'm not allowed to talk to anybody from the festival space. I was just asked to come here to the green screen and just send
Disappear here somewhere.
emails to the organizers whenever I had a doubt. I never got an answer for anything. I was just offered like Fritz Cola.
Free Fritz Cola.
Yeah,
There you
they
go.
said you should drink Fritz Cola on stage, and that's all I know. I haven't had lunch since the.
I mean, why should
festival
you? It's
started.
like we have enough.
So please
Just
send
like-
help. All right. So is everybody ready?
No.
Okay. Lots of thinking.
I mean,
maybe Ivan is doing a drawing of the
I
person.
think, like, okay, to be fair, like, irregardless of like who actually is the festival's director, we can all agree that Wunderbarmann, that's just like, that's very essential part of anything, that you have like the wonder bar guy.
Yeah.
I like my drinks high quality.
Yeah. So if you're gonna be a barman, might as well be a Wunderbar.
Wunderbarmann, exactly.
Not a I don't know how do you say average in German?
Average Mittelbarmann.
Yeah, I'm not a Mittelbarmann. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Ivan, how's it looking? You good?
I'm ready.
All right, then give it up on 3, 2, 1, go.
B.
So see, Flem is with me, but I think we all know that the right answer is A. DJ Storno.
We'll see. I mean, we might have a bit of a Hannah Montana situation. Like, is Hannah Montana?
I also picked F. I also picked F, and then I wrote his name. See, you can
There you
clearly
go.
see
Yeah.
that.
Okay,
there you go.
okay. So
There you go.
No, I see it.
Are you asking for double points?
Yeah.
I mean, if we asked for Miley Cyrus and you said Hannah Montana, would we say that?
What
was
is the
good?
right answer there? I don't know. Is it like, do we get half a point or
I
like
guess
both?
Bertine,
or-
probably gets some point because, like, yeah, she covered.
I mean, but okay, yes. But have you seen Ivan's painting though? Like that's like it is already A, but it's also A for effort.
True.
That's fair enough.
It's the Global Game Jam video.
All right, let's
Ah,
look
yeah.
at the official answer. That
I tried. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's right in. I mean, yeah, it is the Hannah Montana situation, isn't it? Yeah, that is the Hannah Montana situation.
All right, we'll take it. Ivan.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
No.
No.
It was a
I think
trick
you're
question.
No, Ivan, you're correct. I mean, clearly the picture that you draw
But-
was the perfect representation of who he was.
No, but I think Bertine was the only correct one with F.
Maybe we have to abide by the rules,
I
Oh.
think
Yeah,
I think he needs to
I
be
think you should
B.
stay to the rules. This is a very, very serious competition.
I mean, it is
I
also
don't-
very serious
I
festival.
don't want to win with
Right.
with a lie, right? So
Yeah.
It's not a lie. I support
oh,
you.
we're gonna, yeah.
You also get a point, even. It's fine.
Yeah, you should have a point.
I still think it's B. It should be B.
It should
Yeah.
be.
It should be B.
Yeah, 100%.
But I really love vitamin as well with the double N.
With the double M indeed. Let's go to the next question, please.
Let's go.
Oh.
Oh wait.
Ooh.
I'm getting information from our producers that we may have an exclusive celebrity appearance.
God, what?
A world exclusive after a year in the shadows.
I thought we were all set up. What's happening?
Yeah, no, apparently, like, we tried to get this exclusive for the whole year and it didn't work out, but apparently, like, this celebrity decided to last minute show up and we have them here. Oh, I see them already appearing in the Amaze space.
Oh my God! It's actually,
if
it's actually
it
them.
isn't, is that who I think it is?
Oh my God!
Is that
No!
Is that
No, for real.
Is that Flamingo de Jatingo? Oh my God!
We are being blessed.
Flamingo de Jatingo, what are you doing here?
Well, it's a Maze Festival, right? I should be here.
Yes, it's true, but nobody could contact you since last year.
Where
were you?
Well, I was hibernating. It was snowing suddenly in the
Fair.
space, you know. I was in the space, and then there was snow, and I just went to sleep, and now I'm awake, and I'm waiting for you at the space.
I mean, it's great that you're here with us because I'm really curious if you're gonna catch this next question.
Yeah, I think you should, since you're here and this question is, you know, maybe there's some relation to you, maybe not, I don't know. Maybe you can read it for our guests.
Okay, let's see. What is a mascot of a maze that frequently pops up at the festival and recently became possible to choose a grab bag? In a grab bag.
I wonder what that grab bag is referencing to.
Okay, so it's A, a slice of pizza, B, a pink elephant, C, a flamingo, and D, a pineapple. I like pineapple, especially on a slice of pizza. E, all of the above. Oh, this is nice. And K, a Torsten.
A Torsten.
What's a Torsten?
Who knows?
So log in your questions now. Log in your answers now. I like the combination of a slice of pizza, a flamingo, a pineapple, and a pink elephant. Although as a mascot, like the combination. Oh fuck! I don't know.
Who are you?
I brought my pen. Whoops.
And by the way, the thing with the grab bag is because there was like a tattoo, I don't know how to call it, like, you know, like Torsten was picking tattoos from a bag, from suggestions from the people.
See, yeah.
And then he got tattoos. I saw two tattoos.
I saw two tattoos
on him already.
It was
he
really
wasn't
hard to see what
bluffing.
exactly. Yeah.
It wasn't for the lols. He got two tattoos so far that I've seen. And they look really cute.
It's
so.
really cute, and it's also fun because we have a tattoo studio here in the area. So we just ran over and did that. I'm curious though, what you guys think, what this mysterious mascot could possibly be.
Yeah, you have 2/10 of a second left to answer. So how are we looking?
We're ready on Ivan's side. We're ready on Bertine's side. Do I see that correctly? Great. And Flemmy, how are you looking?
I'm good, yeah.
Then I want to see your answers in 3, 2, 1, go.
So exciting. What?
I see a flamingo.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what letter that is, you know, that's like, you know. I see an E, all of the above.
Oh,
and I see an A.
Okay,
I'm really curious if the pink
Fleming
elephant.
From the evil dimension says a slice of pizza, and then Ivan says all of the above.
I'm really curious because
Probably
I think
correct.
you could argue, like I wonder what stuff was in the grab bag, right? Because we have had pizzas on here, we've had pineapples on here, we've had a flamingo on here. I'm not sure about the pink elephant.
I really want that a Torsten to be a possible tattoo. That's why.
A Torsten, like have Torsten on
A
Torsten.
Torsten, yeah.
I thought it was a watermelon.
Right.
The mascot?
Yeah, we had a watermelon flying around here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. If Hatingo, what do you think? Do you know the answer?
Pizza, right? It's a pizza.
I mean, it would be very like self-centered if he would just say himself, right?
I mean, it could be another flammingo. You know, there's many flamingos.
Another
None of them
flamingo.
are as charismatic as Hatingo, but okay. Should we? See
Yeah, I
the
think
real
let's
answer?
check out the answer. And it is a flamingo. Woo!
Yeah. Yeah, Hatingo, what's up? Like, of course it's a flamingo. How could you not know?
How could you not know?
This is amazing.
So
I'm
that is.
flattered. I'm really flattered.
It's very nice that we have him here, and I mean it's just fitting.
It's an honor, Hatingo. I know that
tell my friends.
people have been clamoring to have you back in the Amaze space since your appearance last year. There are, legends about you, so it's an honor to have you here, and hopefully we'll see you.
I mean, it's always been the symbol, right, of the Maze Festival.
Well,
was it honestly okay?
So a
Ivan,
flamingo is kind of, representing the Amaze to a festival to a degree, but Hatingo appeared for the first time in our lives last year.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yeah.
I didn't even know that. That's
yeah,
interesting.
Here.
Yeah. So I'd say I prepare my space for you, right?
I would like that. Can we join you later?
Sure. After show party.
After show
somewhere,
party with
somewhere.
Flamingo?
Yeah, yeah. It takes a while to get ready, but it will be. It will be.
You go back to your friends, tell them about your fame.
Yes,
and we'll continue with that.
Get the Jägermeister. We'll go later.
See you later. Bye
Right,
bye.
see you later,
See you
Flamingo.
next
Bye,
year.
you guys over there. Bye bye.
Bye, Atingo.
Bye.
Alrighty. So that was that question.
That was that question. How about we go to the next one? Oh, that's a long one.
Wow.
We should have given this one to Hatingo.
We should have given this one to Hatingo.
Some work from us.
Shall I take it?
Yeah, please.
All right. So, if you attended a maze in 2016 to 2020, you may have seen a small DIY DJ booth that was sometimes an old fire truck, sometimes adorned with real fruits and or yellow and black tapes that are often used to indicate hazardous situations. Sometimes came with a mannequin body, but always, I guess except in the virtual venue, had a piece of cardboard.
I thought it was, when I first read this, I was like 2020, like, did they make a mistake? I almost
Wait,
corrected
you could
it.
actually, no, wait. I didn't know that this existed. This sounds baller. So you could sign up and wear a safety helmet and you could just play your own, like, whatever tracks you wanted. Like, it's a bring your own DJ, no, bring your BIO song.
I guess
And so we're asking for the name of that gnarly installation.
And by the way, there was a virtual version in the virtual space, although I think it maybe wasn't interactive.
Okay.
If anybody knows, correct me if I'm wrong. But I saw it in the virtual space. I didn't know, I think, back then about the lore, but I've learned that this was a whole thing, apparently, and it had a representation in the virtual space as well. So it is true that it was until 2020. Yeah, I don't know if any of you guys...
Do we have options? No. No options. Okay, I guess. That's new.
Yeah.
Okay.
No. The hellish challenge round.
Exactly. So I would suggest you to write down your guesses. And let's see what you can come up with.
You have maybe 15 seconds for this one.
Oh, let's chill a little bit. Yeah, let's chill a bit. Let's give them 30 seconds.
Okay, I haven't exploded yet from caffeine overdose, so let me work on that.
We are in the home stretch.
I mean, how cool is this? Like having this set up with the virtual space. I feel like one of these virtual YouTubers. I mean, kind of like Flemmy.
I mean, kind of like Flemmy, right? YouTubers.
We're like Flemmy, but with legs, with really fast.
Just really, yeah, exactly.
Like,
I mean, mine are very invisible. You're the only one who dares to show the legs.
Representing the skinny legs community.
The shorts community.
Yeah. Proud.
Even I see you have already written down a guess. How was it finding a word? Oh, you're still thinking. I see. Yeah.
I would have no idea personally.
I also I would write down like something that would sound like Torsten, you know, like no, wow, that's hard, huh? That's really hard.
Yeah.
Just give us a thumbs up as soon as you have like something going on your side.
Yeah.
So we can see what you come up with, what this could be called, because it could be anything from like, especially if they had like yellow black tapes and fruits, could be like a bazaar of sorts. But like the safety helmet though, like, are you DJ Bob der Baumeister, Bob the Builder?
What, Bob the Builder? What?
Like, I mean, can you do it? Yes, I can mix this track together. I mean, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
If you have a safety hat, is it like a riff on what's the men who wear hats? Like oh, that's just hats. It's not safety hats. The safety dance with men who wear hats.
I hope it's there next year because we have to try that.
Oh, I want to play some banger.
Yeah. I'm gonna.
All right, time is nearly up.
Yes.
Hey.
They look really concentrated.
Yes. Great. Cool.
Do we have answers?
I think let's go through them one by one. Let's start with Bettine. What is your answer?
My answer is that it's the flaming O.
The flaming.
Okay.
And the O stands for a record.
For what?
For a
For a
what?
record. You know,
Oh,
play a
record.
record.
Mm.
No.
CD?
Yeah, a CD or a record. You know, the shape.
Oh,
of a
as in the shape.
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course.
let me
saying like
know.
a circle or something.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
There you go. See.
Flemmy, what have you got?
Okay, it's funny because I've got like
Flamingo.
no flaming.
Flaming sausage bus.
Alrighty, that's a good one. And Ivan?
I wish they were also like not only serving tracks but also
Sausage.
some curry.
Yeah. And
What
I
you got?
have the Firebiter.
The
Like
firebiter.
you
Oh,
know,
because
it's
of bite.
yeah, by like games, you know,
And it
games,
reminds me of
computers.
Yeah, that's a good one also.
I think that's great answers. I think we could
And
use
I
any of
think
those.
You're all losers.
Oh, you
All
know
of
it.
you. I think yeah, here we go. Super Open Sound System, aka SOSS by Sosovsky. That's
I see. That's really nice.
I read the questions before, so that's why I knew they were all losers.
Oh, but
Sorry.
that's not close at all to any of our suggestions.
No, they're really, really like big losers, you know?
Sausage, I think it's
I mean,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
close.
fair.
Okay, yeah. But it doesn't matter. We like you just the way you are, losers or not. So we want you to stay with us and keep playing. So let's go to the next question.
So, who was the program manager until 2019 who also loves yellow and has a specific taste for tea? Again, no possible answers. It's a write-in one.
Is it? Wow.
Honestly, okay, I have to say, it's funny because I have joined this year.
Yes.
I have no idea what this could be.
What's going on? Or
I feel like I've heard the name float around. I've heard like whispered with a lot of respect.
I see.
But just
people just like turn down their you know they don't look up when
when the name is whispered.
Yeah.
I think Bertine and Ivan already have an idea as they're scribbling away. Flemmy, how are you feeling? What are your thoughts?
She's meditating.
Flemmy, what are you thinking? How are your thoughts?
All over the place, man.
That's great. I did not hear a word, but
No, that's
you,
on the
you're doing you.
Yeah. You be you. We accept you.
Are we ready with the answers, though?
Okay.
See, Ivan is ready. Bertine, how is it looking on your side? All right. Flemmy?
Yep.
Sick. All right. Let's count it down again, huh? 3, 2, 1. Let's show it. So we have Lorenzo, and Humphrey Darjeeling. No, because of tea, of course.
I see. And
Although- Lorenzo. Let's see what it is. And it is Lorenzo Piglia.
In fact,
Not
Not Humphrey Bogart? Oh gosh.
yeah. Believe it or not, even though they look like twins.
Bertine, could you tell us a little bit who this Lorenzo guy is, if you can?
Does anybody truly know?
I agree with that.
Yes,
The
same.
mythical figure. I think this is the only photo of him that ever existed.
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
And I also wrote it in the squashed way as he is in the photos.
As he is.
Yeah, no, that
Very
makes perfect
squashed.
sense.
Yeah. All right. So Ivan and
Bertine
Bertine
again.
get a point. Fleming keeps doing her witchy evil.
I mean, if you're in a parallel dimension, you have
stuff.
to do parallel.
Yeah, I guess so.
answers.
I mean, she's probably right in her dimension. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like,
I'm so right. I have so many points.
yeah. So I guess there should be a count also for the evil space dimension.
I mean, we
because-
take the evil space accountant.
Yeah.
Right, which is. I think we're ready to go through the next question, though.
Yes.
Santi, you want to take this one?
Yes. Which organ is featured in the Playful Media Residence programs? Which organ?
Oh, as in, oh, I thought it's like the instrument.
Yeah, no, I thought body part, but I'm like,
It's body parts.
which organ is featured in the playful media recent? I don't understand.
So we
this,
have
but
A spleen,
a
B a
spleen,
brain,
yeah.
C a heart, D the lymph nodes, E the pharynx, and G the gut.
I hope that one of our guests know to make sense of this, because I would
Yes.
love to know.
Yes, it sounds
what's
like
up with
the
this.
Dr. Bibba, like the game where you have to fish out, like the you play like operator with like this little game where if you touch the person the wrong like places in their bones or whatever while you take out their liver, it beeps.
Yeah.
Do you know that game, Santi?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I feel like that was like a children's game when our generation grew up, huh?
For sure.
I've seen some people turn it just like the popular German party game Looping Louie. People have turned also this game into a drinking game.
Is that the name of? Because no, what?
Like there's this other game called Looping Louie where you have a kind of a, how do you call it, like an airplane who knocks down chicken. It's really strange. Do you guys know Looping Louie?
No, never heard of
Also, no, maybe it's really just a German
You're
thing,
losing
huh?
us, you're
It's
losing
I'm losing you.
People are unsubscribing. People are.
I'm gonna leave.
I bet some people in our audience will know it.
Yeah, and they're.
And
gonna
I thank you
become
for it.
Yeah, you rock. Okay, I don't know anything about this question or how you make sense, but do you have some answers for us?
So let's see the answers in 3, 2, 1. Let's bring it. Oh, see, I see. Even has the brain. I see the gut by Flemmy, and I see the heart by Bertine. So we have someone who's a person of the brain and a person of the heart, and someone who's really just more thinking of the gut, huh?
Yeah.
So we got the whole thing covered.
I'm curious, does anybody know what's up with this, like, media residence?
Playful media residence?
Program where there's some organ being featured from the guests. Do you know what's up with this?
Yeah, it was like a program that was, how do you say? There was like a scholarship from governments of France, Germany, and Poland, I think. I don't know. I might be wrong, but yeah, it was this program where the 3 artists would, I think they would work on a mutual project for a week. So it's kind of like a jam, a week-long jam before a maze, and then they would present their thing that they made on the maze. So yeah. It was interesting.
I mean, you sound like you have some information, so I'm very curious to see what the
Do you
answer
want to
is.
host instead?
And it is B, the brain.
I'm fine. You know, I like listening to the what's the name, Loopy Louie. So I think you should continue presenting.
Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, let's go with the next one.
So which one of these games was actually played at a maze? Wow, that's a lot of very fun suggestions, huh? We have A for the surfboard controller game at the swimming pool.
Mm-hmm.
We have B for the throwing mobile phones into water game.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's a fun one.
that must have been in some budget.
That's always a good one. Yeah, I love playing that one.
We have the IRL submarine alt control game. We have the underwater competitive keyboard game. I'd be so down to play that one.
Mhm.
The mermaid fin game and the save the water game. Let's write down those answers, my contestants, because I'm super curious what is happening
Yeah,
here.
all of them are good. So I mean,
Santi, do you have any idea what a IRL submarine alt control game would look like?
submarine all control game. Geez, I don't know. I'm guessing like you could have like figures, like submarine figures.
Like a Tupperware submarine of sorts.
Tupperware,
You
yeah.
put an engine into a Tupperware, and you're like,
Yeah,
"Brr."
maybe it's got gyroscopes or something.
So let's see what you guys think. Do you have your answers?
Just a moment.
Take your time, even. I'm really curious because I have no idea. It's all water themed. It is all water themed.
Yeah.
So that's something.
I know that we had a big swimming pool at least one of the years that I was here. So I'm suspecting that's when it was. So you have 2 milliseconds left. So I hope by now you've all written down your answers.
Let's count you in.
Yeah.
And want to see your answer in 3, 2, 1. Bring it on. So we have F for Save the Water, D for Underwater Competitive Keyboard Game, and C for IRL Submarine Alt Control Game.
I actually know the answer, but
You know the answer?
I'm not going to say it. Let's look at the answer.
Oh, wow.
Ooh.
We are rich here in this festival.
Throwing mobile phones into water.
We're like, iPhone 10 who? Bye. We don't know her.
You want to text me? Nah. So none of you have seen it, I suppose.
I don't know. But I really want the underwater competitive keyboard game to be real.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The chat is suggesting a game jam for this slide. So.
Well, nobody wins this one.
Nobody wins this one. I see something is happening in the production, and someone wants to communicate with us.
Oh, no. What?
So-
are we? Maybe we're canceled on Twitter.
No, I don't think so. I
What
think
have we
everything's
said?
fine.
I think it's me probably when I was talking about the scholarship. So I think I think World War III started because I mentioned some countries.
Yeah, you revealed our deepest secrets of the festival, and now
we
have to run and hide.
Exactly. I'm curious though where we could run and hide to, because we have been at many different locations, right?
Yeah.
But my question to you is, at how many locations did Amaze Berlin take place?
Right.
So we have a bunch of possible answers.
The physical one or all the editions?
Oh yeah.
I think that's
good
something
question.
we can argue about. I think we only have the physical location.
Only physical location. Yeah.
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 So it's either A, 2, we have B for 5 different locations, we have C for 3 different locations, D for 8 different locations, E for 13 different locations, and F for a very evil amount of locations.
And we're gonna give you 7 seconds to write your answer because we have to speed it up because there's a program to go back to. And
Can't just chill here
so,
all day, although we would.
You know, we would like to be here in front of the camera forever because, you know, we love it.
That's why we feel alive.
Yeah. That's when my depression sleeps. But the program has to continue. So 5, 4, 3, 2,
1. Let's show these answers. So we have A for 2. We see 3 by Ivan, and of course, what else, right?
What else?
What else?
Could it be?
But let's see the answer. And it is 5.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
HBC, we've been at Urban Spree, we've been at the Neue Heimat, we've been at Haubentaucher.
Yes.
But I mean, as you said, Bertine, maybe I guess 6 with the virtual venues, but in a physical space, it's been 5 already.
Let's be inclusive and say 6.
I mean, it's surprising to me.
Yeah. All right, let's go with the next one. Which dance was performed with the audience at the award show in 2013? This is a deep cut. This
That's
is
a deep cut. That's a deep
hardcore
cut.
fans only. A. Macarena, B. The Melon Circle, C. Flamingo Dance, D. Niflas Dance. And you're gonna get again 7 seconds because life must go on. So 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What you got? We have B, the Melon Circle by Flemmy. We have A, the Macarena. And C, the Flamingo Dance. Ooh.
Alrighty.
I'm really curious. I have an idea of like maybe one of these dances.
Yeah,
Let's see
I kind
what
of.
the answer is.
Yeah, I want it to be Flamingo Dance, but I have no idea.
Oh.
Niflas Dance.
Niflas. Does anybody know? Okay, we don't have time to talk.
That looks amazing, though.
Yeah.
Again, a deep cut, like very different location, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what's a D or a Niflas or a dance.
But
to be
Ivan knows
honest.
it. Ivan knows it.
No, I don't know. I don't know it.
You're just making.
I'm just watching it now.
I
I'm
mean,
learning.
As does the audience in the picture, I think.
It's a bit like.
Niflis is the guy with the beard.
I see.
Is that what? Sorry.
It's a guy who's dancing.
Ah, okay. I see. Okay, fun.
Next question.
Next one.
So, oh my god, I love this one. Which German band sings Hyper Hyper? The track that was used to start the popular Hyper Talk session.
Do you know it?
I know it.
Oh.
It's so, but I wonder. Okay, question to you: is it the Deutsch-Amerikanische Freundschaft, famous band? Is it Kraftwerk, also a famous band? Is it Scooter, also a famous band? Or is it Die Toten Hosen? Do you have any idea? I mean, you looked at the answers, but like, would you have any idea?
Hyper. It goes something like that.
It does not go anything like that.
Hyper.
No. It goes. It's going really hard, and then someone goes like, hyper.
Oh, that was.
I think my version is better.
I mean, I think I'm like giving you some ideas, but thank you, Ivan.
All right, and you have 5 seconds.
4,
4,
3,
7, 8,
1,
pi,
0. Let's show it. So we have Die Toten Hosen. Flemmy is death, but also a Hosen fan. We have Scooter, of course, by 2 people, and I think we know the correct answer.
I mean, you know, I don't.
I know, of course, it's.
Die Totenhosen!
It's Scooter. Woo!
Hyper.
My question to you is, how much is the fish?
How much is the fish?
And it's also a reference you don't understand because you don't listen to 90s German hardcore.
Probably no. You got me there. Not often.
I think we can go to the next question.
Let's do it. Complete this sentence. We are the of the digital age. The plumbers.
Mario.
The punks. The pears. The pirates. Or the peach emojis.
The peach emojis. I mean.
I know which one I am.
Well, what can I say?
But which one do you think we are? You have 5 seconds.
And then we have 4.
13.
And then we have 3.
72.
And then we have 2.
And now.
And we want to see your answers.
Show it. The Fleming.
Yeah.
Pears.
We have a very punky B,
Then
and we have the punks.
Punks from Ivan.
So let's see what it is.
Let's see. And it's true that in the good dimension, that's the correct answer. And in the evil dimension, as Fleming showed us,
We're the pairs of the digital
pairs.
age.
Yeah,
I mean, I'd love to be a pirate of the digital age, although
Pair
that's
and proud.
slightly illegal.
Yeah, well.
Let's try not to do that. Instead, just punk around in a good Amaze fashion. Go to the next question.
1 year, Amaze talks were in tree houses, zeppelins, swimming pools, or tents.
I'm really loving that we're mixing up where we put the letters because I'm very lost now. Like,
You're right. You never know.
Oh, I see. Wait, Ivan, you're pointing behind you.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Wait, okay, I see. No, I see.
Yeah.
There's a hint. There's a hint hidden in our audience, in our
So
guests.
many hidden messages from Ivan.
But let's see your answers in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So we have D for tree houses, kind of like a Nintendo Direct. We have a tent on Ivan's side, and we have a C for Bertine. Let's see what it is. Show us. And it is the tents.
Yeah.
Great stuff by Ivan and Bertine.
Our guests are doing great. They know a lot,
Like nearly everything.
more than us.
I have, yeah. I mean, I would have guessed for tree houses. I'm with Flemmy. That sounds awesome.
We're learning so much today about the Amaze lore.
Can we have next Amaze?
Yeah, next time.
In a tree house.
Yeah.
Would you join us building it? Because I think we need some hands.
Yeah, I mean, would you?
We should the whole Amaze community should build the tree houses and then.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Yep.
Let's go to the next question. So how many? Oh, wow. Oh, Jesus, that's a guessing one. How many projects were submitted to Amaze in total? Was it A, 1,762, B, 731, I'm just going to say a bunch of numbers now, D, 2,381, C, 1,028, E, 5,770, or F, 42? I mean, Amaze had a lot of, like, award things, and like I feel like Amaze is the most approachable kind of festival because yeah, the vibe is just really easygoing.
Yeah, I think as long as you have like an interesting project, you can join. There's no, you know, barrier of entry at all. So that's one of the cool parts of the festival. That like it's all about the project.
It
the
encourages
ideas.
expression.
Yeah. So
Here's what you guess.
what did you guess?
Let's show us these answers in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. So we have F for 24. We have D for 2,300, and we have another D for 2,300. Oh, it's two samies. I couldn't have guessed at all. But let's see the answer. And it is A, 1,700. I mean, that's pretty close to D, but it is no dice.
No.
No correct answers from our guest this time. Rare occasion.
I think maybe our next question is the last one.
No, we have a bunch more. But let's go to the next one.
So how many, if our producer can tell us?
Yes. That sounds great. We're running a bit late. So
Yeah.
we're gonna skip a couple of questions.
Okay, so then we'll do a couple more.
No! You can just wait quicker.
Well, I mean, we're here now. So let's go to the question. In which year did Amaze happen in Johannesburg for the first time? I think this is a right-in one.
Oh,
so
there's
let's.
no.
I think for the first time, so there was a second one in Johannesburg? I'm really curious about that. Sadly, we can't get any information on that.
I don't know. I know, like, or I guess it's happened there, but I don't know when it started happening there.
But let's see what you guess.
Yeah.
Let's show us these answers in 3, 2, 1. Give it. So we have 2017, 2015, and 3061. Huh?
Yeah.
Haven't been in that year yet.
No, but Flammy obviously has.
So that's great. I wonder if she's correct.
I hope Bernie Sanders is a
Is it-
president by then.
By then again.
Yeah.
So let's show us that answer. And it was 2012. So close.
So early.
Damn, that's also
Yeah.
a deep cut, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, next question. So what is used often at the end of Torsten's opening speech and has made it into the Amaze space last year? Is it A, confetti, B, champagne showers, C, flamethrowers, E, balloons, F, water guns, or D, fireworks? I think this is an easy one, isn't it?
Yeah, this is an easy one, I think.
So let's write down these questions.
Even you know it.
These answers.
Even you.
I mean,
who we pulled from
look,
the street
look.
and gave a free cola.
I've been in the digital space and I have pressed space 2 times.
I see. Okay.
I think that was the button for it. Maybe I'm wrong, but let's see if you have gotten it right. Let's see these answers in 3, 2, 1. Bring it. And it is it's a balloon from Flemmy. It is flamethrowers and more flamethrowers. Okay, I thought it was confetti.
No way.
No, I thought.
like-
But, I mean, that's the easiest one.
You were
All right,
like,
let's show us the answer. And it is flamethrowers. Woo!
You were like, this is an easy one.
Flaming,
There's-
I mean, okay.
Yeah. There's a hint.
There is a hint
Flemmies.
in our audience
Yeah.
again.
Yeah.
That's great.
That was the virtual version.
Let's go through the next question.
Let's go. And the most important question of them all, you better choose, and you better choose well, because this one gives you 500 points. Which one is it? Which
one is it?
Which one? No checking the Wikipedia or anything, no calling your friends or your family. You have to tell us.
I have no idea what's going on with this, but
Which one? It's very important.
So okay, let's see which one in
Yeah, tell
3,
us.
2, 1. Which one?
Oh.
So we have pink.
13 says pink.
We have pink.
Flammy says pink as well, I believe.
I mean, Ivan, what you got?
Says
Wow, that's how it... Magenta.
magenta.
Oh,
Ooh, Ivan is
special.
an expert.
Well, let's see what we
Ivan
got.
is flexing his knowledge of art.
And it is the one. It is, I mean, of course.
Of course it is.
I mean, also again, hints by the audience.
Yeah.
Hints in the tints.
Yeah, yeah.
So let's go to the next question with that.
Was this the... yeah, this one.
Oh, I guess.
I think this one is the last one, and most important, if you will. Yeah.
Yeah?
Number A, yeah. Number B.
Yeah.
And number C.
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Yeah?
This one gives you 2,300,000 points, so you better choose right.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Let's go
Let's go with our answers.
Answers on 3, 2, 1. Yeah. So we have we have and we have see you next year. I like that one.
That one is good.
So let's see what we have got. Anna, give us the goods. Anna, give us the goods. And it is all the goods.
Oh.
Plus
Yeah.
Ivan's as well, added retroactively. Amazing.
I'm loving it. All right. I
Are
think
there-
this was the last question. for us.
Is there like a goodbye slide or something, or is this the goodbye slide? Okay, this is the goodbye slide. Yeah.
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 So thank you guys so much for joining us.
You guys were such good sports.
Yeah. thanks for sticking with us,
Wait,
two
yeah.
boobs.
Thank you for having so much knowledge. Thank you for
Yeah.
being part of the community.
Thanks for telling us about the crazy stuff that has happened
Yes.
in the 10 years of Amaze.
Thank you so much for cooking eggs in unholy, questionable,
Kitchen utensils,
reproachable ways. And
And
yeah,
thank you also to our audience for watching what we have dished up today.
yeah. Please leave us a good review on
Santi.
Yelp. What?
And
What's coming
thank
up
you
next?
for
sorry.
telling us about Loopy Louie. That's a
Yes.
very important
Yeah, this
thing.
is a new thing.
Next time, next year on Amaze, I'll bring it with me because it is super fun and you also consume a lot of liquid in a very quick manner.
Oh.
Which is like the point of any drinking game.
Yeah, that's nice. Sounds good.
It's very successful in that.
Let's do it. Can you imagine a physical maze again? It's gonna be wild.
That is going. I'm really looking forward to that.
I want to see both Loopy Louie and underwater keyboard competitions.
I'm looking forward to the mobile in the swimming pool
Coming to
throwing
you next year, yeah.
game.
But Santi, do tell me what we have coming up next.
Oh, we have a patchathon performance. This is a really cool project that's happening for the second year in a row. Patch is a tool in VR where you can
Oh.
create musical instruments and sounds and music.
Oh, it's like a modular synthesizer then.
It's something like that, something really crazy.
Oh, I like that.
amazing. And some people have been collaborating on that tool for the last few days, and they have created some sounds and musics and stuff. And this is kind of like an end of the residency performance. We're gonna get more information about it, and it's gonna be super cool. So stay tuned. Thank you again to our lovely guests so much for taking part.
Thank you so much.
Hopefully see you next year in the flesh.
Goodbye, everyone. See you around.
Thank you. Bye.
Good evening and hello from Berlin and all around the world, the final presentation of the Patchathon. I'm Peter Kern. I'm a musician, electronic musician, but this week I've been co-host of a really unique event with all these fine folks who are joining us tonight, a chance to dive into new performance creations, new musical inventions inside virtual reality. So this group of artists from all around the world have been deep inside their headsets through the week, so donning their Oculus Quest and so on, and trying to create new stuff with an environment that many of them were seeing for the first time. So the projects that we see tonight are all things that people have created in the last few days on their own or collaboratively. They've been connecting with the developers from the team at PatchXR. So the folks who built the software have been helping them through it, even building last minute changes into the software to enable them to do new stuff. And they've created a whole bunch of musical worlds for us to take a look at. Rather than just talk about that, I'd love to go ahead and see these, starting with wait, got to get my words right. Where, not who, where, what, whoa. Where, when, how, a project from Mokius and Ted Palace. Ted, I think, is not joining us live, but Louise is here, yeah?
I am.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so greetings. And tell us a little bit about what we're about to see, if you want, without spoilers, yeah.
Yeah, it took me a few days to figure out what I wanted to do, and after spending much time in the metaverse, in the headsets, I came up with a desire to create a specific song for it. So I wrote a song during the week, and the song and the visuals were created kind of at the same time. I'd say that the visuals influenced the song more than the other way around. And my goal was to explore, I don't think it will be so clear in the videos, but it was to explore things at huge scale. When you're in the headset, one thing that I found absolutely extraordinary was the ability to visualize 3D models on a scale that is almost planetary. You can see things and they look like they make 1,000 times your size, and it's very weird and very intimidating. And one thing I love to do is explore fluid mechanics and weird semi-organic textures and stuff like that. So I thought I'm gonna do that, and I'm gonna explode this into a huge scale with completely absurd proportions. And then I'm gonna write a song that is very intimate and slow and very like you're inside your own body and you're just trying to find your way around, something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's go ahead and dive into that world, because I want everybody to see and hear it. I think it's immersive and beautiful even without the VR headset. I think it will translate even in the stream. So let's watch. Evocative work. We have another one. VR and AI are two-letter acronyms that, of course, you hear a lot as buzzwords in tech. But what's exciting for me about these kind of projects is the chance to see people take those media in unexpected and surprising directions. So Corey, if you're with us now, this piece comes from Corey. Little Island.
Hi there.
Little Island, and you've been working with StyleGAN, and you've created something kind of beautiful and ambient. Do you want to tell people what some of the source material was or inspiration?
Sure, yeah. So I kind of work in a collage way. That just seems to be what I gravitate to. And I used a service called Runway ML. It's like a website where you can make AI videos. And just been doing kind of AI video scrapbooking, sort of just a way of kind of seeing what happens when I feed a bunch of images to a model from my everyday life and then see what it spits out. So a lot of it's just coming from like videos of train rides or me practicing or, you know, me at the beach, stuff like that. And felt like they kind of had a home in this virtual space. And so I incorporated some samples. I was making samples and stuff like that and field recordings. Yeah, that's kind of where it came from.
Especially gathering all of you from around the world, it was really, really touching in a way to see all of these personal experiences and places feed into the virtual environment. So some real and local mixed in with the metaverse. Let's take a look. Yeah, thanks so much for that. So I should say some of what you're seeing in these tools is all the possibility of this new environment. It's unreleased. There's a beta coming soon patch, which is running inside the VR headset. So things like even those textures that you were seeing and video loops and things that we're playing, all of these are possible because the environment is entirely modular. And so people are constructing the worlds that you see out of tiny, tiny building blocks. And so we figured that part of what that would require is bringing in people, a mix of creative, artistic talent and engineering talent. Our next artist, Damian, is both a composer and an engineer. So like a lot of the people participating here really walks both sides of that, both sides of that coin, but you can't walk both sides of that coin. But I'm going to ask Damian actually to tell us a little bit about the name of your piece is The Conductor's Philosophy. What's the conductor and what's the philosophy?
Yeah, this is kind of very mysterious term. Like I only found like in a source, I only found like one source about it, like in a very old German lexicon of electronic instrument. And there it was referred like to Max Matthews, like one of the pioneers of sound synthesis and electronic music. And it says something like that the ideal relationship between musical instruments, like or electronic musical instruments, and the player are not the one of like a player and his instrument, but more of a conductor and his orchestra. And I found this very interesting, and therefore it was like a source of my artistic research like for many years now. And so with this piece I created some kind of quartet of like very low level generative sound synthesis agents, robots, which are like made only of mathematical functions. And yeah, so I interact with them in a kind of conductor way, like using my both hands and controllers, and it really reminds me of this kind of interaction there.
Yeah, absolutely. So mathematics, composition, algorithms, they were all chatting about all this stuff on Discord through the week. So let's take a look and hear what it sounds like. for those of you watching at home, each time you see little pieces moving around, little cogs moving around, if you kind of see this wand moving stuff around and the motion of the camera, these are all head turns. These are all performances people are making with their hands. So everything is live, everything is improvised. In the interest of full disclosure, we pre-recorded stuff so that this wasn't a nightmare to produce, but what you're seeing is absolutely a live performance and something that people could use on stage. So from that virtual world, let's go back to a world that's populated a bit more with stuff from our local experience. Washington Square, New York, but Washington Square before the pandemic, right? Vincent is our next artist. Can you tell us about this, Vincent?
That's correct. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Sorry, I muted the speaker in my room, so operating with no audio. But yes, so I'm a writer and digital media enthusiast. Oh, excuse moi, put on the camera. Hi, I'm a writer and digital media enthusiast. I teach a little bit too, and basically I'm sort of thinking about this idea of expansive publications. I certainly love books, but there's such a spectrum that digital media offers, and I've just been collecting all sorts of different types of digital media and throwing myself into 3D technologies, 360 video, field recordings, ambisonic recordings, and so the beauty of Patch to me is that it could give form to some of these concepts and some of the array of media that I've been collecting. And so I've had this like sort of a creative documentary process in which I've been refining over the years, where I end up going to parks in various cities around the world and just sort of sitting down, having a little bit of wine or champagne, and just actually observing and writing about what happens around me. And I base this off a methodology called event mapping by Hannah Henchman, and so which comes from the STEM field. And anyway, so I had some 360 video recordings, I had a poem, and I had some field recordings, and I incorporated them all together in this piece. And apparently, bear with me, the last thing I'll say is that my GPU is a couple years old, so there are a little bit of snags. So maybe I can justify getting a new laptop after this. So, but wonderful experience, and it's really kind of cool to give form to all this disparate ideas and pieces of media.
Yeah, it's another beautiful piece, and we appreciate that punk computer aesthetic. So let's take a look.
Pupils see more and more invisible consequences. I'm wondering how much this piece was meant for me, my hesitation, my disbelief. How many people like me depend on the woodwind in the distance? Man, introduction. Rile the crowd. And the refuse sculpture immediately in front of me.
He hears you and agrees.
by holding a sickle of ice. I'm wondering how much peace has moved on me, my hesitation, my difficulty.
So a mixture of fancy and realism from New York. Next up, we have a big collaboration, two new members. That is Laura and Nesso, and two returning members, Molly and Ivan. Let's, all of you who are here, you can even talk all at once. Tell us what you were working on, because I understand you were mixing live coding and VR and lots of stuff going on. What was happening in this one?
Hi, can you hear me? Yes?
Yeah.
Hi, thank you, Peter. Thank you very much. I'm Mali Cortez, musician and live coder. I'm part of the Italo Latino team. I'm very grateful to be part of the second Patchathon. I made a patch last year and started an investigation between connecting the world of performance with live coding and its possibilities of hybridizing with the body from virtual reality. And this time I returned to the Patchathon with my husband and collaborator, Ivan. Ivan, please.
Okay, thank you. Let me help in the middle. Okay.
No, please talk here. Apágalo, vente para acá.
It's electronic musicians. We're always doing feedback loops and delays. Even we're supposed to be talking.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, just
Okay. Thank you very much. We explore the agility of light coding to produce audiovisual and musical ideas with the expressiveness and precision of the body and of the immersive experience. And we connect textual pattern of musical composition to control both audio and visual within Patch XR. We use Tidal Cycle and Patch XR and was an incredible experience because it was the best of both worlds. No? And thanks very much. I pass the word to Laura, who is the performer who created the environment and landscape, and finally Neso, who produced the percussion for the experience.
Hi, thank you so much. Yeah, I was really excited to be able to collaborate with the great artists, and it was great to use this tool to be able to create a visual environment, almost like a sculpture, a VR sculpture, kinetic, that will be able to react live to the music. So I was really focused on creating some kind of environment that will be always moving around the performance, the VR performances. And the final result was really amazing to see come together with Neso and Mali's performance and the title messages coming in. So it was really exciting to see this visual world come to life. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Joelle. So an all-star team, all stops pulled, live coding with tidal cycles, plus Patch creating the virtual reality portion of this. Let's enter the parallel metaverse. So that was actually the live code that you were seeing as you saw the code in the corner of the screen, this multi-layered performance. So thanks so much for that. Next up is Tilberg with a piece called Sound Clouds. I don't know if you're online with us, but can tell us a little bit about this?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. It was for me super interesting to try VR for the first time, and I was also a bit intrigued in which way I could really find a kind of boundary between virtual reality and our own reality. And in this work, I was mainly trying to do something with sound spatialization, and then I got interested in the movement of sound, and this is why I was also quite fascinated by all the mechanic stuff you can do in Patch XR. So it's super nice the way you can really use the and in this way you can just use the speakers as doing sound spatialization. So my goal was really to try to achieve this sound spatialization in a real way to do it as we do in real life, but we cannot do this in real life. So it was really a very nice experience to be able to try this out with the software.
Yeah, another evocative and imaginative work. I really enjoyed it. So, and thanks for joining us from Inside Film Noir. Let's go from there into Sound Clouds. And I should also note, if I'm remembering this right, this one starts quiet. So those of you watching at home, there's not something wrong with your sound. There may be a moment as we fly into the spatialization and then begin to hear something. Let's take it away. Thanks. And welcome back. Thanks so much for that. So next, my recollection of how this piece began, it's a collaboration between Alexandria and Matthias. Matthias, I see out there with us. Hello. And I think that it began with a Discord chat that was Alexandria saying, hey, does somebody want to come do something in my sci-fi forest? Is that roughly right?
That is right. Hello, everyone. Yeah, during the week I wanted to explore the sound machines, the physically modeled instruments that are incorporating Patch XR, and I wanted to make like an ambient, relaxing piece that could play on its own. And then I chatted with Alexandria, and we thought that the sci-fi forest would be a good fit for this kind of environment where we explored putting the plants, the digital assets that she made together with this tree-like two instruments that I made, while also giving enough space to explore with a couple sampling layers to play around. So yeah, it's a digital garden where you can go and relax on your own.
Yeah, we got a lot of nice relaxing spaces or spaces to recover in. So that was an unexpected, but I thought really lovely outcome of this process. So yeah, let's go there. Let's enter the sci-fi forest, into the woods. Yeah, thanks so much for that. So next we turn to the only two people that I was fortunate enough to actually see here in person as part of our hybrid program in Berlin, originally from Russia, but here in Germany with us are Irana and Waria together, I see. Hi, we should probably, I guess, not say too much about this piece because I think the poetic aspect was really built into the performance, but what do you want to say about it?
Yeah. So yeah, this performance we met during this week with Patchlon is an interpretation of a poem by the famous Russian poet Alexander Blok. And we focused us on the creation of a special, hopeless atmosphere of the poem with no escape. And in general, this work is imbued with a sense of death, but not only physical, so also spiritual. And rebirth after death changed nothing in this poem. So the line between the worlds is blurred. After all, the whole world in this poem is a loop.
Yes, and the scene is self-directed with the auditory accompaniment in the background, and each part of the poem triggered certain spatial feedback. Yeah, and for both of us, it was very cool to work with Patch XR, and it's very huge and super cool tool. And I think all our ideas and yeah, for all of us, it's a tool where you can create everything what you have in your mind. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so let's watch.
Ночь, улица, фонарь, аптека. Бессмысленный и тусклый свет. Живи еще хоть четверть века, все будет так. Исхода нет. Умрешь, начнешь опять сначала. Аптека, улица, фонарь. Ночь, улица, фонарь, аптека. Бессмысленный и тусклый свет. Живи еще хоть четверть века, все будет так. Исхода нет. Умрешь, начнешь опять сначала. Аптека, улица, фонарь.
Well, thanks so much for that. Yeah, and with this talk of death, of course, we're really glad that Neslov got her vaccine and somehow managed to continue working through the vaccination and get that stuff done. Everybody in this group has worked tirelessly around the clock, troubleshooting, building stuff, improvising. Next, we turn to a different part of the world. So I come from classical music. So does this next artist, originally Robbie, but she has since moved into media art and technology. And tell us about what does geometricity mean? And am I saying it right?
I think that's an excellent pronunciation. What I worked on, I explored a lot of different things with the tool, and I was very intrigued with the pencil drawing and the reaction of that to sound. So I ended up working with the excellent sequencer in the program and hooking up notes to draw shapes with the pencils and also change color. It goes back and forth. There's color changing sliders that affect volume and note length, and then the notes themselves, if you have just one note, you just have a straight line. And as there are more notes playing in this loop, you get more complicated shapes. So I think that tells you a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of the few pieces where you're kind of up against some panels that have labels on them. So for folks watching at home, it's easy to kind of understand, okay, now I'm seeing a step sequencer. Here's where the sounds are coming from. You'll see what I mean. Let's take a look. Thanks so much for that, Robbie. I'm here jamming along to that step sequence still. But we're going to move next to Juan Ted. Juan plus Ted, it's like Brangelina. Juan, I think, is with us here. Can you tell us about this? You were doing some playing around with polyrhythms, playing around with chaos. Tell us what this piece was about.
Yeah, at the beginning I started doing some sort of an instrument that I always dreamed about, like this huge monolith cube thing full of drum pads, but it just went a little bit overwhelming, and it just started to crash the computer. So I don't know, I got into a spiral of what to do, and I saw what Ted was doing. Unfortunately, he's not here, but he was doing this crazy cool patch with reacting to music and stuff. So I asked him if he wanted to collaborate, and I took a look at what he had. Super confusing stuff at the beginning, but yeah, it consisted on this like very primitive step sequencer of samples. So what I decided to do, just to be able to, perform something, I trimmed some very specific samples in very specific lengths. So they just created this naturally polyrhythmic kind of thing, with different textures and playing with reverbs and stuff. So yeah, I don't know, just trying to have fun and and explore the world of Patch, which was pretty amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
most of the credit goes to Ted, honestly, because he built this incredible room, and yeah, it was very inspiring at the beginning.
Yeah, Ted, who isn't here, his background is also doing some of this kind of world building. So it's great to see these kind of collaborations between those workflows and ideas and some of these musical ones. And I hope that Juan Ted remains a band. Let's hear and see what they've come up with. And thanks so much. Such a beautiful and evocative world. I would love to hang out there longer, but we have one more world to enter first. And we go lastly to another duo. This one's coming from Argentina, Paula O.S. and Ramiro. And I think Paula is here with
here.
us. Yes, hi.
Hello, everyone. How are you? Well,
Good.
We did this deep tones world. We thought the voice as a main element in the scene, and we created some instruments that could loop samples and sequence samples. So you can create like layers and textures to be able to sing and create melodies and ideas, musical ideas with it. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you so much. I can think of kind of no better place to wind up musically than here as a culmination of all these beautiful and varied worlds that we've been into. So let's finish out now with the deep tones. Well, thank you. Deep Tones, I'm not sure is their artist name, but we can pretend that it is. That's it for me and the Patchathon participants. We can give them all a big virtual round of applause, hybrid round of applause, whatever that is. I'm glad that I don't have to rank these works or didn't have to judge these works because, you know, looking through them, sometimes I'm a curator, sometimes I'm a journalist. I see tremendous potential in each and every one of these projects and all of our artists. But for that means it's time to turn to our expert panel to give us some other context and feedback. And I'm going to turn it over to Mookie, who's our panel, our jury president.
Thank you, Peter. Hello, everyone around the world, and congratulations to all the participants that took part in the Patchathon. Every single one of the pieces of work we watched that just now and today and all week long, which is you guys have worked so hard, and we really know the limitations that you're dealt with working remotely and things that are, you know, happening with your PC at the time or working not even with a computer a lot of the time. So, but yes, my name is Mookie Cohen. I'm a cross-platform executive XR producer and a creative technologist. I've known the Patch guys for about 4 years now or so, and it's my second year proudly being the president of the jury of the Patchathon. So it's been really fantastic to watch this software grow and develop, and the visuals get more sophisticated, the audio become so much more crispier, and the opportunities that happen within this three-dimensional spatial design and the communities built around it has just been fantastic to watch this grow. So just wanted to give a special thanks to my fellow jury members. We've got Marie Lau from the music creator of Mutek, Joshua Hodge, who's the founder of The Audio Programmer, Fabian Soafi, who's the founder of Fabula, Yana Kaufman, who's the head of Hertz Lab, Michael Connor, who's the art director at Rhizome, and Karine Fanis, who is our pal, our friend out at Abbey Road Studios, heading up the Abbey Road Red elements out at Abbey Road. So again, you know what, this group, this week, all the participants you've seen, ladies and gentlemen, have really represented an amazing cross-sector, multidisciplinary, multidisciplinary skills. So, you know, we had artists, we had composers, we had vocalists, we had engineers, people coming from, you know, not just, you know, the music background and different types of storytelling, you know, big video games and programmers and much more. So it's, again, it's so fantastic to see Patch become this merging of cultures, you know, media and creatives, but most of all, we're one big community that loves to be curious and we love to create. So great hybrid of music and tech innovation. So we're very proud of you. So without further ado, I am going to announce some of the runners up and some of these special mentions. And I just want to note, we do have one jury member that wasn't able to cast her votes today. So if the votes change from today, don't you worry. We know that it's a kudos to everybody being a participant in here, but any changes we'll announce on Monday. So no stress at all. So as of today, 1920. Wait, sorry, it's 8 o'clock. I'm based in London, so it's 20:04 hours British Standard Time, and it is 9 p.m. Berlin time. If I could just have everybody on the Zoom start to do the virtual applause here, please. Get your little emojis up. And without further ado, some special mentions, honorable mentions have included Little Island, The Conductor's Philosophy, SoundCloud, and Deep Tones. We also had a joint runner-up tied for second. And by the way, the votes are based off point systems between 1 and 5 and a couple different categories. So of the highest votes, but I just genuinely want to say, not cliche, not making this up, everyone was so close. So we love all of you equally the same. And the runners up in second place include A-Block and Digital Garden. And so if we are able to please have a big virtual round of applause for our Patchathon, second annual Patchathon 2021. We had a joint kind of first place. Again, it's not a competition. We've got a exploratory Patchathon is what we like to call it, but the joint collaborative efforts amongst the jury were very unanimous in 2 entries, And the first one I'm going to name, this is no particular order, is Parallel Metaverses. So thank you, Laura Lucas, Francesco Corvi, aka Nesso, Ivan Abreu, and CNDSD, or Mazatin Cortez. Well done, guys. And in neck and neck with them in the same amount of votes is, drum roll, The When, Where, and How by Maui Kiss. So Louis Louise K and Ted Palace. We know Ted had to duck out early. But really well done. Some of the comments we've had from the judges were they really loved the three-dimensional world that it was built on, sneaky sci-fi layers and hypnotic audio, made me want to jump in the spaceship and get up there and zip around with the creators. Other comments for When, Where, How included great to see things come together. We know a lot of work went into this, and it's an excellent piece of music, and the spatial relations of the visual worlds are somewhat less strong and comprehensively designed, but the 3D models are layering in those textures. And with Parallel Metaverses, some of the comments from the judges included intriguing visuals, great that you're using the Patch XR tools, a true steampunk synth explosion, and loved the real-time coding. So without further ado, I am going to hand back to Peter, back in the Berlin studios. And again, congratulations to all of you. We loved all those pieces. And we will see you back out in Patch. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Mookie, and thanks to all the Patchathoniers. Thanks to our tremendous developer team and all that many hours that they put in this week working on code and documentation and supporting our team. And a big thanks to Amaze Festival. We've come to the end of the talk programming for this year's edition. So happy birthday, happy 10th birthday to Amaze. And yeah, hope to see you again. And lastly, before we go on, now we head out to Cape Canaveral to the spaceship to go into low Earth orbit. No, now we probably go get a beer, but I just want to welcome Edo, Mello, the co-founders of Patch, and thanks so much for putting this together and making such an amazing tool for all of us to use. I'm just looking at you, so I'm giving you
Kick him off the stage.
First of all, thanks a lot for the inspiring works. It's incredible to see what you have done in this short amount of time. It really gives us a kick of inspiration to keep doing this project and see how, yeah, you're pushing the boundaries on what media and music is going to be and is today. So cheers to you. Thanks.
My colleague and co-host and co-founder of Patch.
Yep, I just have to repeat what my co-founder just said. Bravo to all of you, and thanks for Amaze Festival to hosting our second Patchathon, and we're really hoping to do the next one at Amaze, or at least we'll be here next year, hopefully. So thanks Thorsten, thanks everybody, thanks the team, and thanks so much our developer team who's done an incredible work, because basically this has been a Patchathon for the whole team, Patch XR team as well. And we learn so much each time we do this event. So yeah, congrats to everybody. That was amazing.
Oh yeah, and don't go away. Stick around for DJ Storno playing some fast, hard, energetic chip music and electro and stuff, electropunk. Yeah. So don't go away. Let's listen. Ciao. Bye.
was an amazing festival. Amaze Berlin 2021, 10th International Games and Play for Media Festival. It is ending with the DJ Storno set. I'd like to thank Santi and Garion for the moderation. I'd like to thank the riders. She is in Amsterdam. You did an amazing program, and all the team, amazing. All the winners, all the speakers, you did an amazing job. Here live from Urban Spree Gallery. DJ Storno gonna play the end, and then we celebrate together. We're gonna dance. It's gonna be the 10th. It's the end. That's the end. And then it's the 11th. It's the end of the digital world. This 11th is gonna be physical again. 2022. Let's get physical. Let's get physical. Whoa. Let's go. Whoa! Yeah! Go inside! Let's go to the DJ set! The space is in the house. 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 House and space. Space is in the house. Space is in the house. The space is in the house. Space is in the house. Watermelon. 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 How are you?
not dead. Amaze is not dead. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Amaze is more than nothing dead. Because of you. Because of you. Because of you. Yo. Yeah. Amazing. Thank you to all the Kickstarter backers. You did the best in your life. Thank you to all in the community who joined this birthday edition. This birthday is still richtig gut, my English. So why you not come to the 20th birthday in 10 years? We love you so much. We love you, kids, because you're an inspiration. You are the beautiful FOMO TV. Really good streaming, the 3.5 days of this festival. The space was not here this year. I myself as well a little bit disappointed. But soon the space will be back for you and will continue. We do this for you and sometimes technical problems can happen. The space team is amazing. No, yeah. The space team is amazing. They did it already and they did it well too. They worked very hard. On space, maybe in a week we'll be back. Then we celebrate together again. A party with all your games you're submitted and nominated on other matches. Yeah. This is all I can promise you if you want to trap on the train. Really, this is what we want to do for you. Your main space, I think, has some future for the art house community to read and to read. Thank you for your understanding. We did our best on this birthday festival. Right on butter does amazing job with workshops during the whole year? Yeah! So let's do it! Workshops during the year. Yes, I agree. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can go. Oh, no, 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 please no, don't leave. Maybe you can stay here. You want to stay here? You are so beautiful. You have all my heart. Hello. Hello. Beautiful. Flamingo, you are very, very special. I love you so much. Are you gonna come back next year? Are you gonna come back next year to celebrate with us the 11th edition? Oh yeah, you gonna come? Hell yeah! I knew it.
You spin my head right round when you go down, when you go down, down. You spin my head right round when you go down, when you go down, down. You spin my head right round when you go down, when you go down, 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 down.
We don't need spaces.